If you like the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and comment for more videos like this.
What was your most terrifying sighting or experience with a scary forest monster, unknown creature, or cryptid, like a Wendigo, Skinwalker, Werewolf, Sasquatch, etc.?
I live deep in the woods between Williams and Flagstaff out by Whitehorse Lake. Every day I see deer, elk, coyotes, etc. I can recognize their sounds and am familiar with many forest critters. A few months ago I was driving Perkinsville Road, which goes from Williams to Jerome. It was about 8 a.m., and I was maybe 25 miles south of Williams, driving through a heavy juniper forest. About 150 yards in front of me, something started coming out of the brush and into the road. It was tall, seemed to be hairy and bipedal. As it saw me speeding towards it, the thing dashed back into the woods. Must have been at least 6 feet tall. I slowed down to see where it was and surveyed the trees. Nothing. Now maybe it was an elk or something that I just viewed at a weird angle. I'm not sure. I tend to explain away things that might appear unnatural or paranormal. My first thought was that it was some hairy hermit of the woods who didn't want to be seen. I still believe that. I told some friends who believe in cryptids, and they claimed it could have been the Mogolone monster. Whatever it was, I still am not 100% sure of what I saw. Still kind of gives me the creeps when I think back on it. I spend basically all my time out in the boonies and can't recall ever having such an encounter. If it were the Mogolone monster, he would be lingering south of Williams somewhere on the rim where the pavement ends and the dirt road begins. Between there and the Verd River. My family and I have been spending some time at a cabin out in the Quinault Reservation. I was out on a walk yesterday evening, and I heard a weird noise. It creeped me out so much that despite how far away it was, I hurried back to the cabin. There I looked up a number of animal calls and found out it sounded really similar to an elk. I'm from the city, and so I had no idea what they sounded like. This should have been case closed, but this morning my brother found the top part of an animal skull, with no other bones, right outside the window of the bedroom I'm staying in. It still has some decomposing bits of skin on it, so it couldn't be that old, but there was no recognizable fur or flesh, so it couldn't be that fresh. What was weird was it was right out in the open, and we didn't see it yesterday. This all comes with me having the first nightmare I've had in years the day before we came here. I was being stalked by a very tall and skinny humanoid creature with paper white skin, though I don't remember much, as it was extremely fast. I don't really believe in the paranormal and think this is all probably a coincidence, but I wanted to share here to see if this matches up with anything people know about. Back in 2014 I was camping in Idaho out in the Ojai Mountains. There are a lot of stories about high strangeness in the Ojais. I had felt like someone or something was watching me many times while camping out there. There's always a strange vibe about the place. It feels very ancient, whatever it is. So at about 3 o'clock in the morning, my dog Thor alerted me with a low growl. That was his sign something was near us. So I got up and got a fire going, keeping an eye on the forest. A few minutes later a huge herd of deer and elk ran by us, running for their very lives. I had never seen deer and elk run like that together, especially at night. A few seconds later, 2 huge, and I mean huge, creatures stopped on the other side of the river, facing me and Thor. The biggest one was at least 10 feet tall, the smaller one was about 8 feet tall. The big creature was probably 4 feet wide at the shoulders. It was dark, but I could make out their silhouette by the firelight. They looked like minotaurs. Very muscular with horns on their heads. I told Thor to run them off, and he did. He ran after them and chased them up the mountain. I could hear their heavy footfalls as they left Thor in the dust. Now Thor was a 100-pound Great Pyrenees and St. Bernard mix. He could run 25 miles an hour uphill, they just flat out smoked him. When the sun came up, Thor was back, and we went to look for tracks. The tracks we found were like nothing I had ever seen or heard of. They were like mountain goat tracks, only 10 inches in diameter. So needless to say, we packed up camp, and I went to Silver City to talk to a local lady I knew about these creatures. She told me, we don't talk about them out of superstition. People worry that if you talk about these creatures, they will somehow know and come to visit you. This happened about 20 years ago in upstate NY in the Adirondacks. Every summer I would go and spend 2 to 3 weeks with my relatives at their summer lake house. The area was surrounded by deep woods, rivers, and lakes. My cousins were older than me, so I would follow them around every day and explore the area. One day, my cousins and I took an ATV deep into the woods with bows and arrows. I rode in the front bucket. Once we got deep enough, we parked and built a fire and grilled some hot dogs. We then proceeded to explore and shoot arrows at trees. Each time we went to collect our arrows, we trekked deeper into the forest we were in. We were out there for probably 8 hours in total. Eventually we hiked to this clearing. From where we stood, there was probably a 300-yard gap on the other side of the forest. A river ran through the middle. I remember my cousins commenting on which lake this river ran into. After a couple of minutes we noticed 3 large men walking on the opposite side of the river, approximately 200 yards away. They didn't notice us as we were hidden behind the bush. We never said anything, but all 3 of us were watching them. They looked like giants and were hairy like a bear. I still remember how massive they were. It was extremely unsettling. This was when my oldest cousin whispered that we should head back. After walking for a few minutes, we all suddenly ran back to the ATV. Once we got back to the lake house, my oldest cousin went to tell my uncle what happened. My other cousin and I were upstairs, kind of in shock. I asked him what those guys were doing out there. My cousin told me not to say anything to my uncle, because it might make him upset. Later, during dinner, my uncle said, "So, I heard you guys saw some black bears out there today." Even at the age of 11, I knew what we saw were not bears. They looked like giant humans. Their appearance, even from our distance, was more ape-like. That's my encounter story. I believe they were Bigfoot. I need identification for a sighting. I'm worried for my grandmother. This is her sighting when she heard me talking about SWs, if you know what I mean, because I hear their name draws them. But the first thing was in my great-grandparents' old house she rented out, and she was out there one day. She suddenly heard a high-pitched squeal. It was like a hog, a young scared hog with nails on a chalkboard. Then she said there was a much deeper guttural roar. Hunter was like a lion, but his vocal cords were like an exhaust pipe from a semi. They clashed and fought. Grandma could hear and see trees breaking, and she says she was scared. Honey, I was expecting to see Bigfoot or something fly out, but nothing did, and it got quiet after 5 minutes. What surprised me the most was that she was coming to see me for my 12th birthday. Where she lives there are 2 short bridges with canals running under them and a few swamps. She was coming over one and said this skinny green thing was just coming over the side of the bridge. It was skinny, no muscle, and it had kind of a diamond-shaped head, and its teeth, oh God, baby, the teeth were sticking out. It didn't snarl, but I still could see it. It had real skinny legs and arms, but its fingers were huge. I couldn't see its feet, though. It had moss all around it. I just want to know what she saw and if she is in any danger. I believe in cryptids, but I've never heard of this. We live in North Carolina, she's specifically in Jamesville, though I won't specify. Does anyone have any theories? Some type of creature with huge bright glowing wings. This is something that happened in October 2020, and I still cannot come up with an explanation for it, so I figured someone on here might. I had a friend over, and they were leaving my house. It was 11 at night, so I walked them out to their car. We were stopped in the middle of my driveway, finishing our conversation and saying goodbye. They were facing me, which would mean looking towards my house, and I was obviously facing them, towards the road and my front yard. Behind them, there are 4 very tall pine trees in my front yard. While they were talking to me, I couldn't take my attention off the 3rd tree because I saw what appeared to be a bright glowing light at its top. In the tree. When I said, "What is that?" my friend turned around, and as they were turning around to see what I was talking about, whatever this was spread its wings. The bright light I saw in the tree turned out to be wings, which flapped twice before soaring away quickly. My friend saw it when it was just soaring away, so to this day, they 100% believe they saw a UFO. But I saw the wings. I saw it sitting in my tree and spreading its wings and flying away faster than any bird I've seen before. And the wings. Why were the wings so bright? They had a glow to them, you couldn't miss it. I'm glad my friend was there to witness it with me because I'd think I was crazy if not, but my friend didn't see it all. They didn't see that what was soaring away so fast had huge wings. So you have to understand my concern because I still live in this house, and when I saw whatever this was, I felt so strange. I felt as if it was sitting there watching me. It felt as if whatever it was wanted me to notice its presence. And as soon as I said something, it flew away. I become paranoid anytime I arrive home late and have to walk inside by myself. I guess I'm just looking to see if anyone has a possible theory/explanation for what I saw. Perhaps someone has had a similar encounter or experience. Very tall creature, possibly a skinwalker? I moved into this 2-story house near a wooded area by the mountains just last week. Just to let you know, I have a 2-story house, and I live on the top floor. 2 nights ago I was sleeping when I woke up to loud scratching/pounding on my window, so I pretended that I was sleeping, but I was watching the window intently. It looked like large branches in the shape of a hand covering a quarter of the window, then another, and then I saw 2 horns slowly rising from the bottom of the window. It has bright yellow eyes, and it was looking right at me. Then I heard my mom call, "Hey, come outside and look at this," but something was wrong. My mom was at work, and she didn't get off at 6:30 a.m., so I knew that it wasn't her. I just sat there trying to go back to sleep. I slowly dozed off. That's the end of my experience for now. If you have any idea what it was, tell me, please. I either saw a Wendigo or a Skinwalker when I was 16. I have a house in Appalachia, I obey all the rules, and I don't go into the woods at night. I draw all the blinds. I barely go outside at night. Here is why. When I was 16, we left food out for the animals in the woods. I was standing at the door, with my spotlight looking for animals. I was shining my spotlight through the woods, when all of a sudden I saw a tall being that looked like a skeleton. It was a pale blue, it looked like it didn't have any eyes. It looked at me and ran into the woods. I got so scared that I almost dropped my spotlight. I thought at first my mind was playing tricks on me. But the more I thought about it, I knew what I saw. The being was real. For years, I didn't know what that was. But a few weeks ago I was listening to a thing about creepy cryptids. And the person basically had the same story as mine. I don't know whether it was a Skinwalker or a Wendigo. I am aiming towards the Wendigo. I don't have any native descent. And I haven't seen the thing in years. But is there any way I can protect my home and my family? I would love to know. I had an odd experience in Sierra around 1999. This was the first camping trip I took with the woman who would later become my wife and the mother of my child. It was very late when we got here. It was a Friday, and we had worked all day and then drove up and arrived at the Woods Canyon Lake Campground about 11 p.m. We set up the tent, ate some food, and went to sleep. I have trouble falling asleep on camping trips, so I was reading with a flashlight in our tiny green nylon A-frame. It was so quiet that night a mouse fart would have sounded like a cannon. I heard a sound to my right. It was a sibilant hiss. Like the sound cloth makes when you run your finger along it. Like a finger on tent fabric. I glanced at my girl. She was out cold. I glanced at the tent. OMFG. The side was pushed in by my head, just a few inches away from me. Toward the top of the tent, the thing that was pressing on my tent was slowly moving downward, toward me. As quietly as I could, I drew my pistol from its holster. As the finger came closer, I racked the slide and pushed my pistol against whatever it was. I felt resistance. In a normal voice I said, "I will ducking end you." The resistance disappeared. There was no sound. There were no sounds of a person or animal leaving. No breathing sounds. No sound of pants legs rubbing against each other. Nothing. I gave it about 10 minutes of straining my ears. I heard another camper 100 yards away cough in their sleep and roll over. After the 10 minutes, I left the tent and patrolled my campsite. No footprints. No bushes or branches anywhere near the tent. I cast about with my flashlight. No eye shines from animals. Nothing. I didn't tell my wife about the sighting until we got home. We did stay a second night, and nothing weird happened. Was it Bigfoot? There had been sightings in that area, one just a year before in 1998. I found this out years later. Alright, so this happened in Edison, New Jersey. And it literally happened not even an hour ago. I was driving my cousin home from a friend's house, and we got to her street, and I saw something in the road. To me it looked like a brown paper bag floating in the wind, and then we got a little closer to it, and it looked like it turned around and started sprinting away. I realized it had a super skinny, I guess, torso and 2 stick legs, and it was running super fast in a zigzag pattern across the road, and after about 4 to 5 zigzags, it ran into a neighbor's yard. For some reason seeing this thing made my hair stand on end, and I had goosebumps everywhere and a true feeling of fear. This was really strange because there was nothing inherently scary about it. So basically I was just wondering what anyone thought this could have been. I clearly saw that it had 2 small legs, which ruled out the possibility of it being a cat or a squirrel. I and my friends saw something in the forest, and we are terrified. I'm a 14-year-old boy, and this story isn't fiction. I witnessed this in my actual life about 2 hours ago. My friends and I were planning to steal strawberries from an old man who was selling them at a very high price. On the way there, I saw something in the distance and informed my friends about it. We all tried to see what it was until it suddenly disappeared. We were confused at first, but later we got frightened when it reappeared really close to us. I couldn't catch a look, but I remember a black figure without a head floating there. Despite our best efforts to run, it continued to follow us. When we finally got to my house, we looked behind us, and it was gone. We are currently sitting in my room and thinking about what the beast is/was and if it could harm us if it actually got close enough. Help, Please, because we are all frightened and don't know where else to share this. In July of 2024, I went to visit my brother in the Franklin County area of upstate NY. I threw a tent up in his backyard for the weekend. The family has owned this property for generations. Well, I went for a night ride to look for deer and any other wild animals and rode by this back road that had a putrid odor. I looked at my husband, half joking, and said, "Bigfoot." It was a dense smell of rotten urine and, well, just a smell that was absolutely gagging. Anyhow, the following early morning at about 4 a.m., I woke up to a screaming, hollering sound coming from the forest. I heard dogs barking, and a creature was screaming very loudly. I literally didn't move, just listened to it until I eventually fell back to sleep. Afterward, when we all got up, my son, who was in a camper, talked about hearing the same sound. I mean, this thing was roaring. I looked it up and found a video with almost the exact sound of what we heard. Furthermore, I need to mention my uncle lives on this same property, and after talking to my dad, he told me to ask my uncle about the encounter he had some time back. My uncle said he saw something or someone looking really huge in his window, and when he went to look, it ran off. My dad also said when he was younger, he swore that when he went off into the woods, there was always a feeling of something watching him and even following his footsteps. Please let me know your thoughts, and thanks for listening. Encounter with a werewolf. I just watched an episode of Monsters and Mysteries in America. It was the Night Stalker, Skinwalker episode. When I saw the pictures of the girl who was being terrorized by the Night Stalker, it reminded me of a strange encounter my brother and I had this last winter. We were cutting wood on Navajo Dam Road. We had turned onto a dirt road on the northeast side. After cutting a few trees at the bottom of a canyon, we decided to go further up the hill to see if we could find more dead trees. I also had my dog and son with me. We made our way up the hill, and it flattened out. There were a few dead trees, so we decided to stop and cut those as it was getting dusk and colder. My son and his dog got out and were playing fetch while my brother Chris and I prepped the trees to cut. As we were nearing the conclusion of our activity, my child approached swiftly and announced that he had discovered some remarkably interesting tracks belonging to an animal. I stopped to look at the tracks as I made my way down the hill towards my truck with an armful of wood. They looked like claw marks in the sand and were in the same direction as where we climbed to cut. As I was looking at the tracks, I noticed I didn't hear my brother's chainsaw anymore. As soon as I realized the motor sound had stopped, I heard a scream, the sound of a shotgun being pumped, and then a shot being fired. Before I could even react, Chris came running at breakneck speed down the hill, past me, and went to the truck yelling, "Drop the wood, let's go." My dog was barking, growling, and backing up with hair raised on her back and neck. I carried my kid and dog down the hill while holding wood, then I threw the wood into the back seat of my huge F-250, where my kid and dog were sitting. Needless to say, we got the hell out of there. My brother refused to speak until we were on the main road and almost to Aztec. He sensed someone was watching him while he was cutting wood. Thinking that I was playing a trick on him, he set his running chainsaw down and went to catch me in the act before I could scare him. Not knowing I was further down the hill with my son, he climbed the rest of it and was looking around to find me. He saw us down by my truck and also saw a shadow opposite him by a sandstone cluster to his right. We always carry a gun with us while we work in the woods, as we never know what kind of creatures we may encounter out there. He popped off a shot to get my attention and also shot at whatever it was he had seen. He told me it ran in between a rock ledge and some bushes. He didn't want to waste time trying to take another shot at it. Before the second shot, the chainsaw stopped because it had run out of gas, which is how I was able to hear the gun being cocked and fired. It scared him so bad that he refuses to go back out that way to collect wood. As a skeptic, I initially thought he was just trying to scare me, but then I remembered the claw marks my child had found and realized that nothing scares my brother or dog. He described the creature he saw as being at least 7 feet tall, covered in hair, and having a wolf-like face with eyes. He caught a slight glimpse before it slipped between the brush and stones. I was kind of laughing at him in my head, until I remembered those claw marks on the ground. When I saw the story tonight, I had seen those claw marks before, where we were cutting wood. It was a weird and unforgettable experience. Thanks for your time. I haven't experienced it personally. But 3 separate people from my hometown claimed to have seen Bigfoot in our city limits years and years apart before finding each other, and there was one more sighting close by. I suppose the first sighting belongs to my friend, who is a PhD professor at our local university. When he was a kid around the 6 to 8 range, while waiting for his mom to finish up showering, he noticed in his unescaped backyard by a canal the large creature walking in the tree line. He was curious but didn't pay much attention to its size since it was far away. However, it was apparently tall enough to reach the high branches. I think they may have noticed each other, and the Bigfoot reached for the branches and began violently shaking two trees. My friend runs inside to tell his mom about the monster only to be dismissed, and when returning outside, no beast was there. A mutual friend of the doc and me in his teens, will be about 10 years after the first incident, leaves his home in a huff as an angsty teenager mad at his mom for embarrassing him in front of his friends. He finds a nearby canal to lie down and cool off. With his eyes closed, resting, he hears what he described as what he thought to be the devil himself roaring so loud and awful it shakes inside of his chest. He would run home crying immediately. At this point as a teen, he doesn't think it's Bigfoot until he shares the story with one of his friends. The older gentleman assures my friend it was Bigfoot, as it somewhat aligns with his sighting. We live in a small border community in South Texas where migrants cross the river fairly regularly. This man tells the story of being invited to wait for his compadre's cousin to cross over and help him into town. Sure, why not? While making their way down to the Rio Grande, they can hear the general shuffling of border patrol in the area. They find some brush and get to waiting. Apparently they fall asleep and wake up to some fog in the area. Border patrol can be heard again, this time apparently in pursuit. But from the water, it is just swooshing. When they look over and as best they can through the water, they see a figure walking. The water at the midpoint of the water is at his chest when most men would need to swim a bit past that section if not being neck or nose deep in water. The beast then lets out a similar chest-shaking roar. I never got the third friend's story in detail, but the common theme seemed to be the location of canals and the irrigation system, which in South Texas can probably take you pretty far around the area. The first sighting was likely 15 to 20 miles away from the border sighting. There's also another video of some Mexican guys, I always assume South Texas, on a boat seeing what looks like a Bigfoot crawling out of water. I never got confirmation on how real the video is, but if it's fake, it's a really good one, and I don't say that lightly, lol. Kentucky encounter. I know how crazy this story sounds, so it's up to you whether you think it's true or not. I live in rural Kentucky but go to Lexington for work. I was driving home from work at around dusk and was a few miles from home when my son, called me, Dad. There's something attacking the house. In the background I hear a loud, deep rumbling noise as if the house is being pelted with large rocks and a sound I can only describe as a deeper version of Godzilla's roar. My paternal instincts take over. I say, get my SPAS shotgun, you remember how to use it, right? He says yes. I ask him if he is called D, my husband. He says yes and that he is further away than I am. I say, I'll be there as fast as I can, but once I get there, turn on the searchlights all around the house, and I speed my Jeep as fast as I can. For this next part, it's important to know that I keep myself pretty armed. I was mugged a few years ago and don't feel safe without weapons. I have a Thompson gun, my weapon of choice for almost every situation, in my car and a .45. I carry a 6-inch knife with me at all times. By the time I get there, it's dark. The lights pop on, and I see something tall and brown dash out of the light. I slam on the brakes and almost go through my garage. I grab my Thompson gun and practically sprint out of my car and fire roughly 15 rounds in the air. I scream, "Come out, you ducking coward." I know this was a stupid thing to do, but there was so much adrenaline pumping through me I could barely feel my hands. Silence for 15 seconds, then out of the corner of my eye, I see something rush me from the right. I spin around, firing 6 shots, obliterating my mailbox. It scared off whatever it was, as the rounds were inches away from hitting it. I see a 7-foot-tall shape disappear into the tree line. I make a beeline for my front door. Go inside and comfort my son. I will never forget the look of fear in his eyes. 45 minutes later my husband arrives with tears in his face and practically doesn't let go of our son for 20 minutes. The whole time I'm on edge looking out the windows. My son asked to sleep in our room, so I set up a cot for him to sleep on. I didn't sleep the whole night. I just stared out the window waiting. I crashed at dawn and just woke up 40 minutes ago. My husband is still clinging to my son, and my son seems pretty shook by the whole situation. I told my sister about the incident and she said it was probably just a prank done by some teenagers and I should not have done what I did. I know what I saw. The creature was 7 feet tall and had a chest like a bodybuilder but long, toned legs and arms like an Olympic sprinter. It was covered in brown hair. I don't know much about Bigfoot, but I need to know if this is normal behavior for them or an outlier. If this is normal, I'm putting up a gate and an electric fence. I'm honestly still in disbelief. Please help me figure this out. This incident occurred a while ago, and it still confuses and scares me to this day. So at the time, I moved recently for family reasons. I lived in Rivesville, West Virginia, and I was probably around 11 or maybe 12 years old. I'm currently 15, and until this time, I was very skeptical of paranormal/cryptic things. I have since seen both, but let's stick to the cryptid. So it was probably like 8 o'clock or 8:30 at night. I was putting my dog out on the leash peg, I would call it in the ground, and everything was normal. I noticed my dog looking toward the field-like area beside our house, so I turned to see a pair of feline-like eyes peering at me. I couldn't get a good view because it was dark and in a field, and I'd say the eyes were about 2.5, maybe 3 feet from the ground, but that's not what scared me the most. It was that after I said I was basically SHTing myself, my dog barked at it, and it proceeded to basically dissipate into a black smoky mist and breeze across the top of the tall grass and then rematerialize, I would say, at a lower and further down part of the hill. I grabbed my dog and sprinted as quickly as I could. I could go back to my front door and just start telling my mom and dad. Then my dad went out there and said that he saw nothing, and still to this day they don't believe me. Geez, even thinking about it now gives me goosebumps. If anyone could give me any type of information or any theories on what it could be, that would be amazing. My experience with a creature. Starting off, I live in the Appalachian Mountains, but this happened in my front yard. Back in 2014, around early fall, I was outside with my dog, letting him do his business before bed. I looked out by the well and saw movement but dismissed it. About 2 or 3 minutes later, I saw dog-like legs moving in front of the vehicles about 5-ish feet from me. Thinking it was a stray, I yelled at it to leave, but it stopped and turned like a horse does, with 2 glowing yellow eyes the size of dinner plates and its head just below the power lines, maybe 9 feet. My dog looked up and started to growl and bark in a way he never has before or since. That's the only reason I know I didn't hallucinate it. After a minute it just turned and walked back the way it came, and I've never seen it again. If anyone has an idea about what that thing was, I'd love an explanation. Weird animals in Utah. I was involved in a discussion about the Skinwalker Ranch. I live nearby and was told to share my experiences here, so here I am. This particular story took place in August 2004, likely around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I had been camping with a group, and my boyfriend's mom needed to run back to town for something. I volunteered to go with her because, looking back, I have no idea why. We left the campsite and drove maybe 50 yards to where the road crossed a slightly wider but still crummy dirt road. 2 animals were across the intersection. I thought they were deer at first, but their color was wrong, and one was sitting back on its haunches. When we pulled up and stopped, it stood up, and they both just kind of stood there, kind of shifting their weight from foot to foot and taking a step in one direction and then another. I felt a little scared because I just couldn't reconcile these creatures with any animal I had ever seen before. I asked my boyfriend's mom, "What the hell are those?" And she said, "Oh, those are hares," like it was no big deal. Friends, those were not hares. The only thing they had in common with hares was very large ears. They were the size of deer. They possessed notably long legs, moved somewhat rigidly, and did not perform the characteristic hopping motion with their hind legs as rabbits, hares, and jackrabbits typically do. The legs all moved independently, and they took actual steps, not hops. The closest thing I can compare them to are the landstriders from the Dark Crystal, if any of you are old enough to know what I'm talking about. The color was more brown, and the legs weren't that long, but that was my initial impression. They just milled around in the road while I watched, and then my boyfriend's mom turned onto the other road, and we drove away. She acted like it was nothing, which made me feel pretty scared, because I knew those weren't hares, or jackrabbits, or any kind of creature that should be up there. I've seen jackrabbits, I've hunted them, and I know what they look like. Same with deer. I don't know what these were, but I still get creeped out thinking about them. Every year or so since then I have Googled images of hares and jackrabbits trying to find an image that matches what I saw that day, but nothing comes close. I don't know what they were. As I mentioned above, this came up in a discussion of Skinwalker Ranch. I am unsure whether my experience was directly related to the ranch, however, after living here for a long time, I can confirm that the entire basin has had strange occurrences for many years. So there's one of my stories. Any replies are welcome. Can someone help? So I wanted to start by saying that I lived in Hemet my whole life. I recently moved out and have been reflecting on all the paranormal experiences I've had. This particular one stands out as the creepiest, and I wanted to share it with you to see if any of you have encountered or heard of it before. It was the summer of 2019, and I had just graduated. I spent a lot of time with my friends driving around at night. One night my friend A was driving me home. We were having a good time listening to music and talking. My house was in this neighborhood that was literally a full rectangle, so to get to my house, you would just take a right, left, and boom, my house would be in the middle to the left. As my friend drove and turned right, we saw a tall, lanky, gray, hunched over creature running at the end of the street. While it's running, it turns left down the next street. At this point A and I look at each other and ask each other what the hell that was, but she continues to drive. She took the next left, and we saw it again but further now, taking another left towards my house. We both began to panic, unsure of what it was. We felt creeped out yet also curious. As we made the final left turn towards my house, it was no longer there. We took a couple of laps around my block to see if we could find it again, but nothing and nobody was there. I've heard of skinwalkers looking like that. It still creeps me out to this day. Does anyone know what it could have been, or has anyone seen something similar? I think I saw a rake as a child. I was like 8 or 9, I can't remember. I lived next to a forest, and as a child, I usually went to play in my garden until my mom came back home in the summer. At that time, I was playing outside as usual when I heard my dog barking. I went to check since where I live there are foxes, and as a child, I wanted to see one. When I went to check, I saw in an opening between the woods something hella weird, something so pale that it was almost paper white, so skinny I could see the bones, walking on all fours pretty fast. I couldn't see the torso and head because they were hidden, but the creature appeared somewhat human and extremely tall. Even from a distance, it seemed much taller than me, and what felt even stranger was that its posture seemed unusual. It was oddly similar to that of a human. If you put yourself on all fours without letting your knees touch the ground, you get the same pose. I've never seen it again, and I've assumed it was a rake since it's the only cryptid I knew that looked like the thing I saw. I've never seen the thing again, and sometimes I'm afraid that when dogs bark at night, it's because of that. I just wanted to share this since whenever I talked about it, I got dismissed, and I hope it won't happen here. Willamette Valley, Oregon. Last year I temporarily moved to the Willamette Valley in Oregon to work on a vineyard making wine. We were purchasing fruit from a couple other vineyards in the valley, and I had to get up early a couple times a week to collect maturity samples. One morning around 5:30 a.m. I was driving to take a vineyard sample across this stretch of flat land on a 2-lane road. I was the only car in the area for most of my drive, and the sun hadn't risen. I was driving through this field when I saw movement in the darkness coming towards the road in front of me. My first thought was that it might be a bird or a flock of birds flying across the road. As I approached, my headlights began to illuminate the figure, and I realized it wasn't flying, it was running toward the road. It was literally there for about 2 seconds because it came from the darkness, sprinted across the road, and disappeared again into the dark. But I remember extremely vividly that this thing was all the things everyone describes: pale white, humanoid, hairless, and extremely lanky. It was running very fast, pumping its arms like a sprinter and leaning so far forward that it was almost at a 45 degrees angle to the ground. I didn't have anything to compare its size to, but it looked at least 6 feet tall. I'm mostly sharing this sighting here to document it and see if anyone else has seen things in Oregon. The place gave me really weird vibes. The darkness there is like nothing I've experienced before, or if anyone has reports of how this thing runs. Most stories I've seen have been stationary or slowly moving. Mine was faster than a human's and hinged really far forward. This happened about 30 years ago in upstate NY in a small town surrounded on all 4 sides by acres of woods connecting us to the Adirondacks. I headed to a pine forest one afternoon to pick Princess Pine for making Christmas wreaths. I took the 4-wheeler and parked it on an old logging road so I could drop down into the middle of the forest. I was on a mission to get this pine and get home. I really wasn't paying much attention to my surroundings. As I was walking down a path toward where I knew there was a big patch of Princess Pine, I almost tripped over a huge dead doe. She looked like she was sleeping. There was no blood or injuries I could see. People here are hard-working and hand-to-mouth and don't hunt for trophies, so I was shocked to see a deer lying there. I found the Princess Pine patch and got to work. The pine grows on the forest floor. I'd only been picking for a few minutes when, for the first time in my life in the woods, I suddenly felt watched with a shot of primal fear. It came on like a lightning bolt. All of my hair, right up my arms and up my neck, stood on end. I tried to ignore it, but I knew something was wrong and stood up. For about 20 seconds after standing up, I was lost. I turned around in a couple of circles, and that's when I saw Bigfoot. Standing about 20 feet from me on the same path. So Bigfoot was in front of me, and behind me was the dead doe. I didn't hear anything, and with pine straw he was able to creep up on me. I have no words for the kind of fear I felt. In sheer terror, I was paralyzed, like time stopped, and so confused. At the time I had no reference point for a Bigfoot. We both stood there staring at each other. I had no idea what I was looking at. My brain was almost shorting out wondering what this thing was. For years I called it a monkey. Then just call it a monster. He was the color of a black bear, and he stood in a stance I would consider threatening. His hands were in fists. His mouth was open, and his bottom teeth were pushed. He had a broken jaw. His eyes were deep set and dark, and he looked furious. He was huge and muscular. It was a bitter cold day, and he also had steam rolling off him, which just added to the horror effect. He put his head back and huffed once. That's what broke my inability to move, and I took a hard left and started running. I ran right into a tree, scraping up my face and knocking me down. I got up and kept running uphill fast. That's when I heard a very close gunshot was by me. This just doesn't happen in this forest, so I scrambled and crab ran, scared I was going to either be torn apart by this monster or shot. I will never know what the gunshot was about, but I don't believe it was a coincidence. I went home and told my mother I saw a huge monkey in the forest, and she laughed. So I've told very few people since. I spent that night at my parents' with my newborn. I was in a state of shock. My husband is a logger. I was worried for him every day after this experience, but I never told him. I did ask him once if they had ever seen a Bigfoot, and he replied, laughing, "Why do people ask me that all the time?" It took me a long time to stop having nightmares. And get back in the woods again. I think they're flesh and blood creatures, with a high level of intelligence, clever and sly. I think they have a language, and they're capable of problem solving. I also believe they're dangerous. It's all theory, though, isn't it? Strange creature in the forest. This happened 6 years ago. I was 12, and now I'm turning 18 in 3 weeks. Okay, so one day in the summer of 2019 I was bored and called over a friend. We can call her Marie. Anyway, Marie and I played for several hours until we grew bored and decided to go for a walk. I live in a forest. We walked for, half an hour and came to a point of the road we walked on where it split into two, and so we stopped to decide. I wanted to go one way and Marie the other. When we stood there, we noticed that the sounds of the forest had become quiet except for footsteps that weren't ours, so we stood there listening, and they came closer and sped up. Something important to kind of know is that both I and my friend love the scary and mysterious stuff, so we stayed because of curiosity. But anyways, the footsteps went from walking to running and then stopped. I and Marie looked at each other, and right when we made eye contact, a tall, 7-foot tall figure ran out from behind 2 trees. This thing is not an animal or a human. It has a human-built body, but half the body is pitch black, and the other is gray and old-looking. It had no face and appeared to be nothing but skin and bones. It looked as if it had no muscles, no nothing, just a skeleton with skin wrapped around it. I stood there frozen, looking at this being, and I hadn't even noticed that Maria had sprinted away. My eyes were locked on the thing, and it started running on all fours. Every hair on my body stood up. No human can run like that, and no animal looks like that. And that sight was my sign to start running. I ran like never before until I reached my neighbor's house, where Maria was hiding. The first thing she said was, "What in the was that?" "I don't know," I said back, and even after all these years, I don't, and I can't go past that part of the road alone anymore. And that isn't even the first or last time something weird and creepy has happened in the forest around my home. Does anyone know what that could have been? Wendigo. Now to start everything off. I live in northern Quebec, and I've lived there for about 17 years now. My grandfather used to take me hunting out in the woods when I was 10. He told me one of his stories when I was younger about a Wendigo that was possibly hunting in the woods. He had told me that livestock have mysteriously gone missing. The animals have been eaten or just taken, that was his thought. But his thoughts were cancelled out when he saw this giant deer one day. This deer, he said, was the biggest he'd ever seen in his entire life and could have easily weighed at least 400 pounds. As he picked up his gun upon seeing the deer, he adjusted his sight for a range of at least 200 feet. When he dialed in his sight, he aimed and bang, bang. He said he shot the deer at least twice with an A308 LA Pua, but the deer never stood a chance, he said, and yet the deer still stood tall. So my grandfather, after a couple of seconds of thinking, I remember this very vaguely, picked me up and ran as fast as he could. Once we got back to the cabin, he was out of breath going downstairs into the basement, picking up every single gun he owned, loading it, and cocking it. It was just me, my grandfather, my dad, and my brother-in-law at the time. We all held our guns up high except for me with my tiny little .22 caliber, thinking I would do some damage. We anxiously waited for this thing, this beast, to follow us into the cabin, but after 45 minutes of waiting, nothing happened. Later that day around 7 a.m. we decided to pack our stuff and get the hell out of Dodge, but once we got back into the city we were all very shaken up, and it was a very, very quiet ride home. I'm 32 now, but I remember my father telling me a story when I was 15, saying that Grandpa went out to the same exact woods and never came back. We have never heard from or seen my grandfather ever again. Now I understand what some of you might be thinking. Oh, you simply saw a deer, and your grandfather overreacted. Maybe, but it was very, very quiet, the air was very still, there was not a single sound to be heard, so we think possibly it might have been a Wendigo, but here's the thing. Since my father shared that story with me when I was 15 years old, I have certainly heard various things outside my window. It's been very quiet at night at times, especially when I'm sitting outside having a cigarette, but maybe whatever was in those woods when I was 10 years old started to follow us back from Quebec in those woods. Why do I think this, you might ask? My dog Charlie has been missing for 2 weeks. He always, and I mean always, comes back when we whistle and call his name. There has been no dog looking like Charlie at the pound, no one has seen a dog like Charlie, so we maybe think that something from those woods, Charlie took that, that's what my dad thinks. I think Charlie may have run away, so my question to you guys is, what do you think might have been in those woods when I was 10 years old in Quebec, and did it follow us back? I think there's an unidentified cryptid in my area. So, recently, I was in my backyard, Garten in German, and my cat and dog started running towards the fence. You could only hear sticks cracking. However, my pretty tough cat ran inside. You should know he's taking on dogs bigger than him. My dog did the same. But then, I was able to get a better glimpse at that thing. It was a dog-sized creature with no traces of fur, black skin, and a kind of glowing orange eye. Later that night I stood at my rooftop window and saw the creature running across the street in twilight. Last night I heard some pretty deep and creepy growls and howls out of the forest. I strongly believe it's some kind of cryptid, but I'm not sure. Do you guys know more about such a creature? Okay, so this might sound crazy, but I swear it actually happened. A couple of months ago, I decided to go on a solo camping trip to Bruce Peninsula National Park in Ontario. I'd always heard how beautiful it was, turquoise water, rugged cliffs, starry skies. I figured I needed a break from everything, and some time in nature would be perfect. I packed my gear, loaded up the car, and made the drive up there. The first night was wonderful. I set up camp, cooked some food over the fire, and just chilled under the stars. The air was super fresh, and the place was so quiet it almost felt unreal. But the real story starts the next morning. I got up early, grabbed my backpack, and hit one of the trails. I don't remember the exact name, it might have been part of the Bruce Trail or a side loop, but it was deep in the woods, away from most of the other hikers. I was just enjoying the peace and the sound of the wind through the trees when I heard something. A branch snapped, loud. At first I thought, okay, maybe it's a deer. I froze, waited a bit. Then heard it again. Unbelievably, I caught sight of something. Huge. Hairy. Walking upright. At first I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but this thing was way too tall to be a person. Like, over 7 feet. Broad shoulders. Dark brown fur. The creature had long arms that swung as it walked. It was maybe 30 or 40 feet away, just moving through the trees like it owned the place. I didn't even move. I was holding my breath, heart pounding. It didn't seem to notice me, or maybe it did and didn't care, but it kept walking until it disappeared into the thick woods. I stood there for a solid 5 minutes just trying to figure out if I had actually seen what I thought I saw. But I swear to you, it wasn't a bear, it wasn't a moose, and it definitely wasn't a person in a costume. No one's out there in the middle of the woods in full body fur just hoping someone spots them. Right? Eventually I got the nerve to keep walking, but I cut the hike short and headed back to camp. That night, I barely slept. Every little sound in the forest had me on edge. Since then, I've told a few people about it, and most just laugh it off or say I probably saw a bear. But I know what I saw. Bigfoot. In Bruce National Park. I'm not saying I'll never go camping again. But next time, I might bring a friend. Or two. My sister and I were driving around one night out in the high desert in New Mexico. We were approaching a newer, remote subdivision that was surrounded by desert animal habitats and similar areas. I was a skeptic until I had to stamp on my brakes as 3 beakless, blue and green looking bastard birds that were taller than my car crossed from the bushes to our left across to the bushes on the right. I assumed I'd had a psychotic episode, not because I was diagnosed, but because there was a heavy prevalence in the family medical history, so I didn't say anything about it until my sister went, "So what the duck was that?" which I tried to play off as seeing something like a rabbit, at which point she looked at me and asked, "So you didn't see those raptors?" And then I breathed a sigh and admitted it. Still, it's hard to find myself super skeptical of other folks after seeing something that out of place in a sound and sober mind. Never seen anything like that around here, or anywhere. I was trimming trees, cutting wood above the house up here in the woods, and I just set the chainsaw down. It had run out of gas, and I started to come back down towards the house to get the gas can, and when I did, I happened to notice something moving up in the woods. I thought it was either a dog, a bear, or something else based on its movement. Then I got to looking at it, and it's behind a bunch of multiple rose bushes. I noticed that the rose bush, which is quite large and at least 6 feet tall, was obstructing my view. I examined it closely and thought that it seemed too tall to be hidden behind that bush while still being visible. I'd say it was 7 feet tall or better. Anyway, I got to look at it too, you know. While I was looking through the woods, I thought it might be a bear since I had hunted bears for many years. However, it didn't look like one to me. As I continued watching, I noticed that it walked on 2 legs and never went down like a bear would. A bear will take a few steps on its hind legs, but this creature never did that. It was on 2 legs. It was really hairy. He wasn't just black, shiny black, he was black and silver. It wasn't just solid black. You could say it smelled like a wet dog, and that day it was dry. He shouldn't be smelling like wet dogs or anything like that out there. None of my dogs have been in the creek or anything like that. I shouldn't have noticed anything that she was smelling. It didn't really walk out in front of me. It was a good 40 to 50 yards away from me. I can see it clearly enough to know that it wasn't a bear. The closest thing I can think of is an ape, a gorilla, or whatever they're called. The only creature I can say it resembled is an ape or gorilla, as it did not look like a bear at all. A bear will stand up, he'll mark trees, whatever. I observed it walking upright for a distance of about 15 to 20 feet. The bear was walking over the hill and heading down towards the road, which is surrounded by a dense thicket. There was an old water spring at the old schoolhouse down there they used to use. And there's an old reservoir up there, and there used to be a road in there, but now it's just all grown up and real thick. I mean, the road is still there, however, as I mentioned, it is overgrown and not suitable for vehicle travel. I can't explain what I saw, because I can't say that I've ever seen anything like it before. I feel like an idiot even mentioning it. You keep your mouth shut. You know that many old-timers around here claim to have seen panthers and insist they really did see them. They say there is no possible way that there are panthers in this area. It resembled a man. I didn't get out of there. I looked and just kept thinking, you know, did I see what I thought I saw? You'll see bears here. You'll see deer, turkey, and everything right here, in this yard. But I've never seen anything like that. Really, it doesn't bother me that much because if it's been here a long time, and I've never heard anybody else talk about it or heard anybody say anything about it. I've heard of odd sounds. Howling. However, we also have coyotes in the area. Stray dogs are running around, so you never really know. I could see the animal running through the thicket, and as I mentioned earlier, I could see it from a considerable distance. I saw him behind the rose bushes, but I know he never went down on his front legs. So I know it wasn't a bear. It was pretty much walking on 2 legs, this thing. It walked every bit of 20 yards, and it never did. It looked my way, but I can't say it looked at me. I mean, I'm not sure because I was trying to make sense of what I was seeing. I believe there is something out there that we do not fully understand. I can't say that I know that's what it is, but I do know it wasn't a bear. I hunted for other animals, but it wasn't any of them. Never seen anything like that around here or anywhere. Has anyone seen this creature in central Indiana? My brother lives outside of Greencastle in Indiana. His stepkids for years have reported a creature they would see at night. It was a large, thin, fox-like creature that would stand on its hind legs, stare at them from the end of the driveway, and eventually just leave. When on its hind legs, it would stand over 4 feet tall. He always assumed they were seeing things until he saw it last night. It was as they described, but he also said it had very pronounced canines that he could see, and its hands weren't paws. They were long, thin, claw-like fingers. He said it looked like the hands of Count Orlok from Nosferatu. He said the height of it was at least 4.5 feet. Bipedal wolf encounter. This first encounter happened to me about 4 weeks ago. I am a 42-year-old woman of sober mind, and I am not prone to embellishing. I have a 5-pound Chihuahua and an 80-pound pit bull that I walk around town every evening. This encounter happened at around 8 o'clock to 8:30 p.m., just after dusk. The streetlights were on. There is a town park in Portage that lies on the edge of some woods. I would guess that the park is around 25 acres or so. I walked the dogs through the park and then decided I wanted to go around the block on the backside of the park. There is a main road that runs alongside the front of the park and a dirt road that runs along the backside of the park. The roads meet at a streetlight. I was on the main road and got within about 25 yards of the streetlight, and there was a huge figure, about 7 feet tall, I estimate. It was standing just back from the light, and I could see just the legs. They were hair covered and bent backwards like a dog. I could not make out a face or other details as it was standing back. Keep in mind I had my 2 dogs with me, and the pit bull is extremely protective. The first thought I had was, oh shit, that is a big damn dog, and then it dawned on me what I was seeing. My next thought was, it's a freaking werewolf. It was rocking side to side like it was waiting for us to get closer. That is when I yanked both leashes and ran towards home. If it were a dog, note that this thing was about 7 feet tall, it would have chased me and my dogs like a normal dog would do. It just stood there, pacing from one foot to the other, side by side. It was standing on 2 feet, not on all fours. My dogs did not seem to sense anything, and there was no reaction from them, which I found very strange. Perhaps that thing was downwind, and the dogs did not see it because this all happened so fast. I got home and told my fiancé what had happened, and he did not make fun of me, he believed me. He encouraged me not to go that way again. Well, guess what? I went that way the next night because I had convinced myself I was seeing things. This time I took the dirt road that circles the backside of the park just to prove myself wrong. It was not quite dusk, so it was still pretty light out, and the woods are on either side, and there are no houses in this particular area. I got to within 150 feet of where I saw this thing, and my chihuahua started growling, and all of his hair was standing up. He started barking and going in circles looking for whatever it was that he sensed. No reaction at all from the pit. She is feisty and not afraid to fight intruders, so that really surprised me. About the same time the little dog was freaking out, there was a huge crash in the woods next to us, maybe 10 yards away or so. This area is very swampy, and there are quite a few large bushes and trees. This crash sounded like a tree falling, but like it fell instantly. It was loud, fast, and instant. I ran out of there so damn fast. I did not see anything this time apart from my dog freaking out and the large crash. I did not think I could move that fast. I got home safe and vowed to never take that trail again. Please keep in mind that this trail is very heavily used by cars and people daily. That is what strikes me as so odd, to see/hear something like that there. The following morning, I took the dogs outside to urinate, and they both reacted with alarm, growling, bristling with raised fur, and pacing along the fence line, sniffing and digging at it aggressively. They usually get excited when they smell something unusual, such as another dog, but their behavior this time was different. They acted very agitated and almost scared. It truly makes me wonder if something followed us home that night. Needless to say, if I walk the park, I stay away from the back side. The dogs get agitated when we are on the front side and they can smell in that general direction. They will growl and whine. I always carry a loaded handgun no matter where I go, but something tells me that it would not help if that thing wanted to meet. So that is my story, every word true. You can take it for what it's worth. I would be very curious to know if you have had other reports of things in my area. Throughout my years of living here and exploring the backwoods trails, I have never experienced fear or witnessed anything unusual. Now I am scared to walk in town. I would much rather be in the woods, and I have actually started walking those trails instead. There may have been an encounter with a crawler. I'm not too familiar with the paranormal, but I had a strange experience. A weird experience earlier this morning at about 5:30 a.m. this morning, while hiking with a friend. We were in a clearing when 2 monkey brain fruits suddenly flew out of the woods as if someone had thrown them. My buddy aimed his flashlight at the woods from where they came, skeptical that anything was there. When we approached and shined our lights into the woods, we saw human-like eyes staring at us and very thin, pale arms peeking out from behind a tree. We decided to leave it alone and kept walking, but we felt something was wrong, so we went back over there, and there was no trace of this thing. The best way I can describe it is that it looked human, but there was no way it was actually human. Deer with a human face. My boyfriend is Native American, and his family is very spiritual. His uncle started to tell us about the crazy supernatural experience. The one that stood out the most was about a deer with a human face, which my boyfriend told me in private sounded like a skinwalker. The story: he, uncle, went to the woods with his brother, cousins, and nephew. They were gathering wood in the same spot where their dad and uncle usually took them to keep watch, but this time only the kids were present. The youngest boy, nephew, suddenly pointed to something that looked like a deer that was on its hind legs. As soon as his cousin saw the creature stand up and run up the hill with its arms bent in a running position, he grabbed the youngest boy and started to run. When they got back, their grandma was pissed they went alone because it was a sacred part where Native American ceremonies and rituals took place, and he also mentioned something about deer people and how the Native people know they aren't supposed to interfere with their life, i.e., see them. He told me another story about that same area and a similar situation. There's an older man singing and walking around the mist, probably praying like old natives do, when suddenly he's surrounded by deer, but they have human faces, and their forearms are bent across their faces to hide them. The man is shocked and just stands there until the deer run up the hill. Moments later, the deer return on all fours with normal deer faces. I'm uncertain about how to interpret this. I can vividly picture everything he described, and I feel that learning about deer people is not my concern, yet I'm very curious about others' opinions. My boyfriend and his uncle referred to deer people as a common concept, but the only information I could find online was about the deer woman, who is described as a fertility spirit. I'm incredibly unnerved and unsure whether it was a skinwalker. Thoughts? A tall dark figure in the woods? I saw something in the woods yesterday and just don't know what it was, and I'm still scared. I live in Nova Scotia, where I've never heard of any kind of paranormal entities in the woods or anything scary like that. I'm a big-time camper. I even camp alone. I go on hikes frequently with just my dog. And I'm just constantly in the woods and never afraid. Yesterday, my boyfriend and I set out to go on an adventure on his ATV. He resides on a reserve that dates back to the 1800s. I am new to the area since we started dating and haven't explored this part of the province. Anyways, we set out on our adventure, and we were going down a trail he'd never been on either. It was around 6 p.m., when the sun was still out but not high in the sky. The trail was heavily treed to the point you couldn't see much of the sky, but it was still light in the woods. We were about 10 minutes off the reserve but still quite close. We were going down the trail for quite some time when, at the same time, we felt the energy shift in the woods and simultaneously said we should turn back. I had such a strange feeling about the woods that I photographed where the trail was leading, and I pulled out maps to see how far in we were. Once my boyfriend had the bike turned around, we were facing the way we came from, but there was also another trail to our left that looked more like a footpath than an ATV trail. I looked up the trail and out loud said, "Oh my God." He was also looking that direction and replied, "I know, I saw it too." I never said I saw anything, and I was on the back of the bike, so he couldn't even see which direction I was looking. I clung on to him for dear life as he sped off. Once we got further away from that area, he slowed down and said, "You saw something on the right side of that path, right?" "Yes, like 8 feet tall and black?" I replied. He says yup and gets us out of that trail. Once I realized he saw the same thing as me, I just had such an intense feeling of fear I've never felt before. My eyes even started to tear, and I was shaking like crazy. We got away from that area, and we talked about what we saw, and we tried to online search the photos and stuff, and we definitely saw the same thing, but I just don't know what it was. My best description is that it was an 8-9 foot tall, skinny, very black figure. I couldn't see if it had a face, but I could tell it was looking at us. It was standing beside a very tall tree, like it was almost peeking around it at us. I couldn't tell if it was moving because we were moving on the ATV. And the energy in that area of the trail was just completely off and eerie. I can't even explain it, but we both felt it at the same time. Once we got back to my boyfriend's house, we told his family. His mother resides nearby, and she visited to perform a cleansing ritual, smudging both us and our room. I felt better after that, but I woke up multiple times throughout the night scared. Has anyone experienced something similar? On the side of the road in New Hampshire, I came across an unexplainable creature. So my fiancé and I were in New Hampshire this past weekend for a friend's wedding in the Lakes region. We're both originally from the area and grew up around the lakes and woods, so we know the usual wildlife: bears, deer, raccoons, coyotes, you name it. Around 9 p.m., we were driving from Brookfield to Wolfboro along a back road that runs by Lake Wentworth. The road was practically empty, and we only saw one other car the entire way. But what we did see really freaked us out. As we are driving, we notice a large, dark object on the left side of the road, kind of sitting along the white line and jutting out into the far lane. Originally, we spotted it and slowed a little, thinking it might be a trash bag or a bear or something. As we got closer, we made out the details of what was clearly a living creature sitting completely still. In detail, it looked like a monkey with a long, bushy, almost paddle-like tail sticking up into the air. The legs were crouched up and bent widely outward, and its arms were extended outward and slightly bent in front of it on the ground. It was not sitting like an animal that uses all 4 legs for support. and it was distinctly not canine or feline in appearance. As we approached, I actually joked out loud, "Whose monkey is that?" And we laughed until we noticed the actual size of it. This thing was easily 6 feet tall, like if a full-grown man were crouched on the ground with his shoulders rounded up. The hair/fur was dark black/gray and patchy in some areas. It had a short snout-like face, and the eyes were clearly in the front of its head. The eyes did not reflect any light as we passed, just sucking in our headlights and reflecting absolutely nothing, which might have been the most unnerving part of the whole thing. The creature did not move or respond to our car approaching or passing, it just stayed there crouched and staring ahead like a damn gargoyle. My fiancé is a super skeptic that doesn't believe in anything remotely unexplainable, but even he was scared and confused by whatever we saw and refused to turn around to see it again. As we drove past the creature, we noticed 4 dead animals scattered on the road: raccoons, opossums, and porcupines, which were likely unrelated but certainly heightened our feeling that if we looked in the rearview mirror, we might see this thing chasing us in the dark. The shape was just so unnatural to any wildlife I've ever seen in New England. I really am at a loss. What could this thing have been? The worst part, we saw this less than 10 minutes from my family's house. Which means, for all I know, it's still out there in the dark. First skincrawler experience at a sleepover. So, last year, a friend from school invited me to a sleepover at his house. It was going to be a small party with 4 kids. I'll describe us, as it becomes important later. I'm tall and kind of skinny, with long brown hair. Parker is really small, short and skinny, with short blonde hair. Peter is tall and has a larger frame, in terms of weight, with short dark brown hair. Michael is of average height with curly black hair. The sleepover was going well. Michael's dad decided to cook us dinner, and after eating, we all got bored. Michael had a huge forest behind his house, so we decided to go play manhunt in the woods. Stereotypical, I know. Around 400 feet into the forest, on the left, there's a barbed wire fence that separates the forest from a factory. Parker and I hid first, and nothing exciting happened. Parker and I walked back to Michael's house to count. When we finished, we went back into the forest to search for Michael and Peter. On the right side of the forest area, there's a small stream that goes pretty far, like 200 feet or so long. Down the stream, I noticed movement from a tall figure. I elbowed Parker in the shoulder and pointed my flashlight down the stream. My light didn't reach far enough to make out details, but I could see a tall figure standing between 2 trees that were very close together. Immediately, I assumed I had found Peter. "Peter," I called, "I see you." Immediately the figure started waving its arms around in an almost unnatural way that almost resembled dancing. Parker then pointed out something I should have noticed immediately. "Colin," he said, "Peter couldn't fit between those 2 trees." I realized he was right. Almost right after he said this, the figure stopped dancing and slowly backed up until it was no longer in view of my flashlight. "We should go back," Parker said, visibly afraid. I agreed, shouting for Peter and Michael to come out and that the game was off. However, I still clung to some hope that the figure we had just seen was actually just Peter. From the other side of the fence, both Michael and Peter crawled out from underneath a forklift. They both came out through a gap in the fence. "Wait, what the duck?" I said, audibly confused. "What?" Michael asked. Then, suddenly, in the distance we heard some sort of shriek, and sudden, heavy footsteps pounding towards us. We all turned and ran back, and when we could see Michael's house again, I turned to see what was in close pursuit of our group. A large, skinny creature, around 9 feet tall and completely black. Its eyes were completely white apart from black pupils. I screamed, and we poured into Michael's front door, slamming and locking it. Whatever the thing was, it slammed into his door a few times and ran back into the forest. 1 or 2 hours later, it had to have been around 12 a.m. now, we enlisted the help of Michael's brother to go search for whatever the creature was, armed with kitchen knives and flashlights. Peter, however, refused to go. We were gone for around 30 minutes, and when we returned, Peter was sobbing. I asked him what was wrong. Between his sniffles as he calmed down, I made out that he had heard tapping on all of the downstairs windows in patterns of 6 almost the entire time we were gone. He also heard scratching on the windows behind the couch he was sitting on. This freaked us all out. There were no bushes around any of Michael's windows, and no trees low enough or close enough to his house to scratch first-floor windows. We all settled down around an hour later, and after we had turned off the TV and had been lying around for a while, we all heard it. The same tapping Peter had described earlier, exactly how he described it. The tapping stopped after around 15 minutes, and then it became a frantic scratching sound. His doorknob twisted a few times. After another 10 minutes of this, The creature left. In the morning, we found scratch marks and weird thin fingerprints on all of his downstairs windows. My encounter. Believe me, a friend and I saw what would be called a dogman. We were driving down very rural roads here in Montana looking for his phone he lost a few days earlier. At the time he called me for help. He was drunk. I had a few beers, but I wasn't drunk, so I thought I'd help him. These roads are very rural, there is hardly any traffic ever except a few locals. We followed his supposed route looking for the phone he said he lost when he got out to piss and fell down. Followed these roads for 30 miles or so, then turned back. The sun was starting to set, so it's getting pretty dusky outside. Is that a word? I don't think it is, but I'm going with it. I'm still half-heartedly looking for his phone near the ditch in the road. There were a few times I thought I saw something that could be a phone, so I stopped and had him check it out. Nope, not a phone. Well, it's about 15 miles back to town, so there are about 15 miles more to go. It's damn near dark out, I have the high beams on, and I see a figure crossing the road about 30 to 40 yards ahead of us, and it's huge. At first, I think it might be an elk, which would be the most common sighting, but the figure is not moving like an elk. Then I consider moose. They have a gangly appearance and move in an unusual way, but they are rarely spotted in my area. It has happened but very rarely. So now I'm considering the possibility of a bear. It moves like a bear, but it is far too large to be a black bear. Grizzlies are almost unheard of in this part of the state, although they have been spotted occasionally. It is extremely rare, making the sighting a very, very cool experience for me. But then this thing does something that just blows my ducking mind. Keep in mind all this is happening really fast, so my mind is trying to explain logical reasons to myself while this thing lumbers across the road. When I say lumber, I don't mean it's clumsy, it moves in a very methodical and very fluid motion. This damn thing gets to the edge of the road, stands up on two legs, and walks into the ditch like a person would. Once again, very fluid-like. I've seen bears walk on two legs. There is even a bear in Colorado somewhere that does this all the time, and it looks pretty creepy, to be honest, but this was not a bear. I repeat, this creature was not a bear, at least not one that I've ever seen. It could have been the height of or taller than a grizzly standing on its hind legs, but from my estimation it would have had to have been quite a bit taller for what it did next. It walked down into the ditch and up the other side and casually walked over the 4.5-5 foot fence like we would walk over a short picket fence for a garden. And when it walked over said fence, it stared back at us. I could clearly see the side profile of the head as it was turning to look at us. It looked nothing like a bear. It looked like a ducking wolf head, except it was 2 to 3 times as large. The arms were far too long to be bear arms and did not have as much fur, or girth that looked like fur, I guess. I could swear I saw long fingers with claws at the end of each arm. Its movement, the way it glanced at us, and its overall appearance all screamed werewolf to me. I have never seen anything like it. However, I hope to encounter it again. I didn't feel scared while seeing it, nor did I feel scared afterward. It just seemed like an extremely rare and unique experience. But the way it moved into the ditch and crossed the fence screams to me, this is not an animal that is a quadruped. This creature is a very unique animal. After it was all over and it disappeared into the darkness on the other side of the fence, my friend looked at me and asked if I had seen that. I said, yes, explain to me what you saw. He did, and it was almost the exact description of what I had considered as well. I asked him what he thought it was. And he said, these are his words, not mine, werewolf, and then chuckled a bit. But that was my exact thought as well. I conducted some research and found numerous sightings of werewolves and similar creatures around the world. There are even quite a few in the US. As such, the first sighting, or actually documented sighting, of a werewolf was in Minnesota, I believe. They didn't call it a werewolf but a dogman. And I firmly believe that I have seen one. Like I said, I wasn't scared. It didn't seem malevolent in any way, it was just going about its business. If anything, it just seemed curious when it looked at us. Anyways, this is my story. I really don't think anyone will believe it, but I decided I'd share with my favorite community. Thank you for listening to my story. Hellhounds in Oregon. This was right about a year ago. Let's first clarify a few details. I was living on 44 acres of mountain land. There are several buildings on the property, but the main two are, currently, my parents' house and their guest house. They are only 20 feet apart, or about the distance of a single-lane gravel road. I was in my parents' house, cooking something. My house was the guest house. It doesn't have a kitchen or anything, so I used my parents' house for cooking, showering, and stuff. No one but myself was living on the property at the time. Okay, on to the story. I was cooking. I had heard the house shake. I'm not sure how to otherwise explain it, but it sounded like the corner of the house shook. Kind of like a dog that had just shaken off after getting out of water. Well, coincidentally, there is a creek right next to the house. So, I walk into the living room from the kitchen on my way to the front door to check what's going on. I don't see anything. I looked outside and didn't hear anything moving. I was about to close the door, and the cat came in. Strange, I thought. But at the same time it didn't faze me too much. It's a cat. They come in at all hours of the night. Well, sooner than later my food was done, and I wanted to go back to my house so I could watch TV. As I was walking across the road, I noticed a figure to my left. So I turned to look at it, and there stood this 5-foot-tall German Shepherd. Ears stood straight up and were about shoulder high on me, and I'm 5 feet 11 inches, standing regularly, like a dog would. But its eyes glowed red. It was a complete silhouette of the animal, so I didn't see any features, but it had the build of a German Shepherd. It didn't move. It just stared at me, 10 feet away from me. I darted into my house to grab my shotgun, and I came back outside to find it was gone. No sound, no signs of movement. Just gone. I fired off a couple rounds in case it was still around somewhere, but it was gone. My parents want me to believe it was a coyote, but coyotes aren't built that beefy. This thing was huge and buff. Like a buff pit bull bred to kill and a tall Great Dane. Most accurate description of the animal: glowing red eyes, vertical pointed ears, a thick head round like a pit bull but with a German Shepherd shape, and a thick body, 2.53. I was unable to see anything below its chest. I was too focused on its eyes. But it did look as if it had legs and was standing on the ground. It was unnaturally still. I need to know what I heard in the woods. Okay, so for my boyfriend's birthday in a couple of days, we decided to go camping in a state park with a cave that we checked out earlier that day. We go to the tour, and everything is great and feels magical. We leave and check out some other stuff in town, and it's completely perfect. The town was so perfect that my boyfriend and I joked that it could have been a scene from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. We just felt like there was no way this town was perfect. So after checking out town and grabbing a few other essentials, we go to set up camp. This is backcountry camping. Our site is about 0.75 miles into the woods with trails throughout. Other than a slight eerie feeling, as if someone was watching us, everything is normal. We assumed it was simply the experience of being in a new campground alone. Around the time the trail's close and everybody except the campers has to leave, we hear a scream. It sounded like a child screaming, but in a deep and guttural voice that neither of us had ever heard before. We both camp often and are familiar with the animal sounds in our area, even researching more after leaving safely. My boyfriend and I were both confused by the sounds, so he jokingly hollered back. Shortly after, a few bird noises were heard, followed by an owl flying over our heads, and then a crow flew overhead from the direction where the owl had gone. After another hour or so, it was getting dark quickly, and my boyfriend and I were trying to build up the fire to keep it burning for more than 5 uninterrupted minutes. Then once it is completely dark, we start hearing branches break coming closer to us, and we're beating on pots and pans trying to scare it off, and we already have a fire giving off some light, but only in the areas that are cleared out. We could only see about 10 feet in any direction, but the sound of branches breaking grew closer and closer to us, progressing very slowly. Over the course of 15 to 20 minutes, they moved only about 5 feet nearer. It is important to note that it never moved away, despite our attempts to scare it off by throwing more lighter fluid onto the roaring fire, which only seemed to encourage it to come closer. My boyfriend and I each had a machete and a knife, respectively, and we quickly grabbed the wallet and car keys from the tent before running the 3/4 mile back to the car. Once we left our site and got onto the trail, we didn't hear any more of the loud noise. We still heard more little animals scurrying, but nothing compared to what was happening at the site. So any help on identifying what the heck was out there would be greatly appreciated. Monkey-like creatures seen in house. So this past Tuesday night I was at work with a friend of mine. It was just the two of us, and I asked her if she believes in the paranormal. She says yes and tells me she actually grew up in a haunted house. So I asked her to tell me about it, and she said she and her sister shared a room growing up, and she slept on the top bunk. At night, they would see monkey-like creatures come out of their closet and roam around their room. They were tall enough when they stood on the floor, their eyes were perfectly level with the edge of the bed, and she would sometimes see them staring at her from the foot of the bed. I asked her if she meant they were something like what you'd imagine a Sasquatch to be, and she said yes, while giving me a look that told me she was just as confused about it as I was. She swears her brother and sister also saw the creatures, and they would occasionally appear in other parts of the house. I have no reason to believe she was lying, and I feel like I have a pretty good relationship with her, so it wouldn't be for some joke. I was really just surprised because I've never actually heard of anything like this and wondered if anybody else here had. Creature stalking Cottonwood Park, CO. So, my partner and I have been having multiple very scary experiences at our favorite disc golf course. We often go to the Cottonwood Disc Golf Course to eat and play, as it's been a very comfortable, convenient place to do so. But within the past month or so, we've experienced a lot of weird and scary things that make us not want to go back alone. The initial experience we shared was, without question, the most terrifying night of my life. We went to the park to eat some calzones and relax, as usual. However, the area, although lit normally, seemed darker than usual and 100% silent. My partner then felt extremely uneasy and silently watched as they locked the doors. Eventually, they spotted some kind of fabric in the right mirror, outside the car, flapping around. Feeling immediately unsettled, they tried to focus on other things. I was oblivious to the entirety of this until I saw the same piece of fabric flapping outside as well, and a wave of intense dread and unease washed over me. Without questioning a thing, we drove away as fast as we could. The feeling didn't leave until the next morning, and we drove for several hours to try to escape it. Driving close to downtown was the only thing that provided even slight relief until we left the area again. We felt watched within our bedroom the entire night afterwards. Eventually, while thinking on the experience, they got what they described as a flash of the creature's face, and they were too frightened to describe it. A couple of weeks later, after calming down from the adventure, I had seen a very tall, pale yet dark-skinned creature, almost as if it were oily. It had concerningly long arms and an unsettling appearance. Somehow rough? It's difficult to explain. I also caught a glimpse of its face while driving away, which was very unsettling. But my partner didn't seem to notice, so I kept quiet about the whole thing. And just tonight, while disc golfing, they saw some sort of long-armed humanoid watching us from the darkness of the woods surrounding us. We finally discussed the faces we each saw, and our descriptions matched exactly. A pale face with dark eyes, a wide mouth that could be understood as smiling, with bits of skin connecting the top and bottom lips, and a rough but oily complexion. We're mostly sharing this to find out more information on it, as no story we've listened to has matched our description exactly, and we want to know if anyone has seen something at this park or has had similar experiences. I'm not sure what I saw. This happened when I was a teenager. This occurred in the Broken Straw Valley area in Pennsylvania. That is right outside of the Allegheny National Forest area. I have persistently searched for any reported incidents in this area. I have never seen any accounts specifically about this area. I had snuck out of the house, so it was at least 11 p.m. I got to my friend's house, and we were going to drink. Their dad stayed home from work that night, so our plans were foiled. So I snuck around their house and went back along the tree line to get back home. I got on the other side of the tree line, and that's when I saw it. It was white and humanoid. I started running as soon as I saw it. But it started running along with me as it stayed right outside of the tree line. I was running near an elementary school. There was a good-sized field in between it and the tree line, there was a full moon out, and I swear it shimmered in the moonlight. I ran the rest of the way home, and it didn't follow me. So I'm not sure it was a crawler, but every description of what a crawler looks like is the only thing it looks like to me. The McNeely-Cronin tracks. The McNeely-Cronin tracks are believed to be footprints left by the Yeti. Jeff McNeely and Ted Cronin were part of a team of biologists conducting a 2-year survey of wildlife in the upper Barun Kola of Nepal. And they find a long line of tracks outside their tent in the morning that they follow for miles and photograph. The tracks are not attributable to any known wildlife in Nepal. They even went on to publish a paper on their findings at Cambridge. The tracks give me pause because I find it difficult to believe a group of scientists mistook the tracks for a bear or hoaxed them. Here is Ted's retelling of the discovery. On the 17th, accompanied by 2 Sherpa assistants, Howard and I emerged on a high alpine ridge connecting to Konglala. The weather was beautiful, with a clear sky and warm sun. The icy summit of Mukalu dominated the horizon to the northwest. In the late afternoon, we discovered a depression in the ridge at about 12,000 feet, a flat place with firm snow that would be suitable for camp. The area was small, less than half an acre, a completely clear snowfield unmarked by animal prints. The slopes on the side of the ridge were precipitous, falling several thousand feet to the Barun River on the north and the Kasuwa River on the south. We made camp, pitching 2 light tents, had dinner around an open fire, and retired just after dark. The evening was calm. Shortly before dawn the next morning, Howard climbed out of our tent. Immediately, he called excitedly. There, beside the trail we had made to our tents, was a new set of footprints. While we were sleeping, A creature had approached our camp and walked directly between our tents. The Sherpas identified the tracks, without question, as Yeti prints. We, without question, were stunned. We immediately made a full photographic record of the prints before the sun touched them. Like the conditions Shipton had encountered, the surface consisted of crystalline snow, excellent for displaying the prints. These conditions were localized to our camp area and were the result of the effects produced on the depression by the sun and winds of earlier days. The prints were clearest in the middle of the depression, directly beside our trail, where some 10 to 15 prints, both left and right feet, revealed the details of the toes and general morphology of the creature's foot. Some of the right footprints were actually on our previous trail, making them difficult to interpret. Other prints of the right foot were distinct. The prints measured approximately 9 inches long by 4¾ inches wide. The stride, or distance between individual prints, was short, often less than 1 foot, and it appeared that the creature had used a slow, cautious walk along this section. The prints showed a short, broad, opposable hallux, an asymmetrical arrangement of the toes, and a wide, rounded heel. These features were present in all prints made on firm snow. Most impressively, their close resemblance to Shipton's prints was unmistakable. We then proceeded to explore the rest of the trail left by the creature. By the direction of the toes on the clear footprints, I determined that the creature had come up the north slope. Because the north slope received less sun, it was covered by very deep snow, and the tracks consisted of large punch holes in the snow revealing little detail. I descended several hundred yards, but the heavy snow made walking impossible, and I was forced to cling to the slope with my hands. The creature must have been exceptionally strong to ascend this slope in these conditions. From a vantage point, I could look down the trail, which continued to the bottom of the valley in a direction generally perpendicular to the slope, but there seemed little advantage in climbing farther down, and I returned to the top of the ridge. From our camp, the tracks continued out onto the south slope, but here the increased exposure to the sun had melted most of the snow, and there were bare patches of rock and alpine scrub, which made following the trail extremely difficult. We walked farther up the ridge towards Kong Ma La to get a view of the trail from above and discovered what appeared to be the prints of the same creature coming back onto the top of the ridge. They crossed back and forth several times. At this location, the ridge was covered with low bushes that allowed deeper snow to accumulate, resulting in the prints appearing as confused punch holes. The trail then went back down onto the south slope, and I attempted to follow but then lost the prints on the bare rock and scrub. The slope was extremely steep, and searching for the prints was arduous and dangerous. We realized that whatever creature had made them was far stronger than any of us. This remains one of my favorite pieces of cryptid evidence. Butler County, Pennsylvania. Sightings of winged creatures. On March 21, 2011, I was contacted by a witness who reported having an encounter with a very strange creature during the early morning hours of March 18, 2011. The incident occurred on a rural road in Butler County between Chicora and East Brady. The witness, a businessman passing through the area, stated that this was the freakiest thing I ever saw, and it made the hair stand up on the back of my neck. The man told me that he was driving down the road when, from about a 1/4 mile away, he observed something on the right side in a grassy area. His first thought was that it was a deer. The driver stepped on the gas to move closer to get a better view. At a distance of about 50 yards, he caught sight of a seemingly hunched creature that abruptly rose to its feet. The driver then observed a very tall, muscular creature. At this point, the driver had his high beams on and watched as the creature walked in front of a yellow reflective road sign, then crossed the 2-lane road in 3 long steps and continued into a wooded area. What he saw was a humanoid figure that stood at least 8 feet tall that appeared to have smooth, leather-like skin that was of either a darker tan or light brown color. The creature never looked at the witness and was only observed from its side. The head appeared to be flat in the front section and then rounded out. At the top back of the skull, it was like one of those aerodynamic helmets. The top was not quite a point but looked like a ridge on top of the head. The face was flat, and the eyes were not clearly defined, but the man thought that they might have been pointed in the corner. The left ear observed was long, flat, and angled upwards and backwards, resembling a flap. The arms were muscular and a little longer than a human's. The hands looked more like a claw, but the number of fingers was unclear. One physical trait that stood out was the extremely muscular legs. The witness stated that it was difficult to explain, but the legs did not move like that of a human and looked like they bent backwards. The witness also saw what appeared to be wings on its back, which were tucked into its body, with the wing tips extending toward the side of its head. No unusual sounds or smells were noticed during the observation, which was estimated to have taken about 7 to 8 seconds. The creature vanished from view as the motorist approached the spot where it had entered the woods. The next day the witness decided to drive back to the location of the encounter to look for any evidence. The ground conditions were not suitable for tracks, and nothing was found. The witness did, however, measure the road sign that the creature had walked in front of. The sign was just over 8 feet high, and the head of the creature was estimated to have reached about 4 inches above it. Later sightings were reported to other investigators. Since that initial report of this strange encounter, it has been learned that other local residents from that same area also reported seeing a similar unknown creature. Dan Hagman, director of Baru, Butler Organization of Research on the Unexplained, also received several reports from that same time period and general location. The following are some of the Baru summary reports on these incidents. March 26, 2011, Keppel's Corner, 2 witnesses were driving to Butler when they witnessed a dark tan, 8-foot-tall winged entity. The face appeared smashed in. It had a muscular body and a head that went to a point. The arms were long, and it appeared to have claws for fingers. When it crossed the road, it seemed to lope with each stride. The witnesses stopped the car in shock and sat there until another car came and they had to move. The witness is willing to take a lie detector test to prove what he saw. March 2011, East Brady, a witness was riding his motorcycle 2 miles past a custard stand and saw a large animal. It was bent over as if looking for something. As the witness got to within 75 feet of the creature, it stood up. It was at least 8 to 9 feet tall, and the arms hung down below its knees. The skin looked like leather, and it was very dark. It had a pointed head and eyes that were swept up in the corners. It was very muscular and looked like it had wings on the side of its head. It also appeared angry. The creature then bolted into the woods. The witness stated that if anything, it was straight from hell, and it needed to go back. March 2011, Rimmersburg, 2 witnesses had just left the ice cream stand headed for Rimmersburg and noticed something crossing the road. They came to within about 35 feet of the creature. They stated that it was at least 9 feet tall and had dark brown skin, long arms, and broad shoulders. It had a pointed head, flat forehead, and pointed ears and what appeared to be wings on its back. The body was extremely muscular, and there were 4 finger-like claws on each hand. The eyes were squinted but swept upwards at the corners. As the creature turned, the whole body would turn. The movement of the arms was not normal. The mouth looked like a slit. The wings looked like see-through mesh and resembled wings on a bat. The claws were a deep black color. The witness stated that this thing was straight from hell. There is information coming in that a similar creature has been reportedly seen again in the same general areas of Butler County since about mid-July of 2012. Rumors circulate that campers and others have witnessed a strange, large winged creature. My encounter with a large canine creature. I wanted to share an experience I had with something that I couldn't explain. Here goes. This was around 2 or 3 years ago. I live on the corner of an intersection that includes the main road of my neighborhood, so there's a street lamp there, but it's a pretty dim orange light. It shines a bit into my backyard. My house faces the other street of the intersection, with the main road to its right. On the side of my house there is a gate to the backyard, and along the fence sit our trash cans. It was late one night, and I decided to take out the trash so that my father wouldn't have to take it out for pickup the next morning before he left for work. I walk out of the front and make my way towards the back, and I open the gate, toss the bag in the can, and walk back. For some reason I choose to look back up as I close the gate, and as soon as I do, I see this huge black figure. It slowly comes into focus from the shitty street lamp, and it has large fangs, glowing red eyes, black skin/fur, and this ominous black smoke surrounds it. This ducker looked like someone shaved a Saint Bernard, gave it steroids, clipped its ears and tail, and ripped off its lips. It looks up at me and flares its nostrils. I took the duck off back inside and shut the door and locked it. My mom sees I'm visibly shaken and asks what's wrong. I told her I just saw a dog, and she thinks nothing of it. I have never been so terrified in my life, and it was something that I won't forget. I have many times since then snuck out into my backyard in the middle of the night for whatever reason, but I haven't seen that ducking thing since. A part of me does, and the other doesn't. What are you guys' thoughts? White wolf with red eyes. I was driving home from work yesterday, late at night, around 10 p.m., when I encountered what appeared to be a white wolf with red eyes, smiling at me. I live out in the rural areas, and it is very common to see stray dogs roaming the roads and forests out near the house. But this one stood out. It was crossing the road as I drove past, and it stopped and looked at me. I only saw it for a second or two because I kept driving, but it appeared to be either a wolf or a hybrid dog/wolf, white, with red eyes, his/her mouth opened and smiling at me. I saw a lot of sharp teeth, and at first I felt the eyes were reflected by my car lights, but But as I drove past and the lights faded from the wolf/dog's eyes, they stayed red. There was something inherently creepy about this animal/being, as it sort of glowed, aka stood out from the background of reality. It sent a chill down my spine, and I was creeped out further by the fact that there was mist/fog in the area. This is normal after a lot of rain, but we haven't had a lot of rain in that area recently. So, it was extra spooky. I did some Googling and found the being might be a sort of ghost dog seen in Celtic and British mythology. But the extra spooky part is when I got home with my dash cam in hand to show my boyfriend the footage. The dog in the video looked like it was part brown and white, like a regular dog, despite being mostly blurry on top of that. Either way, the animal in the dashcam footage did not look like the wolf/dog I spotted in person. People saw wolves sometimes appear to have red eyes due to cameras and lights, but this didn't even show up a wolf on the camera. And the eyes stayed red after the lights fell off of it. It left me ultimately unnerved, especially when I had to stop the car to get the mail at a very dark street corner before the house. Has anyone had experience with these beings/animals? My great-grandmother and grandmother told me tales of creatures, gnomes, tepas, from rural Mexico. My great-grandmother, who is currently 90 years old, as well as my grandmother and her sister, told me these tales. These events occurred many years ago, during the teenage years of my great-grandmother and the early childhood of my grandmother and her sister. These stories take place in rural Mexico. My family lived on a ranch back when there were barely any cities, just a couple of houses. This meant that there was no access to electricity, communication, roads, or any other modern amenities. Gnomes, essentially, the ranch where my family lived was located right next to a river, and the other houses nearby also relied on this river for many resources. My grandmother told me that these gnomes came from up the river and closer inland, an area that had been completely uninhabited for hundreds of years, which is why people believe these creatures were able to live there. These gnomes were about the size of a small child, and they were mischievous but not evil. In fact, it was known around the village that these gnomes loved children and would always play with them. Over the years their presence became normal, and people just accepted that they were living and seeing tiny people all of the time. My great-grandmother told me that she played with them when she was a child, and when she grew up and had my grandmother and her sisters, the gnomes were still around. These gnomes would enter houses at night to play with children, and on one occasion, they entered and gave gifts to my grandmother, who was in her crib as she had just been born. When my great-grandmother woke up and saw the crib, she noticed multiple stones from the river surrounding it, along with some piles of dirt and other items also from the river. People from all around the village would have different stories of these gnomes. Sometimes they would get up on horses when someone was riding them, and even at night you could hear them in your roof, and you could also hear them laughing. I don't remember my grandmother telling me if they had names or anything. They just referred to them as duendes, so like gnomes/little people/goblins. When I asked what happened to them and where they are now, they told me that after some years and after the world started to change, they just stopped appearing to them. The tepas, I will first tell you the story that they told me, and then I will describe and talk about this thing. So basically a relative of my grandmother who also lived near the ranch was walking next to the river at dawn because he was going to go fish. As he was walking down the river, he saw a woman in the distance on the other side of the river. He described her as a beautiful woman with a perfect body and a white dress and long black hair, but he could only see the back of her. As he got closer, he thought that it was someone that he knew, so he started shouting to say hello and calling out her name, but she was not responding. As he got closer and closer, she finally turned around, and when she did, he saw that her face was actually a human skull. This guy screamed and was so scared that he fainted and was later found unconscious. He was taken to a hospital and was treated, but for many weeks he had a fever, and he was always scared. This entity had traumatized the man merely by its gaze. And as the years passed, more and more people had experiences with these women, or as my family called them, tepas. Some residents near the ranch occasionally saw them walking upstream, sometimes in pairs, leading to the belief that they also lived further inland like the gnomes. I have heard various accounts concerning these creatures. However, I remain uncertain as to whether I believe them or not. I never met these creatures, but I find it odd that people from different cultures describe them the same way, even though they can't communicate what they see globally. Additionally, when my great-grandmother and grandmother shared these stories with me, I could see in their eyes and hear in their voices that they were not lying. At the very least, they genuinely believed they had seen these creatures and that they were real. Northern Ontario creature. I was about 3 to 4 years old, so this would have been 2006-07, but I was up north for a family wedding. It was one of my mom's cousins, but the family is very connected, so they invited most of the family. Anyways, the family and friends were inside the hotel partying, and I was sitting by the lake fishing with my grandpa. It was getting very dark, with just a tiny bit of light over the trees at this point when my uncle called my grandpa inside. So I was sitting alone holding a fishing rod, and I heard a lot of commotion down the shoreline in the woods, and then I saw a very tall, probably 15 to 20 feet tall, extremely lanky creature that seemed mangled and looked like it was dying, but it was not, and it had deer-like antlers. I stared at it for a few seconds, then realized that it was a terrifying monster, not a moose. Overcome with fear, I ran inside and didn't tell anyone. Does anyone have any similar stories or an explanation? I cannot find anything online. American GIs in the Vietnamese jungle told stories of 6-foot-tall humanoid primates that would stalk and attack them, then disappear into the night. Who, or what, were the rock apes of Vietnam? The Vietnam War is one of the most iconic and traumatizing conflicts in the modern history of the American military. Returning veterans from the war would tell hundreds of stories about the people and things they saw while there. But one common recounting of the war has never been satisfactorily explained: the apparent presence of a gigantic race of hostile primates in the jungle, which has never been corroborated by historians or scientists. The jungle of Vietnam in the 1960s was as deep, dark, and remote as it is today. As the war intensified and more American soldiers found themselves deployed into the depths of the jungle, so too did more stories develop that there was something else living in the trees with them. Many GIs returned with harrowing reports that it was not just enemy Viet Cong who were attacking them. Soldiers described hostile encounters with a humanoid race of ape-like creatures dubbed rock apes. They were anywhere from 4 to 7 feet tall when standing upright. They had a stoutly built body and muscular physique. Their stomachs were protruding, and their bodies were covered in dark red hair, except for the feet, knees, hands, and face. And finally, they were extremely hostile. The name rock ape was given to them because they would hurl boulders at any soldiers they encountered, rocks that were sometimes 300 to 400 pounds in weight. Even worse, they moved stealthily through the forests and were completely unfazed by humans, oftentimes coming almost face to face with a soldier before he even realized they were there. The following is an account by Corporal Alfonso Villarreal, who was interviewed in 2017. Off in the distance, he and his comrades saw what looked like a large medicine ball moving toward them through a ravine. The object kept moving toward them until it was right up on the end of a rifle. The Marine tapped the thing. And the thing started screaming, yelling, waving its arms all over, and running away. It was a baby rock ape, Villarreal said. Rock apes are indigenous to Vietnam's hills and rocky areas. Then on top of the steep sides of the ravine came large boulders, some maybe weighing 300 to 400 pounds. The boulders were coming from the rock apes' adults. Later, the adult apes were coming down the path toward the platoon. They were dauntless. They were like gorillas, Villarreal said. And they had 4 to 5 inch fangs. We had to shoot them. I think there were about 17 of them, he said. The little rock ape was not among the dead rock apes. I've never seen anything like it, he said. GIs encountered these primates everywhere during the war and over the course of multiple years. One particular mountain on the Sun Tre Peninsula had so many sightings that it was dubbed Monkey Mountain. So what exactly were these creatures? A few theories have been postulated. Orangutans? Initially, commanders dismissed reports of these creatures as misidentified orangutans. The problem here is twofold. Firstly, the rock apes were consistently sighted in groups, whereas orangutans are solitary animals. And moreover, there are no known orangutans in Vietnam. The last known group of orangutans in the area is thought to have become extinct 1,000 plus years ago. And despite Vietnam being combed over by scientists and biologists and zoologists for decades doing various forms of research, no new species of still existing orangutan has ever been discovered here, except in the stories of American GIs. Gibbons. The gibbon is a type of monkey that still indeed does exist in the Vietnam jungle, so could the stories be a garbled recollection of encounters with these? They do live in social groups and can be threatening. However, the average weight of a gibbon is 20 pounds. This does not square at all with the consistent stories told by soldiers that the creatures were hundreds of pounds and over 6 feet tall. Enemy soldiers? The Viet Cong were known to camouflage themselves very well and would sometimes present themselves as wild as possible to scare the enemy American soldiers. Perhaps the sightings of so-called rock apes were really just encounters with hostile troops concealing themselves in jungle wear? This seems unlikely though, given the detailed description of the primates and the fact that many primates were described as being very small, aka young offspring. Moreover, the apes themselves confronted and attacked the Vietnamese. General Hoang Minh led an expedition in 1974 with the aim of capturing one of these apes alive. This would make no sense if the rock apes were Viet Cong. Bullshit? With any cryptid sighting, we must entertain the notion that the stories are either completely made up by later writers looking to tell a scary story or, at the very least, exaggerated. However, this theory is undermined by the fact that actual interviews from Vietnamese veterans attest to their encounters with the rock apes. This is evident in the above-mentioned interview with Veer al. So what was it? What is the identity of the humanoid creature that silently stalked American GIs at night in the Vietnamese jungle from atop trees and caused so much panic and terror when it descended to attack them? With the war long over and traffic in the jungles decreasing as a result, we may never know. I and my 3 friends encountered a cryptid of some sort. It has been a few days since this encounter initially happened. On Thursday night, we all decided we wanted to go for a walk down to the creek and wooded area right down the street. It was about 10 o'clock when we walked out the door. It was an eerie night, which is odd for my neighborhood. As we made it to the creek, one of my friends and I both became extremely confused and discombobulated. I didn't know where we were or where we were going, which is odd since I grew up going to this creek. As we continued our walk, it just felt like everything was spinning around me, and that's when my older brother saw it. While we were somewhat huddled together, my brother mentioned that he felt compelled to look behind him. At that moment, he saw a fog or mist floating in and out of his view. He described that the third time it came around, he could distinctly see a white deer skull with white antlers. He said that the mist was like the body of this deer. As soon as my brother saw this deer, all 4 of us simultaneously experienced the most primal feeling of fear I have ever had. We all got this feeling with no word spoken. We all now knew we had to leave. We continued back down the path as fast as possible without running. I was still feeling very discombobulated and terrified. As we walked to find the entrance/exit of the path, I thought we had walked past it. This entrance is a zigzag-like pattern made out of wood posts. As we walked, I looked to my left and saw this path. The group still walked on. Right as I was about to direct the group to the path, I quickly went to catch up with them. To my surprise, we had made it to the real exit. In this creek, there is only one entrance, which is also the exit. Anyway, we walked back to the house with our hair standing on end. One of our friends who was with us was taking pictures. So, after we got inside and locked all the doors, we wondered if he had caught anything on camera. He showed us a picture that depicted a blue light resembling the chest or center mass of a being. This picture drew us all in. It felt like my peripheral vision was gone, and we all focused on this black picture. I don't know what it was or what it could have been. I live in South Lake Tahoe, so are there any clues as to what it was? Let me know. Thank you. I was wondering if you guys could help me ID something my friends and I saw one night about 5 years ago because I'm tired of searching forums and finding nothing that really looks like what we saw. My friend Steven's family owns property, I'd say about 50 acres, in Elkhart, Texas. Usually we go up over summer and winter break to ride ATVs and just get away from Houston for a bit. A little info, Steven has an uncle who lived at one end of the property, and he was the black sheep of the family, big beard, Vietnam vet, hoarded tractors, sheet metal, trash, and American pickers type shit. He has around 6 dogs that just kind of run around the property and hang out, and while they look a little underfed, none of them look emaciated. Anyways, Uncle B, we'll call him Uncle B, used to kind of freak out every time on the first day we would come up to the farmhouse, which is understandable because I don't think Steven's parents ever called ahead. He just thought we were trespassers, but after speaking with Steven's parents each time, everything was alright. This turned into a huge joke within our friend group, which, combined with Uncle B's tendency to randomly drive across the property at like 2 a.m. and drive into town for some reason, led us to stay up late every night and look out the window of the farmhouse and try to spot crazy Uncle B as he was leaving at like 2 a.m., and his pack of dogs that would follow his truck, and then go hide in the back room. Paranoid kid shit, ha. We engage in this activity every night during our visits, and he typically drives out at that time. One night though, I think it was on our 4th annual trip to the farm, I was assigned window watch. We were just hanging out, playing board games and stuff like that since it was like 2 a.m. and Steven's parents were asleep. I get bored and decide to peek out the window. What I saw has still kind of stumped me to this day. At first I thought I was looking at one of Uncle B's dogs, but the creature I saw was much too thin. It looked like a greyhound, but even thinner and more starved. The creature was crouched in a position that no dog would adopt, resembling the way Spider-Man squats on the edge of a building, with his hands in front and knees raised outward. I thought it was sitting in front of a dead tree, but upon further inspection, I realized the thing had very thin, branch-like antlers on top of its goddamn head. Its eyes were red, but not super glowing or anything. It was solid light gray/silver, with no black patches, spots, or anything else, and you could see its ribs. It was just sitting crouched, staring back at me through the window. I immediately called Stephen and our friend Brandon over to look at this thing. Stephen exclaimed, "Is that a dog? Wait, what the hell is that? What the hell is that?" I remember Brandon grabbing every pocket knife we had in the room. Even Stephen's sister was confused. None of us could explain what the duck that thing was. The scariest part was, none of us really remember what happened after that. There was no Brandon, grab the camera, let's film this and put it on that Monster Quest TV show. There was no Stephen, let's wake your parents up, or let's go outside and investigate this thing. All of us just kind of remember saying, "Oh, that's weird," and then all of us going to bed. I don't think any of us felt like we were in danger at the time. The next day, we didn't really discuss the incident, but after spending a few days back in Houston, we all expressed confusion and tried to recall what had happened afterward. None of us woke up feeling any different or had physical damage. I don't remember dreaming that night, though, if that helps. To this day, my friends and I don't really discuss the subject unless someone at a party asks about it. Most people don't believe us, and the ones that do say it was probably a Wendigo, but aren't Wendigos supposed to be aggressive and evil? If you guys could help me ID this thing, that would be wonderful. Can someone tell me what I saw? About a year ago I went camping with some friends, about 6 of us, and we went for a walk around sunset, and I walked ahead of the group about 5 to 10 minutes. I stopped in a clearing that was on a hill to wait for them to catch up. I was looking around at the sun going through the trees when I saw something staring at me, peeking its head out from a tree. It had red or yellow eyes, its head looked like a log or stump. It stared at me, and I at it, for about 30 seconds before realizing I could see it ducking back out of view. My friends got there about the same time as I looked at them and turned back. It was walking away from me. It was tall and thin, its skin looked like bark, and it had long arms and hands like sticks. It walked into the dark. I told them what I saw. They told me it was an owl and made fun of me for being scared because of a bird. I have not gone in the woods since. Should I be scared? The experience has been haunting me, and I want to understand what I saw. I don't know if the police is the place to go for this, but I would like the help. There's something in the woods near my house. My family owns a farmhouse in Ireland. It's in an extremely rural area. The house experienced some paranormal activity in the past. The living room is located directly above a path that people used to take to the beach, which led to either a church or coffin ships, among other destinations. We believe these famine victims continued to walk through the house. During the 1900s/1920s, I can't remember. My great-grandmother or my great-great-grandmother heard a noise downstairs. She rushed down to see the impossible. The Sacred Heart lamp, which is literally screwed into the wall, was ripped out. The coals and ashes from the fire had been strewn about. The room was absolutely trashed. Terrified, she rushed back upstairs and stayed there for the remainder of the night. In the morning, the room was untouched. Perfect, as if it hadn't been trashed. The house experienced many more events over the coming months, possibly years. I come from a very Catholic family, so the house was blessed. The activity only ceased when a step was built. A small pathway winds to the side of the house. A step was put next to it. So the spirits would take the path, not the house. My grandmother always told me to never remove the stone. I would go on, but there's something scarier. Something is happening right now that I fear. It's a very dense, though quite small, patch of forest. Whenever I enter, I'm filled with dread. Makes me quite frankly want to piss my goddamn pants. I never feel alone there. As soon as I smell the wretched smell of rotting flesh, I hightail it out of there because I know it's close. It felt evil and malicious, and I didn't know it had a physical body until I saw it. It was nighttime, and I was looking out the window from my room. I looked like a person. A rotting person. A corpse. It was long and gangly. And its arms looked like they had been pulled out of the sockets, and the elbows jutted out. Its legs also looked disjointed. Its skin looked gray and sort of translucent. I couldn't tell a gender, I don't think it even has one. It had a horrible sunken face. Its eyes were so sunken I couldn't see them, but I could see the light reflecting off them when it looked at me. I've never been more scared in my entire life than when we locked eyes. Not when I split my head open, not when I lost my dog. Not when I watched the news. I could properly see its face now. Its face did not have human features. Its nose, well, it didn't have a nose. 2 slits in its face were it. Its cheekbones jutted out, and it had no lips, but its mouth spread from ear to ear, and it was filled with rotted, brown, chipped, blunt teeth. My stomach dropped, and I felt physically sick, and soon afterwards, I was physically sick. I immediately shut the curtains and prayed. I prayed and prayed and prayed for what seemed like hours. I did feel better afterwards. When I left the house the next morning, it looked like an animal's claw marks outside the door. I knew it had to be real and not a dream. But to convince myself of that last little bit, I went to the edge of the forest, praying as I went. I also had holy water and rosary beads. Anything I could get my mitts on. And sure enough, there were 2 deep, inhuman footprints in the mud. I was terrified, and when I looked up, I felt its gaze again, like this time it would get me. I ran. I'm not athletic, and I'm chubby. But geez, I vaulted over a 3 feet high fence and ran up a goddamn hill to the house. I never go to the forest anymore. And a strange feeling tells me I'm safe as long as I don't go to the forest, especially at night. I don't know what's in there. I know it doesn't want me specifically. Only those who wander in too far are affected. If demons exist. This is one, and I hope y'all don't ever meet it. What would you say this creature is? I swear that there is some form of wolf man, dog man, werewolf, shapeshifter, skinwalker, or Wendigo, whatever you want to call it, living in my home province. I've heard them, and I swear I've seen them. I grew up out in a rural community, where the closest kids were a 10-minute walk away. We always had wildlife living in our backyard, from bears to coyotes, owls, foxes, and even skunks and porcupines. I was very familiar with our wildlife, as my father was a hunter and taught us the sounds and tracks and even the awful smells of the life around us. I'm 21 now and live in a large town on the outskirts of the city. I remember the first signs starting around the age of 14 to 15. I would be trying to sleep with my window open at night during the summer, and I would hear these mutilated howls, the likes of which I've never heard before, which would terrify me into slamming shut my window, closing my blinds, and locking what I could around the home. I would spend time outdoors or walking home from the bus stop and see massive paw prints or sometimes barefoot human prints on the sandy gravel road. My mom always said the awful smell was the coons in the compost bins again, but that was impossible. I began to spend less and less time out there due to feeling watched and unsafe. I didn't know what else to do. My dad left my mom, and my stepfather was a city man who thought I was simply scared to be outside because I'm a girl. There was one event 4 years ago, when I was 17. We had a family friend who had a camp 40 minutes out in the middle of nowhere, and being myself, I wanted to go and hang out with all my friends near my age. So we went. There was no cell service, no plumbing, and all electricity was solar powered. The camp had an outhouse and was located on a lake. None of my friends were present, and all the adults had gone to a nearby camp 3 sites away for drinks, leaving me with the kids aged 13 and under. Free babysitting, am I right? Anyway, to the point, I had settled in and was reading a book with my flashlight while the kids were watching a movie on their tablet. What's the point of camping if you're on your electronics? And I heard the sound of someone in the driveway, the footsteps on the gravel. I got up from my book and went to see if it was one of the adults from the group, but as soon as I stuck my head out the door, I instantly noticed an awful rotten stench. Then suddenly the sound stopped, and there was no one there. I swear I'd never felt so chilled as I did in that moment. The hair on my neck was raised, and I slammed the door shut, loudly, and locked it. That night when the adults were back, we paired up to go to the outhouse before bed. Of course, I and the family friend were the last 2 out there. I had done what needed doing and was waiting for my friend. That's when the twigs snapped and the chills were back. I saw movement. A large, dark, almost black dog-like shape was off in the tree line. I froze. It was darting around so fast I wouldn't have believed the speed if I hadn't seen it. My friend came out of the outhouse, and the latch snapped my attention from it to her. She was concerned about how pale I was, but when I tried to point it out, it was gone. Poof. We went inside, and all throughout the night I could hear howling and barks and sounds from outside. It reminded me of the whole laughter sound from hyenas. But every so often there was this awful, deep, choppy howl of a sound no coyote could make. It sounded unnatural, unlike a dying rabbit's scream or a fox's laughter. It was twisted. I tell this tale because about a year ago I was out with my now ex-boyfriend for a late-night drive along the coast, at a distance from the city. While he was driving and we were talking, we both saw something massive. It was dark, almost black in color, dog-like in structure, and there was an awful, unforgettable smell in the air. We both were shouting and sped off away from it. I convinced him it was just a black bear, but there was no way. It was far too large and thin for a bear in the late summer. I know it was that thing. But anytime I tell someone about it, I'm told I'm crazy. I'm just hearing coyotes, as we don't have wolves in our province. Should I be worried? Scared even? We live in town close to the city. I wouldn't think it would follow us here. But I can't help but feel anxious. Am I crazy? What is this thing? I had an unusual encounter with a potential cryptid. This happened a couple years ago. I don't know a lot about cryptids in general, but I don't think this was just common wildlife. It was summertime, and I was sitting outside my house for a smoke. It was right around 3 in the morning, and I live in the woods right next to a bog. I was listening to some music softly off my phone when I heard something probably 75 feet diagonal to my left. I paused my music and listened, and a few seconds later I heard a whistle, not a long whistle, but a short, abrupt whistle. I sat perfectly still waiting, and I heard it again roughly the same distance off to my right. I waited and heard the whistles a couple more times before I heard movement and promptly went inside. I live in the northeastern US, and I'm familiar with my local wildlife, having grown up in the woods, and I've never heard that sound before. I don't know what it was, but I know it wasn't a bird. My experiences in the high country have been marked by tent pokes, an awful smell, and some questions that only true witnesses can answer. I have had 3 experiences, one in northern New Mexico, Sangre de Cristo Mountains, one in southern New Mexico, Gila Wilderness, and one in the La Salle Mountains of Utah. The first was on a ridge in the deep backcountry. I had recently escaped from a substantial male black bear in a valley by scrambling across a boulder field and reaching the crest of the ridge. There, I am convinced I was being pursued by an entity, and I am certain it was not the bear. Although it terrified me and caused me to change my course and climb higher, the entity did not notice or follow me across the massive boulder field. On the ridge I could hear aggressive huffing, grunting, very strange vocalizations, and giant branches breaking. I got the duck out of there. At the time I had no idea what it was. My rationalization was that it was an elk en route. But the sounds were too weird, and do elk break branches like that to ward people off? This could have been an elk. The second was in the Gila. I was in my tent and could hear commotion outside. Once again, I persuaded myself that either a bear or a javelina could be the source of the noise. My head was against the canvas of the tent, then it felt like a hand or palm pushed my head upwards, if that makes sense. I screamed, waking up everyone in the tent. It was silent for a while, and the tent was small. This same thing happened again about an hour later. I woke everyone up. To their annoyance, I was damn near hysterical. Needless to say, I didn't sleep that night. It felt as though this thing was targeting me, just to duck with me. The third time happened during a Four Corners trip. We had just reached Moab, the foothills of the La Salle Mountains, and drove up a back road into the mountains. This place has some serious energy and weird stuff happening, mainly a lot of UFO activity, but this was about a decade ago, and I had no idea Sasquatch was even a thing. I distinctly remember this encounter for the intense, overpowering smell that enveloped me, and I also recall just knowing. I don't know what I knew, I just remember instinctively feeling that it's here. They're here. I rationalized it as a bear. I couldn't hear anything at first, until I heard loud huffing and panting and grunt-like sounds outside my tent, and then the tent started. Like it was a poke of some sort, with a massive finger. The tent just started caving in, my girlfriend screamed bloody murder, and I started punching this bear through the tent. I can't exactly remember making any contact, but whatever it was slowly and casually walked away. As if our noise and commotion were not worth its attention, or it simply lost interest. What the duck was this? Do bears smell like that? I can't even put into words how powerful it was, and the feeling I got with that smell, like I just knew. Can anyone relate? If this was this so-called Sasquatch, which I now firmly know is real, for a multitude of reasons I have arrived at this conclusion, and I won't debate its existence either. Sorry, why would it mess with people in tents like that but not attack? Could they be attempting to frighten people for their amusement? Furthermore, I felt targeted. I feel that these entities might be attracted to certain individuals, or that some people may simply be more prone to having these encounters. But why? I have had many UFO close encounters in the Southwest, some as close as 20 to 30 feet, usually with lights or plasmic volleyball orbs the size of, well, volleyballs or beach balls. Ron Moorhead described them well. They were aware of us, as we were of them. We would greatly appreciate any feedback, experiences, or helpful information. I think I was saved by a hellhound. This happened about 5 years ago, when I was still in high school. At the time, I was really close friends with a guy, let's call him Jason. I had recently told Jason about how a lot of things happen to me that are difficult to explain. We got to talking about my different encounters, and he asked me, seemingly hesitantly, if I had ever seen a demon. I said that I didn't think anything quite so sinister had ever crossed my path. Jason then explained to me that his mom was worried that something strange was happening in their house. She said she had gotten sudden chills, heard some strange noises, and had been feeling uneasy in general in the house lately. Now, at this point, I had exactly zero experience with demons or anything of the sort, so I was not aware there was anything to really worry about. I told Jason I would come over that weekend and see if anything felt out of the ordinary. A few nights later, my phone lights up at 4 in the morning. It's Jason. He says I need to come over as soon as possible because something is wrong. He said he'd been hearing scratches in the walls and had dismissed it as just a squirrel or something until that night, when the scratches started knocking. He said he could swear it was like someone was knocking rhythmically from inside the walls. I was at his house by sunrise. I was preparing myself for the worst when I got to his house. The only thing I knew about demons was what I had seen in movies. I was ready for head spinning and projectile vomit. When I got there, it was nothing. I felt nothing. Everything seemed completely normal. I went all over the house, put my ear to the walls, and even checked out the creepy basement. I felt nothing strange or sinister. I would rather not make Jason feel like an idiot, so I just gently assured him that whatever was there was gone now and that he didn't have anything to be afraid of. Secretly, I thought he had just over-exaggerated the whole thing. We all left the house for the day. Later that evening, I was back at his house for dinner. His parents went to bed, and we were in his living room downstairs, talking about nothing in particular. The conversation eventually shifted naturally to discussing his mother's suspicions. We were talking about the scratching and knocking in the walls, and we were joking around about it. You know that feeling when you're talking about something that you know you really shouldn't be talking about? The conversation just felt off, suddenly. I felt wrong for talking about it. Just a general feeling of uneasiness all around. I abruptly changed the subject. I eventually headed home around 11 p.m. Jason lives pretty far out of town, in a heavily wooded area. I was maybe halfway home, and suddenly, inexplicably, horrifyingly, a feeling hit me like a brick wall. This white-hot rage overcame me. It's difficult to describe. It was like I had passed through a fog, and on the other side, I had come out homicidal. Something was in Jason's house. And it had followed me home. I don't believe I was possessed, because I remember it all. I was definitely me, I was just this cocktail of aggression. Then, in the middle of the road, I saw what I thought at first was a wolf. The closer I got to it, the more I realized it wasn't an animal I had ever seen before. It had all the physical traits of a dog/wolf, but it was so much bigger. It had wild, black fur, and its teeth were bared. It looked simultaneously ragged and enormous. It was abnormally low to the ground. That's when I realized it was crouching. It made a dead sprint for my car, and I was too close to it to slow down in time. I knew that the size of this animal could likely cause my car to be totaled. I braced myself for a crash. I braced, and waited, and opened my eyes. And it was gone. So did whatever had followed me home. I've told this story to a few of my friends, and they all agree that it sounds like the dog I had seen was a hellhound, and it was looking for whatever had followed me home and took it back to wherever it came from. Please help, I'm being stalked by something and want to get ideas as to what it could be. We are scared. I and my friend noticed something a few months ago while driving home from a movie. My friend was driving, and she saw something dart across the road, and she describes it as tall, lanky, and very fast. After we first saw it, we both got a really bad feeling, like we needed to hide, and ever since then, over the months, we no longer feel safe leaving our homes at night and sometimes don't even feel safe inside. We will sometimes see a figure or sometimes two standing in shaded areas with little visibility just watching us, and it will often actively avoid being spotted, but recently the feeling has gotten worse, to the point of panic and genuine fear. We think it's a pair or even a group of things, given we can see or feel impending danger or figures in different places at once. I have even observed animals reacting, which makes us fairly certain that our experiences are not merely imagined. We know it avoids daylight specifically and tends to avoid streetlights. It might be because it would rather not be seen. We've had it circle the house, tap on doors and windows actively looking for a way in, and even my friend's cats will show signs of discomfort and wanting to hide. We don't know what it is, all we know is that it isn't human, and it isn't a normal animal. We have tried figuring it out on our own, but each time we get a lead, we run into something that doesn't match up with our experience and that the creature we were thinking of isn't known for doing. We're scared, and we just want to get separate opinions. Nobody believes us. But we know we are being followed/hunted. I am a resident of Indiana, about 30 minutes away from Indianapolis. This story is true, and I will try my absolute hardest to answer any questions with specific details. This all happened between June 2022 and September 2022. I know the June part because I have a video of my drunk friend Kyle at the place where this happened promising to raid a Kona ice truck with me the next day. I do lean more towards September, though, because I remember it being kind of cold and one of the last times we were going to be able to go out there that year. My friends Cy and Kyle were fishing at a Parks River that was connected to Geist and invited me and my buddy Cody out to fish with them around 8:30 p.m. Despite our lack of enthusiasm for fishing, we decided to go for fun because we all shared a strong bond. When we first arrived, they came up and said hi to us and gave a brief explanation of how the night had been so far. The gist was, the fishing was crap, but the times were good. They also casually joked about hearing movement around them, and Kyle remarked something like, "Don't worry, Sam, I'll handle it with my bare hands." Now it's been 2 years, but I'm 99% sure he made some cocky remarks along those lines. Kyle's the type of guy to say some shit like that. We all brushed it off and thought it was funny and ended up hanging around the campfire for a while. Some notable things that happened between now and when I first saw it were: 1. We did throw a dead battery from a light we had into the fire to see what would happen. I don't know if batteries cause hallucinations, but we went ahead and threw one into the fire. I don't think it explains why we all saw the same thing, even if it had some effect on us. 2. Cy drank a beer, and so did Kyle, but not me and Cody, we both are sober people. 3. We didn't catch any fish, which was lame. At around 10 p.m. we all were ready to go home because of how dark it had gotten and how bad the fishing was. We were about to start packing. Now this park has a small trail, and at the end of it is a big open lake. I thought, before we leave, let's walk to the lake and back. Everyone generally thought the hike was a good idea, and we were going to start walking once packed. While they were about 80% done packing, I decided to start ahead of them and walked approximately 300 feet down the trail until I saw a large white object move from the right side of the path to the left side further down the trail. This honestly scared the shit out of me, but I had no flashlight, and in all honesty, I thought to myself, hey, that seemed creepy as duck, but it might have been a deer, and I might just be ducking crazy, so I walked back to the group, and since I was 2 years younger than Cy and Kyle, I didn't want to mention it lest I get called a coward, which was pretty much a death sentence for my ego since at the time I was a sophomore. After they finished packing, we all got ready to walk and got a little further down on the trail than I did on my own. And then, as a flashlight shined down the trail, we saw it. Since this was 2 years ago, I don't remember everything, but here are some things I am certain I saw. It walked on all fours. Its joints didn't move when it walked. It had no fur, only pale skin. It was thin, with its spine protruding from its back like the ribs of a malnourished person, and it had a short neck and an unidentifiable face. It probably stood about 5 to 6 feet tall. It walked very fast from one side to the other and genuinely felt evil. I just called Kyle, explained this, and asked him to do his best to describe it to me. The only thing that differed in his description was that it stood on 2 legs and was a little taller. After calling Kyle, I called Cy and had him do the same. He gave a much deeper description. It walked on 4 legs but came up once and stood on the back too. It was like the front 2 legs were arms that it could also walk on. He said the creature was long. Said the joints didn't move. He also said it had no feet, kind of a nub, which I 100% remember and agree with. Skin looked like it was stretched over its body to the point you could see bones. Like wearing a shirt that's far too small. After we saw it, we all stood baffled, frozen in fear. I asked, "We all saw that, right?" And everyone said yes. Cody was behind us, so he didn't see the full thing but 100% agrees he saw a flash of white and agrees it happened. We immediately turned around and started back to the cars. Cy and I were behind, looking at where we saw it. Kyle and Cody were looking forward, leading us back to where we parked. Once we got out of the wooded trail, Cy said he saw it for a second watching us leave, stating, "It must have gone into the woods about 30 feet and kept pace with us as we left." I remember getting into my car scared as duck. Our immediate thought was that we must have seen a skinwalker, but I'm not so sure after all this time. We all firmly believe in what we witnessed, and after discussing it with Cody, Kyle, and Cy, we are certain that the events we experienced truly occurred. I live about 6 to 7 minutes away from where the event happened and am honestly terrified that one day I'll see it again. Thank you for listening. So a few years back I was playing in my backyard, picking up sticks and running around. Then suddenly my playing was interrupted by a strange sound. It kind of sounded like a laser beam in a Hollywood movie if you sped it up. I heard the noise about 3 times while I tried to locate its source. I eventually decided to look in the tree in my backyard for whatever made the noise. At first I couldn't see it because it blended in with the tree, but when I looked hard enough, I could see it. It was small, about the size of a rabbit, had claws, and had wings on its back. I ran back inside to tell my older sister what I saw, but when I took her out to see what it was gone. I assumed that me running to tell my sister might have scared it off. I would really appreciate it if you guys knew something similar to what I saw. Weird sighting from when I was younger. When I was around 14 or 15, I and my friends were playing airsoft deep in the Alabama woods, having a good time. Later on, one of our friends, we can call him H, shot my brother with a BB gun that he wasn't supposed to have, and it hurt him a bit. In a moment of anger, I began rushing toward him while firing my airsoft gun, prompting him to flee swiftly. He was a huge guy and a bit older than us, and he was in a white shirt. That part is important. We continued to play for about 30 minutes or so, and he never came back, so we started calling him and looking for him when we saw what we assumed was him about 30 or so yards in the distance, just a big white object. When we called him, or what we assumed was him, he bolted the opposite way. We decided to go back to the house to get my friend's dad to come make him quit running. When we got back to the house, he was already there and had been for nearly an hour. We were all so confused as to what we saw in the woods that day. A few years later we learned about the Alabama white thing and found it to be a huge coincidence, but I always wonder what if to this day. My grandma's encounter. This happened when I was about 2 years old, so around 1977. My grandma's cabin was out in the Cascade foothills in eastern Washington state, near, 12 miles from, the town of Twisp. It was winter, with temperatures well below freezing and around 2 to 3 feet of frozen snow on the ground. My grandfather had gone hunting recently, and the overflow that did not fit in the freezer was stored outside on the enclosed back porch, under some galvanized steel watering troughs that were upside down to protect them. Granny heard a loud crash like one of the troughs being thrown over. Grandpa hit the porch light switch, and a huge crash shook the house. He grabbed a gun and ran outside, thinking it may be a bear or something. The trough was in the yard. That was the first noise Granny heard. The second noise and house shaking turned out to be a 4x4-inch porch support pillar that got snapped in half like a twig when, whatever it was, ran straight through it. There were bare human-shaped footprints 18 inches long leading away into the dark. My dad had my mom, sister, and me there by 8 a.m. the next morning, a 5 to 6 hour drive in winter. This story has been told to me at various times of my life by my mom, dad, and grandmother, all at different times. It's always the same. My dad and grandpa followed the tracks to the river, where they lost it, because it traveled in the shallow water so as not to be tracked. The trail was littered with the wrapping in which my grandma had packaged the meat. It was not torn open, as would be expected, but apparently looked to have been carefully unwrapped. The dogs, one of which was half shepherd/half coyote, were too scared to pursue. My grandmother always mentioned the awful smell as well, which lingered around the porch area for a short while after. According to my dad, this thing was big and heavy. The footprints were sunk so deep in the frozen snow that he could not even match the depth by jumping from the porch roof. Some federal agency or investigators took the hair samples that were left on the 4x4, and I have been told that the test results showed no known animal. Keep in mind this was the late 70s, so not real high tech. I have seen the plaster casts of the footprints with my own eyes. They have always struck me as the most authentic I have seen. Not because it was my family's story, but because of the one toe. One big toe on one foot sticks out at a strange angle, like it was broken and not set correctly before it healed. That seems hard and pointless to fake, just to fool a couple living out in the woods. Especially in 1977. In Washington. Right? What do you all think about Granny's encounter with an unidentified creature? She has always been convinced it was Sasquatch. On November 20, 2011, a man, along with his girlfriend, had a frightening encounter with a strange creature outside of Troy in Bradford County, Pennsylvania. At about 11:05 p.m. that evening, they were driving onto Mud Creek Road, traveling west towards Highway 14 near Troy. As they continued down the dark road, their attention was drawn to the left side of the roadway. The man, who was the driver, saw some movement and mentioned it to his friend. The woman initially thought that a naked man was crawling on the side of the road. The driver decreased his speed, swerved his truck in the middle of the road, and directed the high beams of his headlights towards the subject. The driver stopped about 30 to 40 feet away. They soon realized that this was not a person but instead a creature that was crawling very low to the ground. As they watched, the creature moved into a squatting position with its back completely straight, somewhat like the stance of a kangaroo. The arms of the creature were held tightly to its body. What looked like long claws that resembled the talons of an eagle were easily visible. The claws were estimated to be about 8 to 10 inches long. One claw was shorter than the other three. The creature had a muscular body. The head of the beast appeared to be oversized and shaped like that of a wolf. At the top of its head were two pointed bat-like ears that looked to be about 4 to 6 inches long. The entire creature, according to the man, was covered with dull, wrinkly, dark black skin. The man described seeing large canine-like teeth in its mouth. The eyes of the creature were about the size of a silver dollar and were shiny black. The man stated that even though he had his high beams directed at the creature, the eyes did not reflect at all. The man said he looked over the body during the 12-second encounter and, for some reason, thought the creature should have wings, but none were apparent. In the squatted position, the creature seemed to be about 5 feet tall. At this point, the creature was in the left lane of the road and about 1 to 2 feet onto the pavement. The creature started to stretch its body as the couple looked on in wonder. The man said that at this point the animal started to stand up on its back legs while also falling over onto its front feet. The driver said that in this position, the creature seemed to be about 6 to 7 feet tall. The animal then fell over on all 4 legs. The witnesses observed that the front claws of the creature were now 2 feet across the center line of the highway, while the back feet remained 1 to 2 feet from the edge of the road. The creature then turns its head to the right and looks towards the vehicle. The driver told me that it looked directly at them, with a horrific expression, like it was panicked. The fellow saw it. Take a deep breath. He had the feeling that the creature didn't realize that it was being observed, and when it realized it was like it was caught doing something. Once it realized it was being observed, it leaned back slightly and then reached forward with its claws. The creature then took one tremendous leap and cleared a 7-foot embankment and moved out of sight into a wooded area. The man estimated that leap was about 40 feet long. As it was in the process of leaping, it was perfectly straight and held its front claws forward. The legs, as it was leaping, were only slightly larger than broomsticks or about the size of a walking crane and were very long. Then, just a second after the creature was gone from sight, something else odd occurred. A large bird, possibly an owl, suddenly rushed at the passenger side window, almost hitting the glass, then took off and did not return. It happened so fast they were unsure whether it was an owl or not. The witnesses indicated that this creature appeared to be changing form. The driver said, its shape was nothing like when it was squatted. The man, after the experience, went on to the internet to try to figure out what he saw and told me that the closest way he could describe the creature would be a gargoyle with no wings. The man commented, "I will never forget what we saw that night. Identify the cryptid or something else. I've lived in northeastern Pennsylvania for 7 years in coal country, rife with abandoned mines, and have had some odd encounters both here and back in NYC, but there's an elusive one I have no idea about, so any advice would be appreciated. Our porch overlooks the street with houses across from us but also a dark, nearly pitch black, patch of woods that goes up a hill. There are streetlights here, but they don't illuminate the woods, just to the far left and right of it. We were on the porch at night, and I heard something coming down the hill. I fully expected to see a deer, bear, or coyote, but it was humanoid, tall, close to 7 feet, pale AF, and wearing dark clothes that didn't fully cover its extremities. We were taken aback by it because A, the area is pitch black and rocky, and B, it had no light at all. This incident was followed by 2 more. One was of something walking across the porch awning and disappearing. I didn't hear it jump up or down, and the second was having a wolf howl outside of our bedroom window at night while we were asleep. I have spent some time in the woods and have been out at night enough to recognize the sounds and appearances of the usual wildlife. Foxes, we have red and gray here, don't howl, bears growl and roar, came pretty close to one of them, coyotes yip and howl, but it's high-pitched, and fish or cats scream bloody murder. Any ideas? Unknown creature encounter. I was around 5 years old when I was sitting in my paternal grandparents' home beside my mom and dad. I remember a 3-foot-tall upright walking creature with blue wrinkly skin. He wore a top hat and suit and also used a cane. He said, "Come play with the other children outside." Seconds later, through the open door, I saw a car speeding by. If I had gone out there like it wanted, I would have been flattened by a car. Farm boy/creature. This story might be pretty lackluster compared to the other stories that you hear, but it is still the creepiest thing that has happened to me so far. This happened 2 days ago. My half-brother Ajax and I were camping on my parents' farm. Ajax recently built a wooden cabin about 1 kilometer south of the farmhouse, and it is close to a road. So around 10 p.m. I was stargazing, but I didn't know where Ajax was. Then Ajax came back. I'm putting Ajax in speech marks because I later found out that this thing wasn't Ajax. This thing had all the features of Ajax except the eyes. The imposter's eyes were normal, per se, but they were blue when Ajax's eyes are hazel. Long story short, I ran to the road and found somebody willing to drive me back home. I normally would never go into somebody's car, but in my mind this was life or death. As soon as they dropped me off at the porch, I spotted Ajax's figure in the distance, running towards me. I got petrified for a sec, but then I saw he was the real Ajax. When we got inside and I was sharing my side of the story with him and my parents, he interrupted me at the point where I mentioned that someone who resembled Ajax but had blue eyes found me. He said that he found a bald thing instead. These were his words: "It was bald, but not an army guy bald. The skull was thick and pointed sharp at the chin like an arrow. It also had blue eyes." Now I don't know what happened, but I really want to know. I don't think I can live without knowing. There are a few theories that I don't want to tell because they are a bit personal to my family, but the most likely one is that someone who looked like Ajax came from the road to pull a prank. His companion was wearing an alien suit or something similar. I shared this here because I think you guys would believe me and possibly know what the bald thing is, and if it can transform into someone you know, like the Goat Man or something. Please tell me if you have any ideas. What in the literal hell has been stalking me? This has been happening for years. When I was 7, I moved into my current house. Now I will be moving soon, and I want to figure this out before I leave. Initially, I heard taps on my window. It was most common in late fall, winter, and early spring. And on cold mornings. And any time I took out the trash past dark, I could feel it watching silently. I could never see it, but I could feel it. My fight or flight response was triggered by the piercing sensation. I naturally chose to flee to my house and close the garage door. And not too long ago I saw a bipedal creature running. I was in the woods with my younger brother, and we booked it. The event happened in mid-fall, but I remember it so vividly. There are no bipedal animals in my area, let alone any that can run like that. I had 3 possibilities. Also, I live in northeastern Missouri. A. Our local Bigfoot, Momo, different than what you're thinking. B. Dogman C. A crawler. Any tips are greatly appreciated. Need help? There's something in the woods around my parents' house. Now, I've listened to most of the Cryptid videos, trying to put a name to the things I saw. My entire family has stories and encounters with a creature that killed my bobtail cat, and I suspect it also harmed my dog, who went missing the night we heard her barking and yelping as if she had been hit. I woke up to go to school the next day, and we never saw her again. We never found the body either. I had 2 terrifying experiences with this creature, whatever it is, and it never seemed to want to hurt me. Instead, it felt like it was just toying with me. My father's experience was with a family friend. He had come over to cook, and they were standing on the porch with the grill, smoking a cigarette with the female dog mentioned before. Suddenly he heard what sounded like a whistle that went from high pitch to low. The only way I can explain it is as if you dropped something in the air that spun, and the airflow created a spinning whistle. My dad, having barely any teeth, replicated the noise and got a response almost immediately after. My dad and his friend experimented with the sound and called out to it. My dad noted that it seemed to bounce from his left to his right, covering distances that were beyond what a human or bird could achieve. At this point they were trying to pinpoint its location at the edge of the woods while they were standing in a large open field, part of the yard. The dog had followed behind them silently, with no growls or barks, but once they had gotten to the edge of the woods, the high-pitched whistle turned into a deep gurgling growl. My dad is 5 feet 5 inches, and he said the creature's voice rose well over 8 feet in the air, maybe climbing a tree to seem taller? The dog had gotten down on the ground, her tail between her legs, growling out of fear, and took off, my dad and his friend following close behind her. My whole family had heard it multiple times only at night, but after that day, my dad didn't dare call it out and usually came inside when he did hear it again. My cat Boo Boo was only about 2 years old when she dragged herself out of the same woods. Both her back legs were broken. We took her to the vet, and she died there that night. The vet said it appeared that Boo Boo had been trampled by something with a large foot or hoof. However, we live in the middle of the woods, and the nearest people are at a trailer park that has no livestock. My dog Dibble was a 5-year-old golden retriever. I usually half wake up to turn over and pull the covers back over myself, but this time I heard Dibble barking. I looked outside the window, and I didn't see her or anything else, and the closest light was over 10 feet away at the top of a light pole. I thought nothing of it, brushing it off as her barking at the herd of deer that usually walks through at night, but then she started to growl. That's when I got worried and got up to see if anyone was up. My dad would usually get up around 3 a.m. to make himself food since he only slept for about 2 hours at a time. When I checked outside my bedroom door, all the lights were out and my parents' bedroom door was closed, so I knew nobody was outside smoking or even awake to hear her. That's when I heard her yelp as if she'd been hit by a car, and I looked out the window to still see nothing. I told my parents, and they brushed it off, but days passed, and she never showed up again, and her body was never found. My experiences always happened around the pine thicket that surrounded our 10-acre driveway. Most evenings, I would spend time with my friend until approximately 1 or 2 a.m. Since I lived in the deep south of Mississippi. The other family that lived just yards away from our trailer was racist, and most of my friends from school were black. In order to avoid drawing attention at night, my parents made me walk the driveway when dropped off. My friend had dropped me off at the end of the driveway, and I had a Samsung Galaxy 3 at the time. I had one headphone in and my flashlight on. The Samsung 3 flashlight was so weak it only prevented me from stepping on a snake. On our property to the left of me was a pine thicket that was clear enough to see the small pond resting on the other side. On the left was our new neighbor's land, which was 20 acres or more of just woods. They had recently cleared a driveway and cut down acres of trees to put a house, barn, and other structures out there. It was about 1 to 2 in the morning, and I started my normal long walk down this gravel driveway to my house. I'd gotten maybe 5 or 10 steps when I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand on end, which wasn't normal since it was summertime and not cold. I turned around and shined my light at the end of the driveway where I'd come from, and my light was so weak that I couldn't make out a figure, but I did see 2 glowing green eyes. I dismissed it as a strange-looking deer, noting that the only unusual feature was the width between its eyes. I shrugged, continued walking, and made sure to stay alert. I made sure to listen, knowing I was being watched, but I never heard any leaves crunch or gravel move. By this point I was only a few feet away from the clearing or field that was in front of my house. You could tell because there was a street light that shone onto the field. I felt my hair stand on end again, sighed, and turned, but I didn't fully turn around because the creature was now at my side. I estimated it stood 8 feet tall, as I am only 5 feet 1 inch. My flashlight caught its shining eyes again, and I could only make out that it stood like a human, but its arms came down to its knees. It seemed to be almost hunchbacked. I could only gather that detail before I turned and ran, tripping and falling flat on my face a few feet from my house. When I looked back at the tree line to see if it had followed me, I noticed it simply stood there, watching me with an almost intrigued expression. The second time I saw those green eyes, I was getting out of my boyfriend's car at the time, and he had already started to turn around in his vehicle to leave. I turned to wave at him when I saw his headlight catch a pale, long-armed creature with pointy ears and the same glowing green eyes as before. I couldn't believe my eyes because it looked like one of those cheesy vampires from a horror movie. Needless to say, I didn't go anywhere at night after these experiences, and my family came up with the theory that when our new neighbors started to clear out their land, it pushed something that had been living in their woods out of its home and into our woods. It's been a few years since we've heard it or witnessed any sign of it, but it's bugged me for many years because I seem to be the only person it wants to show itself to, and it got way too close for comfort. That night it followed me halfway home. Why won't it emerge from the wood line? Seen a large black dog, maybe a hellhound. This story comes from my girlfriend, who told me that a couple of months ago her mom was exiting an office she works at in the middle of the night when she saw an apparition. She described it as looking like a very abnormally large black dog that was staring her down in the parking lot. She reported that the dog charged at her and disappeared as it passed through her, and she never saw it again. My girlfriend's mom, who is familiar with the paranormal and has many unusual stories, recognized this latest incident as a sign of something bad. She called my girlfriend frantically, asking her to check on her grandpa, who they had been taking care of for about a year at that point, but he was okay. 2 days later, however, he passed away. This also happened to my girlfriend's grandma, mom's side, where she was outside and saw a large black dog on the roof of her house staring her down until it jumped down and vanished into her as well. Her first husband died after she received this visit from the dog. Based on the story, it seemed that the events occurred more immediately than within 2 days. The encounter was the first time I had ever heard of a large black dog figure appearing. A few hours later, my curiosity led me to search for similar experiences online, where I discovered mythology and folklore describing large black dogs and hellhounds as omens of death. It was also the first my girlfriend ever heard of that either. An invisible canine loped past me. This happened in the early 1990s. It was early March, not freezing and not yet buggy. A great day to wander a bit in the state forest near my house. I walked up a trail and found a spot with an excellent view of the trail and a couple other offshoot trails. I decided to sit for a few in a natural blind, right in the middle of the trail, with a light breeze in my face. Animal tracks littered the area. The trail and about 25 on either side had been cleared early fall the previous year, exposing minerals and salts the animals lapped up. It wasn't 5 minutes before I heard the sound of a canine loping up the trail, moving at a good pace. I expected to see it as it came up the trail. I heard it come into view, but only the sound. No visible canine appeared. My eyes locked onto the sound. I followed the sound as it came to 5 yards in front of me and slightly veered to my left, went around, and continued up the trail. Its pace didn't change. The encounter may have been 30 seconds long. I sat there for a few moments thinking, that was weird, then felt the message that it was time to go. I wasn't spooked or scared, I just calmly walked back to my truck. Have any of you had a similar experience or knowledge of this type of experience? I still cannot explain what happened to this day. A few years ago I was in my shed that I renovated into a chill spot at my parents', and one night I was in there really late, like 2 to 3 a.m., and out of nowhere I heard these loud, strange screams or yelps that I've never heard before and sounded very unearthly, but I could tell it was two of whatever they were. Then moments later I heard loud running footsteps. I could tell they were bipedal by the way they sounded, and then they stopped when they reached my shed, and I could hear them circling it, and I was scared shitless. I stayed as still as I possibly could, so much so that I could hear my heartbeat. I had a shotgun on there, but I was so scared I was afraid to even get up and get it, so I just stayed as still as possible, and eventually they left after circling for about 5 minutes, but that was the scariest 5 minutes of my life, and I still can't explain it to this day. I have no idea what I encountered. I'm in Southern Virginia near Farmville and Meherrin, if that helps any. A few years ago I was dating a guy who had native/reservation roots, and we went to a cemetery that his cousin was buried at to visit. We are like 1920 at the time. By the way, I prepared a picnic lunch so that we could spend the afternoon there, and everything proceeded smoothly and without incident. We finished saying goodbye to his cousin's headstone site, and we decided to walk around a bit before going back to the car. Instantly felt weird. Giant cement headstones from the 1800s were, I kid you not, falling over. We would giggle, and he would push them back up and stake them back into the sturdy ground again, and they would fall right back down. No noises at all. No birds, wind wasn't moving the trees anymore, nothing. We were like, well, let's get the duck out of here, and turned back around towards the car, and he goes, do you see that? Over the hill in the field there was this black draped figure doing what is called a sun dance, and the longer I was looking at it, the weirder the motion got. I also could not tell how close or far away it was, as its distance kept changing. It looked like it was also wearing a gas mask/headdress combination. My crazy boyfriend at the time was like, let's get the car and go to it. We got in the car and couldn't find it again. And keep in mind that the Palos Plains are completely bare, making it easy to see everything clearly. Didn't see that figure run, move, or do anything. I still have dreams about it or thoughts like, what if that appeared right here right now again? This event happened in the late 2000s with several witnesses. I was about 11 or 12 when it happened, so I'm a little blurry on the details, given that I'm almost 30 now, but this memory will stay with me for as long as I live. Everything is true and as accurate as I can remember. It was a Saturday morning, my parents were divorced, and my dad was dropping my sister and me off at our mom's house after spending a couple of days with him. This morning was nothing out of the ordinary. My sister and I walked through the front door, and we saw our mom with her then boyfriend and her best friend having breakfast in the kitchen. We put our stuff away in our rooms and joined them for breakfast. My mom's boyfriend's uncle happened to be visiting that morning. We were all eating at the table when his uncle came running inside, pale as a ghost. He stood in the front doorway, not saying a single word, and we were all worried. All he could say was, "You guys should come outside and look at what I found." So we obliged. We all walked outside towards the small tree that stood in front of the house. The tree was surrounded by our driveway, but it had a small patch of grass around it. This patch of grass had a small area where nothing grew, and our attention was directed to this particular spot. It had recently rained, so it was very muddy. Plain as day we saw a footprint, or claw print rather. We measured the print, and it was at least 12 inches long, from what I can recall. But this wasn't what scared us. There were 3 very distinct claw marks at the top and 1 deep claw in the back. Each claw was roughly 2 to 3 inches embedded into the ground. Basically a chicken's foot combined with a human foot, however much larger and with much bigger claws. We were perplexed and confused and downright scared. We then realized that there was a set of these prints walking up our driveway. Except these other prints were covered in blood. Whatever it was walking and leaving behind a trail of bloody prints. We continued following them until we noticed that they stopped in the middle of the driveway, presumably as if the creature took flight. We tried to make sense of what we saw in our yard, but we couldn't comprehend what we had witnessed. The strangest thing is that the tree and the grass quickly died shortly after. To this day, we have been unable to grow anything in that small patch of dirt. A rather large bird might have landed in our yard with some prey in its talons, but why would that have caused the tree and the grass to quickly die? My now stepfather is a professional gardener, and he has made numerous attempts to fix this patch of dirt in our yard but has failed time and time again. Any thoughts on what it could have been? When I was 14 or so, I was out hunting in my usual spot. I noticed that it was very quiet, and then all of a sudden, I heard this crashing through the woods. There was this thick grove of trees that started swaying back and forth. I was positioned on top of a hill adjacent to these trees. I could see movement in the trees. It looked like someone was coming right towards me. I turned and ran as fast as I could. Keep in mind, I had a loaded shotgun and at least 15 rounds in my hunting vest. To say I was scared was an understatement. I never saw what it was, but I heard growling that I had never heard before. It was a few days before I went back to that location, and I took my dad with me. Whatever it was very large. There were branches broken off the trees about 7 or 8 feet up. That's the only time I ever experienced anything like that. The winged figure. This story happened when I was in college. When I was in college, I lived in a separate house from my parents, my stepdad, and my mom. They bought a house for me, close to where they lived. My friends always do sleepovers at my house. One night a friend of mine visited me and asked me if he could sleep at my house for the night. So I said yes, because they always do that. We chat for a moment, and then we decide to go out and buy some drinks and cigarettes. When we went out, we noticed that the night was so beautiful. With a clear sky, you can see the stars, and the moon shines so bright. So we decided to walk. We made our way from my house to the nearby convenience store. Like a generic 7-Eleven, since we didn't have that chain here in college. So we were walking and chatting at the side of the road when suddenly, we heard a loud sound. The sounds of speeding motorbikes. So we looked at the road where the sound was coming from, and we saw 2 motorbikes racing each other. The passengers of one motorbike are a man, a little girl, and a pregnant woman. And 2 adult men are riding the other motorbike. So they are racing, and then suddenly the other motorbike gets too close to the other one and hits the back of the other motorbike, and they crash. When we saw that it happened, I and my friend ran towards them to help. I ran towards the motorbike where the little girl is riding. Because I'm concerned about the little girl. As I get closer to where they are, all I can see is smoke, then suddenly I see a figure standing. This figure looks like a man. I thought that it was just one of the riders. But as I looked carefully, this figure had wings. I can only see the back of this figure, as he is not facing me. Then it disappeared. So I continued helping. The first one that I pulled to the side of the road is the father. He is awake, but he has a big cut on his forehead, and I can smell the alcohol from that man, and he keeps on saying, "I'm sorry, I'm drunk, help my daughter and wife." Then the second I pulled was the little girl. I carried the little girl and put her at the side of the road beside her father. When I looked at the little girl, she had a broken right leg and right arm and had passed out. So I go back to get the mother, and I'm shocked when I see the mother. She was standing at the spot where I saw the winged figure. But she's not there when I'm helping his husband and daughter, or maybe I just don't see her because of the smoke. I ran to her, and the first thing that I did was ask her if she was wounded or injured. But she's just crying, she's not responding to any of my questions. So what I did was check her hands and head to see if she had any wounds or injuries. To my surprise, I didn't see any wounds or even a scratch on the pregnant woman. Then the ambulance arrived and helped them. After that, my friend and I went to the convenience store to buy what we needed, and we smoked a lot that night. The next morning, we were invited to the police station to provide our testimony about the incident, and I inquired with the police about the family's condition. They told me that the pregnant woman is okay, but the father and daughter are still recovering, and the police informed us that the 2 motorbike riders that were involved in the accident are friends. They came from the same party that night, and the 3 males were drunk at that time. My only question is, how is it that the husband and daughter are injured, while the pregnant woman has no injuries? I saw something at an abandoned asylum. My friend lives pretty close to an abandoned mental asylum. One part of it is still up and running, but that's for mentally unstable people who aren't allowed out, ever. The rest is completely deserted apart from the occasional security guard in a car, and that's what makes this so scary. All of the buildings are practically surrounded by trees as well. So, we were walking around the asylum, not looking for anything in particular, when all of a sudden, a loud crunch came from the woods. My friend was immediately paranoid, but I tried to rationalize it by saying it was a squirrel or something. Again, a crunch came from the woods, like something walking over dead leaves, something heavy. At this point, we're stressing a little bit, because it could be a bear or a wolf, so we start to slowly back up to get out of there without startling it. With stupidly comedic timing, though, my friend's mom called her, and her ringer, on full volume, attracted the attention of the thing. It was clearly on all fours before, as it stood up and looked around. It was easily 6 feet 0 inches tall, probably more, very skinny, and didn't seem to be wearing any clothes. The lighting from behind it illuminated some of its skin, and it looked like a deep brown tone. We couldn't make out any details on its face as we both noped out of there as fast as we could. Thankfully, it didn't follow us, as far as we know, but we did feel like we were being watched for the walk, run, back. Is this some type of creature, or am I overreacting? What the hell is happening in Central Texas? Last Thursday, I, 34 female, spent the day hanging out with my friend, 20 female, in the Texas Hill Country. Her family home is out in the hills, aka the boonies, where everyone lives on large acres, and you can easily go a mile without seeing a guard light, never mind a house. In front and behind their property are sparsely wooded pastures. Neighbors on one side are a stone's throw away and know the family by name. Late in the evening, around 10 to 11, I spent an hour alone on the well-lit porch of the main house, having a serious conversation on the phone with my partner, who's currently long distance. The entire time, I forced myself to power through the sensation of being watched. It was unsettling but didn't feel dangerous enough to warrant going inside where I'd lose signal. Towards the end of my call, my friend comes out to have a smoke, and we chat somewhat more before she takes me home. I reside in town, and as our conversation was not yet complete, we remained in her vehicle at my apartment complex until approximately 1 a.m. I ask her to text me when she gets home so that I know she made it safely and can share some pictures we had discussed. She does, and I assume all is well until the following morning. After going back and forth about whether it would sound crazy, she calls me to tell me that there was a gigantic barn owl just sitting in the middle of the road about a quarter mile before her house. The damn thing doesn't seem spooked at all that she's almost hit it and just sits there, staring in her direction, until she manages to move around it and finish her drive home. We've grown up with conflicting folklore about whether this animal is a good or bad omen, but ultimately drop it. The night before last, she and another friend brought me to a kickback at the family home of the second friend about a mile from the first place. Throughout the night, despite their large backyard being fenced, I still cannot shake the feeling of being watched. I chalk it up to being nervous, and anyone who might be watching me is doing so because I'm the newcomer to the social group. We're all a little too tipsy for me to go all the way back to town, so I go home with my first friend to the property I described before. Same feeling while having a smoke on the porch before calling it a night, and I assume she was getting it on with her husband after she went into their bedroom because I swear I could vaguely hear them on a baby monitor. When I teased her yesterday morning about solving her problem, she denied they'd done anything, and he later confirmed separately that they were too crossfaded to do anything but sleep. Later, I discovered that the monitor had been turned off. I spent the entire day with my friend, socializing with her family, making a few trips into town, and engaging in various activities. Just prior to sunset, we visit a third friend's residence to collect some belongings, during which he repeatedly teases his child about riding an e-bike through the pasture, warning that skinwalkers will getcha. Unbeknownst to me, my friend is just as spooked by his repeated comments because she has also felt watched since the night before. While sitting on the porch again, chatting and eating some delicious stir-fry that her husband made for us, I receive an unexpected phone call from my partner at about 10 p.m. We're barely a few minutes into the call before my friend and I start to repeatedly hear a strange noise we can't identify. I tell my man to hold on a second while I turn down the volume on my speakerphone, trying to figure out what the noise is. While I'm listening intently to see if it's coming from his end of the line, my friend's face becomes progressively more terrified. Suddenly, there's the sound of what can only be described as a mortally wounded animal screaming. Y'all, I've heard plenty of wildlife and livestock sounds in my life. This ain't no goat, sheep, cow, horse, chicken, dog, cat, coyote, whitetail, or axis I've ever heard. Bobcats and pumas don't strike the fear of the Lord into you that this thing did. It's no cursed-sounding fox, and it definitely isn't any overexcited squirrel. We said duck every worldly possession we had, including our plates of that god-tier stir-fry and her car keys, and bolted indoors with only the phones in our hands. It's only after my partner has heard this commotion and our call dropped due to lost signal that my friend and I ask each other again, WTF was that? After agreeing neither of us could identify what animal made that sound, she tells me the most horrific part. The earlier sound that was repeating as it made its way down the fence line and came to a stop at her front gate? The last 3 times it repeated, she distinctly heard a voice saying, "Hey! Hey! Come here!" After locking up, we decided we'd go back to clean our stuff off the porch after the sun comes up this morning. While she's been in bed with her husband and baby, I've been sitting awake in the living room on the pull-out bed. Listening to the jump scares of the ice maker, the occasional knock on the wall, the odd soft scratch at the door, and the vague baby monitor voices from the previous night again. The only part of this story worse than losing almost an entire plate of stir-fry topped with the most perfectly spiced beef and mushrooms that I was too cowardly to die for? Is that it's not fiction. I'm watching the clock with my shoes on, too scared to sleep before dawn. Was I chased by a skinwalker? Or something else? So this event happened about 8 months ago. I was in Miller Park in Columbus, Ohio, a tiny park. It was about 10 p.m., and my friend and I were sitting on the playground. About 20-30 feet from the playground is a small ravine that runs through the park. It has lots of trees around it, so it's difficult to see into. First, we heard a single scream for help coming from the ravine. It sounded like an adult man, and his voice broke like he was in pain. However, the scream ended abruptly without a second call for help. My friend and I paused to look at each other before she turned to me and said, "We should run." So we did. Once I got off the playground equipment, I heard footsteps coming from the ravine. While I was running behind my friend, I heard footsteps closely following me. My friend also mentioned hearing them, identifying both my footsteps and another pair. I kept looking back and saw nothing, even though it sounded very close. My friend got very far ahead because of my asthma, so she turned around to wait for me. We got to my car and called the police because we were worried it was a trafficking tactic or that someone was in trouble. But the more we talked about it later that night, the stranger it seemed. When I heard the scream, I listened for a sound of struggle since it cut off so suddenly. There are many dry branches and a river in the ravine, and I heard no twigs snapping or water splashing. And the scream was obvious and close by, so why wouldn't they call out again? And there was a street lamp, so I should have seen it while I looked back when I was running. I still heard the footsteps very clearly when my friend was waiting for me, and she said she saw nothing behind me. That ravine has always given my friends and me a very unsettling feeling, and I'm wondering what that could have been. I am curious about why it stopped chasing me after I left the playground barrier or why it didn't catch me despite my slow speed. I also wonder why a supernatural creature would be present in a small park that is surrounded by houses. Does anyone know what this could have been? This is a tale from the Pacific that revolves around giants. Legend folklore. Hi everyone. I come from this really remote country called the Solomon Islands. I lived there as a child but have since moved to Australia. Now on to the story. For generations, giants have been at the center of heaps of stories. From the giants that disrupted villages to the ones that would steal people at night to eat them, we have a ton. Last year, when I returned, I spoke with our spiritual man, who is believed to have gifts from our ancestors that connect him to the supernatural, and he shared a more recent story with me. So apparently a family from another village had contacted him about their missing daughter to see if it was something supernatural. Now our spiritual man investigated, he didn't tell me how, and came to the conclusion that a giant had taken her. He asked the village if they had a giant population, and they verified that they lived in a cave not too far away. So he goes to investigate the nearby cave. From the outside it looked like a completely normal cave, he said, and when you went inside, nothing looked unusual. But before giving up on the lead, he decided to try a blood sacrifice, to see if it would trigger something, at the front of the cave. He said he waited a bit and decided to go in. Sure enough, when he went inside, the cave had changed completely, and there were stairs leading down. My guy went down their stairs deeper into the cave. He said the plants he saw in their cave were unlike anything he had encountered before. He mentioned them glowing in the dark, and it was one of the most beautiful things he had ever seen. He eventually went further and further down, and sure enough, there was a giant on a throne. The giant thanked him for the sacrifice and asked him what he wanted. He mentioned the girl, and the giant king knew what he was talking about. He demanded the girl come out, and she appeared. The giant explained that one of his family members had taken a liking to her because she was so beautiful and took her. So my spiritual guy asks for her back, and the giant agrees and lets him take her back. She gets returned to her village, and that's all for the story. When I was listening to this story, I thought it was wild, but I also know that giants are so prevalent in our stories that maybe there is some truth to what has been said. Now I don't know what you guys think, but I thought it was an intriguing story to share. Possible skinwalker encounter. Please don't hate me if this is not a skinwalker I am talking about, I'm not 100% sure. I am really scared about this experience, and it has haunted me ever since. I'm so scared someone I know will find it, I don't want to be judged. Anyway, my dad lives in Spain, about an hour away from Barcelona. It's right near the beach without too many tourists, there are many mountains with small villages. My dad lives in a small apartment complex with a pool on one side of a mountain. When I visit him, my room is the only one that faces the mountain, although there are other apartments nearby. The blinds don't work, and I don't like sleeping with a completely dark site in a forest or mountain area, so I sleep with a blanket covering the window. There are small holes on the side, as the blanket is not big enough. The kitchen faces towards the mountain as well. One day, when we got home from the airport, my dad was picking me up. My dad went to the kitchen to get a drink, and I went to my room to unpack. Suddenly my dad calls for me to come to the kitchen, and I hurry out there. Right below our window is what looks like a wild boar, sorry, not sure how it's spelled. It is covered by plants and leaves from trees, but we can see what looks like a big pig, except it's a lot more hairy. My dad then throws it a rather large sausage, but it gets scared and runs away. Later that night I go to the kitchen to get a late night snack. My dad is already asleep in the room next to mine. I look out the window to see if the boar is there, which it isn't. But the sausage is gone. The high grass and plants that were there before have been pressed down to form a circle, kind of like field markings by aliens, except it's not aliens. I then go back to my room to hang up my carpet over my window. My back is turned towards the window to pick up the blanket as I hear a soft knock on glass. I swing around to face the window, but it's pitch black. I am a very paranoid person and have read thousands of creepy stories, and I am absolutely not one of those people to go investigate, so I immediately throw the blanket over the window and go to bed. I wake up a couple of hours later to the sound of someone crying. Sounds like a dog crying. My neighbor has 3 dogs, so I just figure it's one of them. I take a quick glance around the room, nothing unusual, but I still have a weird feeling. I look towards the window, still nothing unusual. That is until I lie down again facing the window and look out one of the small holes to see 2 eyes looking straight at me. I nope the duck out of there and run to the other balcony facing towards the beach, away from the mountain. I get some cool air and just relax a bit before going to the couch to sleep. The couch is facing the kitchen, and I can't help but look out the window. There is nothing. I relax a bit and close my eyes, though I don't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning my dad wakes me up and asks why I'm sleeping on the couch. I mumble something about being scared, and the conversation slowly glides to a stop. We decide to get a group of friends and go hiking. Among the group of friends is a boy my age, 16, who is a complete D-bag and is always really annoying and mean. I am genuinely hesitant and reluctant to participate in this trip due to last night's experience, but my father insists, and I ultimately find myself accompanying them, positioned at the very rear. We have walked for a couple of hours, and I suddenly start to feel uneasy. The boy my age, let's call him John, notices and walks over to me. John asks if I'm okay, and I answer yes. He says he had the weirdest experience last night. They live in the same building, and his room is also facing the mountain. He tells me about this weird feeling he had, and his dogs wouldn't stop whining. I figure the sound I heard was them and start to think it was all in my head. He then says he saw something that resembled a human, but slightly taller, standing on the balcony outside my room, which allows someone to look directly through my window into my room. I stop, and my blood runs cold, on the verge of crying. As I said, I'm very paranoid. I ask him if he is joking, since this wouldn't be the first time he has done so. He knows how paranoid I am. He swears, even though he's annoying, he's trustworthy, and I can tell when he's lying. I decide to tell him about my experience, and he spends about 10 minutes just cussing and saying stuff like wow, holy shit, wow, shut up, duck, wow. I realize we are far behind and can't even see our group anymore. I don't know this mountain, and we decide to walk back and call my dad when we get home, since there's nothing else we can do and we'd rather not get lost. Walking back, it's getting dark, and I'm scared shitless. He assures me everything is okay, and I realize he has changed from his douchey act to a more serious demeanor. Suddenly I catch a glimpse of something tall walking right beside us, and I spin around to face it. Words can't even describe what I saw, and I'm getting chills even writing this. The creature quickly ran away, but what I saw a little into the bushes was a hunched over 6 feet tall human-looking thing with light hairs over its body and long hands that freaked me out. I scream, and John looks over and only catches a glimpse of it, still not sure to this day what he saw. We were about half an hour away from our house, and we ran the rest of the way. I immediately call my dad and tell him what we saw. He says they were wondering where we were, and he tries to calm me down by saying shit like, it's just your imagination. They sent 2 men back because one of them had a panic attack, and my dad later told me that he had one because he says he saw what we saw, but my dad couldn't tell me at the time because of my constant state of paranoia. We wait for the 2 men to get back, we lock all doors, and windows are covered up, and lights are out, and we sit down and watch a movie to relax. John is really nice and calms me down. We hear a knock at the door, but I convince him not to open since the 2 men had keys. The knocking increases, and the sound is unbearable after 2 straight minutes, So John opens the door. I stand behind the door leading to my room, hiding. John yells that there's no one there, and I get extreme goosebumps. I feel like someone is watching me, so I turn towards the window and pull the blanket off. There, standing on the balcony, is the creature, and the only barrier between us is glass, which it could easily break to enter. John comes running and tries to get me to go away from the window, but I'm frozen and crying, nearly peeing my pants. The thing then screams an inhumane scream, sounding, to me, like fingers on a chalkboard. It jumps over the balcony, and then it's gone. All of this happened in less than 5 seconds. I still don't know what I saw, and John says he didn't see anything, even though I can tell he's lying and he doesn't want anyone to know what he saw, which only makes me look like a freak. My dad and the group eventually come home to find me huddled in John's arms, crying hysterically. Turns out the two men had just walked to the beach to get a beer to calm the one with the panic attack down. I'm not saying what I saw was a skinwalker, it was just the first thing that popped into my head when I had to describe it, and if I had to say what it would be a skinwalker or the werewolf from Harry Potter, where the teacher turns out to be a hairless werewolf. My dad's girlfriend moved out a few months after that, complaining that she couldn't live there anymore, not saying why exactly she couldn't. Since then, nothing has happened to me except for one night when I heard splashing from the pool. My dad and I went outside to tell whoever was swimming that it wasn't allowed after 10 p.m., but when we stepped onto the balcony, there was no one in the water, it was completely still. This didn't make sense because someone splashing that hard would have caused movement in the water, and the stones around it should have been wet, but they were dry. The house that is beside the pool is sunk into the ground, so the pool is above it, separated by a fence. I look over at the garden belonging to the old man who lives in the house and see a lanky-looking dude running away. I have no doubt whatsoever in my mind that it was the thing that I saw. I'm scared shitless because I've heard that the more you give it attention or talk about it, the more occurrences will happen, but I just really needed to tell someone who might actually have a chance of believing me. So the area my grandparents lived in was somewhat known for Bigfoot sightings, and my grandfather had seen some sign of it, a set of footprints in the snow that strode uninterrupted over a 4-foot fence, calls from the forest, etc. They live at the edge of a state park in Ohio. I've seen plenty at this point, but back then I hadn't had any experience with the paranormal, at least as far as I knew. Bigfoot fascinated me because of all the cryptids, it seemed the most plausible, and I'd spent some of my week there watching documentaries and discussing it with him. Now he wasn't much of a prankster, but it had happened enough that when something actually happened, I thought it was him. I'd just gotten into bed at the end of their trailer. I had been lying in bed for about 20 minutes, struggling with insomnia, when I heard a call outside the window that quickly passed down the hill. Imagine an orangutan making a hot, idle huffing call to another, not loud but distinct. Pitch that down a ways, and then have it coming from lungs that should belong to a bear or moose. As I said, my first thought was to rationalize, that's Grandpa messing with me, he almost had me too. This thought lasted until I remembered that the trailer is positioned on a hill, with the bottom of its large windows sitting 6 feet off the ground. The noise had definitely come from above me in bed, near the tops of the window. So whatever made that noise was 2 or 3 feet higher, and the old guy didn't own any stilts. I wish I'd gone to look, but the realization that something that massive had decided to make a noise right next to me just struck me with paralyzing fear. I was playing around an abandoned area within sight of the trailer later that same week, jumping around rotting beams and poking through whatever was left when I just stopped. There was just a massive, imminent presence behind me all of a sudden. No noise alerted me, I hadn't seen anything move. It was just pressure, that same pressure, thinking back on it. There was nothing inherently threatening in it, just the sheer weight of the gaze is what got me running. I have experienced the presence of ghosts, at least one demon, and what I believe was eldritch shenanigans. However, nothing has matched the weight and power of that experience. It felt more real and present than I think people can be. Does anybody else have something like this? Not a sighting, but just like a sense of something, an impossible noise, or just a too close encounter. Fresno Nightcrawlers. In Maryland? Hello everyone, I'm sure that the title of this experience already seems strange, but even if no one believes me, I still would like to get this off my shoulders without being judged. Everyone I've told thinks I'm crazy. However, before sharing my story, I believe it's important to provide some background details to ensure everything makes sense. 1. School related. Shortly after the pandemic, online school was still available in my county, while in-person classes were also an option. I attended online school, whereas my siblings went to school in person and took the bus to and from their classes. When my last teacher, I can't recall which class it was, dismissed me, I had the freedom to do whatever I wanted unless there was homework. My mom waited for the bus to arrive, and occasionally she would invite me to wait with her, which is important to this story. 2. Layout of my family's property. My family and I live in Western Maryland, as the title suggests, right next to Appalachia. We reside on a main road that connects several small towns and leads to a few larger cities. Behind our house, there are several layers of environments, including, in order, a cow pasture directly behind us, followed by a field, and then some woodlands that extend until they meet the road behind them and are clearly visible from my house. With that being kept in mind, here's the official story. On a warm sunny day in May 2021, I was in my last class at school, eager to be released so I could return to whatever I had been doing that morning. Eventually, the teacher let us go without assigning any homework. I closed my Chromebook, put away my notebook, and went downstairs to watch videos in the living room, where my mom was playing with my baby brother, who couldn't go to school yet because he was only 1. She greeted me when I arrived, and after I responded, she continued playing with him. About 8 minutes later she checked the time on her phone and saw that it was ready to go wait for the bus, as she liked to get out a few minutes early even though the bus dropped my siblings off at our front door. After she did so, she got up, picked up my baby brother, got his shoes on, and asked me if I wanted to go outside, to which I said yes for some fresh air after the long school day. So of course I got my shoes on and went out with her to where my baby brother started playing with some of his toys that he had brought out with him. While he continued to play with his toys, my mom and I talked for a minute or two as she waited for the bus. Thereafter, I wandered into my backyard towards the landscape I had described earlier, walking slowly and fidgeting with my fingers until I eventually reached the fence that separated my house from that landscape. I continued to fidget with my fingers and walked about 2 feet along the fence to where I suddenly snapped out of my fidgety trance, which I'm glad I did, looked up, to my left, and bam, that's where I saw them. The image that still plagues my mind today with so many questions, and even though I know what I saw, people don't believe me. There appeared to be a group of about 8 individuals, all completely devoid of color, not just in their clothing but in their entire appearance. Although part of me perceived them as somewhat human, they appeared to lack arms and seemed to be aimlessly walking around, which was strange since no one else had access to that area except for my family and me, causing me significant alarm. I stood there for about 30 seconds to really try and process what I was seeing, though at the time it scared me so much I ran back to my mom on our front porch. My heart was beating faster than you could blink. Eventually, I returned to my mom, who was sitting on our porch waiting for the bus that still hadn't arrived, while my baby brother played with his toys. She looked visibly confused about what was wrong and asked me about it, so I explained the situation to her. At first, I guess you could say she was skeptical because she thought I was joking, but after she picked up my baby brother and followed me to the location, this is when people often think I'm crazy, including her. When we arrived at where it happened, I pointed to her where it had happened. Gone. Just like that, in 1 minute they're gone. At this point she really did think I was joking, so she went back over to the front porch to continue to wait for the bus, to which I went with her, still having so many questions plaguing my mind, and they still are. For the next few days I told the story to a few family members, though they all thought I was joking, one even saying that my imagination would make a good fairy tale, and ever since they told me that, the incident just kind of left my mind, although I know what I saw. This was until around last January, when, as I started to delve deeper into cryptozoology, I discovered the Fresno nightcrawlers, and as I started to look at pictures of them, the incident started to come back to me almost as if I had discovered something ancient. Everything had come back to me regarding that situation, though I kept it to myself just for it to linger in my mind. Fast forward to the present, when I discovered this community/channel a few days ago and debated whether to share my encounter here. As I'm sure you all can tell, I did. I want to hear people's thoughts who won't call me crazy. And thank you to everyone who listens to this. I can't wait to hear people's responses. Someone please help, what is this? Both I and my friend enjoy exploring ditches and are also intrigued by the unexplained. Last night, we used a ditch as a shortcut to get home quickly and passed by a cursed tunnel entrance, known for the frequent discovery of dead cats and its eerie energy. As we passed the tunnel, we heard a rock being kicked behind us, prompting us to run about half a mile while sensing a massive dark presence following us. We stopped and started speedwalking. I looked back, and what I saw had paralyzed me with fear. There was a massive pale and skinny figure staring straight at me, with a sinister smile. After a few seconds, my friend snapped me out of it, and I just ran until I collapsed. My friend was absolutely terrified just by its presence, too. We felt like it followed us through the dark for hours, but it was probably only around 10 minutes. Today, we had decided enough is enough. We began the plan to take it out. We went to the tunnel and covered it with rocks. As we were walking away, we heard rustling inside of the tunnel. It's not too small, but it's just small enough to block the entrance. We heard rocks moving and clanging on the metal of the tunnel. It showed us signs of its presence the entire way out of the tunnel. It peeked at us from around corners and made noises resembling clicking, as well as sounds of kicking, pushing, or throwing rocks. My friend stayed behind at the last short tunnel that went under a road, which we had to pass through to get home. I didn't realize anything was wrong until I looked back. I didn't see anything, but my friend sure did. For a minute or so, he just stood there while I called his name. He slowly backed up, then turned around and started running. When we got out of the ditch, he just sat down, and he wouldn't move or react to anything. He didn't speak for hours, but when he finally did, he described what I saw, but like in a crawling position. The creature he described was about 15 feet long, 4.3 meters, scrawny, and bony. That's all he would tell me. He was rather quiet for the rest of the day. Someone please help us figure out what the duck we saw. It's in our favorite place, and we just want to get rid of it by any means. Has anyone ever personally seen a winged person/creature/form? I've had a life of many weird/unexplainable experiences, but I've never really seen anything until that night. A few years ago, I was relaxing in my living room, waiting for my wife to put our daughter to bed so we could start a movie. For some reason, I got up and looked in the kitchen, 12 feet away, and that's when I saw her. She was standing on the kitchen island, with her arms/wings fully extended to her sides. All of a sudden, she raised her arms/wings to her head, kind of like when you do a jumping jack. Then she disappeared. I stood there, questioning, almost doubting that it had even happened. It was so fast, like within 1 to 2 seconds at most. It had female features, which is why I say it's a she. It was too dark to make out any face. I thought I saw some muted colors on her wings. I would say she was more like a form or humanoid. I turned on the kitchen light and looked around, but nothing was out of the ordinary. Sanity-wise, I convinced myself I was worn out and let it go. My wife eventually came back downstairs and joined me. She must have read my face because she asked if everything was okay. I relented and asked her if she had anything weird happen to her upstairs. She stood there for a second, as if I guessed a secret. She explained that when she was rocking our daughter to sleep, she saw a light in the room. It wasn't from the window or from a toy, but more like something emitting a light/flash near the closet. She said it was a pinkish light, so she knew it wasn't a car light. I nodded and told her about my experience. In my first paranormal experience, I came face to face with a black dog. It's no lie that I have experienced many a paranormal encounter over my 26 years of life on this planet, and given that I live on top of an old hospital, a whole story on its own, I've always believed in it. I have autism, so I am normally very critical of the world around me and like to find an answer to everything, but some things I have discovered simply cannot be explained. One of my earliest encounters, the earliest I can remember, has stayed with me for what feels like an eternity, and I can still recall it in great detail. I've told this story in the past, though much shorter for the sake of conversation, to family and friends, though some who believe in the paranormal may listen with great interest. Those on the more skeptical side of things always tell me that it was just a dream. And whilst sometimes I do question whether it was or not, the reality is that it was way too real to be put down as just a bad nightmare. This is my first time ever writing it down with excessive detail, and it's thanks to a recent discussion about the night in question with my nan today that I finally have all the details to make this story complete. This is a long one and happened when I was around 7 years old, so do bear with me whilst I bring to light every detail that I can. So, on to my story. It was the summer of 2002, and my family had booked a holiday in North Wales, England, in a small seaside town called Morfa Nevin. I was 7, my brother was 5, and my baby sister was coming up to her first birthday. We were also joined by my grandparents and my Aunt Laura. My grandparents had paid for the place that we were staying in and also rented a large people carrier type car so that we could all travel together without having to drive both of their cars from Norfolk to where we lived in South London and then all the way to North Wales. It worked out better that way, and no one wanted to split us kids into 2 cars and face arguments of who wants to ride with Nan, and who wants to ride with Granddad. An argument that always broke out between us on other family holidays. When we got to the house that we were staying in, I remember being in awe at the sheer size of the giant white building before us and thinking just how much it would have cost to rent. I asked my nan this exact question, and she simply shrugged it off and said, it wasn't much. She simply wanted our family to enjoy ourselves without worrying about the cost of it, something that didn't come naturally to a family that was already used to the thin line of poverty. The house itself was a large white building that was split into 2 floors, with large living rooms and kitchen diners on each floor and about 14 bedrooms in total. I equated the house to be more of a mansion than a house. It was simply that big compared to my 7-year-old self. The house also had a large garden that sloped up the steep hill that my parents considered too dangerous for us to play in due to the landscaping and jutting rocks, but I do remember pestering my dad throughout our stay to let me go outside by the back patio to see the strange birds that had made a nest in a small passageway by the back door. My nan told me that they were swifts, and I was fascinated by them. I loved birds, and the city only ever had pigeons and house sparrows. They seemed so boring in comparison. And though the swifts were exciting to my animal-loving, autistic self, the most exciting part of this house was getting to choose a room that I could have all to myself. Back home, we had a small, 2-bedroom house, and my siblings and I were crammed into one bedroom. Good old council estate living, so I was more than pleased to spend a week in my own bed, in my own room, away from my brother and my baby sister. The room I chose was on the ground floor at the end of a corridor, literally the furthest room from the others I could find, and by sheer luck, I was the only one in that corridor. My parents chose a room a little past that corridor so that they could keep an eye on me and my brother, who also had the same idea to choose a room as far from me as possible. It wasn't long before the sun started to set, and as my parents and grandparents sat in the living room upstairs chatting away with a glass of wine, I decided to head to bed to relax and let the long car ride wash away in a mountain of pillows and deep sleep. I loved my sleep, and knowing that I would be able to sleep without any disturbances from my siblings felt like a blessing. Little did I know that my dreams of solitary sleep weren't going to last for long. Whilst I slept soundly on the first night and woke up refreshed and ready to explore the nearby beach and travel inland for some sightseeing with my family, the second night was completely different. We got back, had some dinner, and enjoyed a bit of TV as my brother and I played on the patio out back. The sun started to go down, and my dad called us both inside to start getting ready to go to bed. I, still fascinated by the swift nest, looked up at it and pleaded with my dad to let me stay until I saw the parents come back, as I didn't want the eggs to be lonely. They hadn't hatched just yet, so I was confused as to why I hadn't heard the mummy bird on them tonight. My dad just told me that she was sleeping, just as I should be. I admitted defeat and followed him inside and turned to go down to my room to grab my pajamas and just froze. The corridor that my room was located down was suddenly so much darker than it was the previous night. Something within me told me not to go down there, that it was dangerous and spooky. I was thoroughly creeped out. I felt the hair on my arms stand up, and chills ran down my back. I felt like something was about to jump out of the dark, attack me, and devour me in one. I ran to my parents in the living room and pleaded with them to let me sleep in a different room. I was hysterical and crying, nearly at the point of a meltdown, and just as my dad was about to compromise and let me switch rooms with my brother, my mother stepped in and told me to suck it up and that because I chose that room, I was stuck with it. Yeah, she wasn't a good mother, and it would be another 15 years before I saw her for who she really is, but that's a whole other story. So I sulked back to my room. I was stuck with it, and there was nothing that I could do other than push past my fears and try and get some sleep. I cried in silence that night, knowing that I was alone and scared and that my mother didn't care that I was so terrified. Eventually, I fell asleep thinking of the swift nest and the little eggs that were up there, hoping that I would see the babies hatch before our holiday ended. Needless to say, I did not sleep well that night. I tossed and turned endlessly, struggling to get comfortable and settle down, knowing that the spooky corridor was just a few feet away and my mother's words were playing in my mind over and over again. I felt so hopeless, but I couldn't speak up about it, knowing that my emotions would be dismissed, just like they always were. Eventually, I let the fatigue take over and carry me away into a deep slumber. I just let my brain shut off, and I drifted to sleep. I wasn't asleep for long, maybe 2 hours, before I was awakened by a noise that sounded just like a growl, right by my ear. My eyes burst open, and I was immediately met with 2 red glowing eyes, right in front of my face. Standing in front of the window was a large dog, bigger than I had ever seen, with thick, shaggy black fur and a muzzle curled up in a snarl, showing off its slightly yellowed, long canine teeth. Looking back, it looked like an Irish wolfhound in size and shape but with longer, ragged, jet black fur. Without thinking, I clenched my eyes shut and flipped over in bed, simply thinking that I was still asleep and that it would simply go away. But as I lay there, I heard the growl again right in front of me. I opened my eyes and quickly shut them as the dog was now on the other side of the bed, still growling with its head low like it wanted to get down to my eye level and stare into my soul. I flipped over again to face the window, and the dog was there again. No matter which way I faced, the dog would be there, snarling, staring, a low growl escaping its mouth. Loud enough to hear but not loud enough for any of the adults to hear. I was alone and couldn't escape, and no help was coming. I don't know what drove me to do it, but after turning over for about the 10th time, I thought, screw it, and with my eyes glued shut, I sat up as quickly as I could and reached to turn on the lamp on the bedside table. The moment the room filled with light, the growling stopped. I slowly opened one eye, and to my surprise, it had worked, the dog was gone. But I was still terrified. I didn't want to turn the light off, as it seemed to be keeping the giant dog at bay, and I didn't want to go to sleep, only to be woken by the dog again. I must have sat awake for a good half an hour, pondering where it had gone and whether it was real or not, before finally putting it down to just a bad dream and deciding that I had truly woken up when I turned the lamp on. Everything else that I thought had happened, I was actually asleep for. So, I laid back down and flicked the lamp off, ready to drift off again now that I had finally calmed myself down and rationalized the situation. I had dreamt it all, projected my fears about the hallway into the shape of a dog, and let paranoia take over. Oh, how wrong I was. I had only closed my eyes for a few minutes before I heard the growling again, but this time, much louder and at the foot of the bed. I kept my eyes closed and stayed as still as possible, praying silently that it would go away. Instead, I felt the foot of the mattress sink down as it started to climb onto the bed, the growling getting louder and louder as it inched closer to me. I was terrified and frozen in fear as I felt one of its giant paws press against my leg through the covers, its claws digging into my thigh above my knee. It was right on top of me now, and I could feel its breath through its snarled teeth landing on my cheek. I don't know what drove me to do it, but I opened my eyes. Curiosity? Maybe, but I did it and came face to face with those haunting red eyes mere inches from my own, and I let out the most blood-curdling scream I had ever made in my short 7 years of life. Within seconds, I heard frantic footsteps running towards my room, and the door was flung open. My mother found me curled up on my bed, screaming between sobs and erratic as I looked around the room. The dog was gone, for good this time, it seemed. My mother comforted me as I tried my best to tell her everything, and she wiped away my tears with her sleeve. Of course, she didn't believe me and put it down to a bad dream and told me that dreams don't hurt you and that it's all in my head. Her usual go-to whenever I spoke about anything that upset me, and to be honest, I kind of expected it. She put me back to bed when I eventually stopped crying, and somehow, I fell back to sleep without incident. The dreams don't hurt you nonsense was a clear lie come morning because by the afternoon, a large bruise had started to form where the dog's paw dug into my thigh. It hurt so bad that I spent the rest of our holiday hobbling around North Wales with my nan's hiking stick just to aid me. There's even a picture of me somewhere of me and my brother standing in front of a steam train a few days after this incident occurred, and I had that hiking stick in my hand. The rest of the holiday carried on without any other issues. I switched rooms to the one closest to my parents' room, and I never saw the black dog again. Overall, I enjoyed Wales and the quiet town of Morfa-Nevin. We would spend our evenings walking down to the beach and playing in the sand. My brother and I even made friends with a few local kids, and we would play in the sand, digging a hole so big that we could all fit in and quickly named it the bunker. And if you're wondering about the swift nest, the babies hatched just 2 days before our trip ended, and we were greeted every morning until we left by the sound of very hungry, featherless chicks begging their parents for food. I didn't want to leave them and sorrowfully waved goodbye to them when it was finally time for us to leave and head back to our little South London home. Though this was most definitely an up-close and personal encounter with a black dog, I didn't know that black dogs were a thing of legend across Wales and much of the UK until I told this story to a friend in college and she told me that it was a black dog. I did more research into it, and sure enough, she was right. The pictures I found of the Welsh black dog Gwilgi matched what I saw that night almost perfectly, and it said that if you see this creature at night, death is certainly not far behind. And death did follow. I found the dates and double-checked with my dad at the time, and sure enough, my great-great-granddad passed away due to a heart attack exactly 2 weeks after that night. I saw a creature that looked like an animal, and to this day I feel terrified whenever I remember it. When I was a teenager, I lived in a troubled home. My father was an alcoholic, and my mother also acted violently because of the mistreatment she endured. Numerous creatures and demons plagued us throughout my childhood. I could describe at least 20 unpleasant encounters that I still remember. However, among all those experiences, one still causes me severe panic. When I was 12, I lived in the countryside of a small town. To catch the school bus, I had to walk to a wooded area with small houses around. It was usually a calm place, and I would sit on a bench waiting for the bus at 6 o'clock in the morning. One of those days, I sat on the bench and put on my headphones with loud music. I never had problems with hallucinations or anything like that. It was just a typical, boring school morning, as always. That day, there were no cars passing by. Everything was calm and silent. Around 6:10, I looked down the road waiting for the bus, but it was late. When I checked again to see if I could hear or see anything, I heard an animal's roar coming toward me. I quickly removed my headphones and looked ahead, only to be shocked by a terribly deformed animal approaching me. It looked like a large tiger with a twisted, deformed tail, mixed with features of other feline animals. Its appearance was completely distorted, almost as if it tried to imitate a real animal but failed miserably. It moved its head from side to side in a mechanical way, making a very strange growling sound as it walked slowly toward me. I immediately panicked and looked for someone to help me, but at that hour everyone was asleep. I looked again and saw that the creature was becoming more aggressive, even though it still moved slowly. I ran as if my life depended on it. I reached my house anxious and terrified, because although I had already gone through similar experiences, it had never happened in broad daylight, and never with an animal. I believe it was a demon trying to scare me because of the circumstances of my life at that time. I lived surrounded by violence, and violence ends up attracting many bad things. My mother didn't believe me, and I've kept this to myself ever since. I need help identifying what I came across. The incident took place in the Rockies in Colorado a few days ago. I just seek help trying to figure out if I'm crazy or bumped into something. I'd heard the stories, read plenty of them online, and seen the videos about them as well. I was never certain about the stories or whether they were real, likely because I didn't want to believe in them. They were creepy, yet I couldn't completely dismiss their possibility. I was camping half an hour outside of a small town in Colorado at about 8,500 feet. Snow covered the dirt road I took to get to the campsite. I'd only set it up earlier that day. 10 to 15 minutes if my drive out of town was through the park, with campsites essentially clearings with stone fire pits in them. I set up at the fourth or fifth one. I was the only camper there at the time. On one of my returns to camp, after visiting in town about 100 feet down the 1.5 mile into the park on my trail, I saw a herd of deer off to the left side of the trail, probably 7 to 8 of them. They were only a few feet from the trail and all spooked, save for one deer. Before I arrived, the deer was closest to the path and facing the car. While the other deer retreated 15 to 20 feet deeper into the woods, he turned to face my car. Going only 5 to 10 miles per hour on a rough part of the trail, I wasn't passing rapidly, so I slowed and stopped. The deer followed the whole way. For some reason I spoke to him. I'm unsure and slightly uneasy at this fearless deer. After all, I'm treading on his land. I was protected in the car, and he was an average-sized deer, so there was no reason to think he'd do anything to me, but somehow, someway, an animal demanded respect. I don't think I ever saw it blink, for what felt like forever but was likely 5 minutes. We stared at each other, the deer never moving anything about him. I thought to picture him and his herd watching from behind him down the hill, but something told me not to. I talk to my dogs, and I know they hear what I say, but I don't know if they listen. He listened. I told the deer I was here to visit, that I wished for a brief stay, and to hopefully enjoy nature again and grow in appreciation for it once more. As if satisfied by my response, the deer took a couple of steps back while I continued on my way. I drove and watched him in the mirror. He returned to the herd, not taking an eye off of me. I've been on plenty of camping trips and been spooked by people and critters alike wandering around camp, and I've even opened the flap to a deer walking through on my many trips with scouts, but this was one of my first alone. Up there, it dropped to around 0 degrees, and when I was in the tent, all I wanted to do was huddle in my sleeping bag. So that's what I did. Tucked between peaks, the sun quickly sank, the mountains hit it even sooner, resulting in darkness and cold. If you've ever watched a 4-legged animal walk, you'll know it has a pattern. Having been around dogs all my life, it's something I've mildly found fascinating. Almost always after a forefoot comes down, a rear foot follows, giving a distinct sound to their footsteps. Upon awakening at around 2 to 3 in the morning, my initial thought was that a bear had arrived late for hibernation. Knowing I had no food in the tent and only had food in the car, I stayed huddled so as not to startle it or give it any reason to think I smelled like food. After all, I tried to listen to it to see where it was walking. That's when I got scared. There was snow surrounding my camp. There was no mistaking every single footstep it made. The footsteps were slow, with one foot placed in front of the other. No matter how hard I tried to imagine, there was no rear foot following. I could only hear the rhythm of one foot, then the other, followed by a pause. That was the worst part. I slipped my hand out from under the bag I was huddled on and grabbed the hatchet I had with me, trying to reassure myself that I was just imagining things. I pulled my hand back in, and I heard it start to walk again, keeping on its way in the direction it had been going before stepping into my camp, and eventually I couldn't hear its slow steps anymore. It was light and 2-legged. That's all I could discern. The next morning I went to look. Even with the snow, The area around my site was so packed from cars and footsteps that it was either too compacted or already disturbed to clearly discern any new tracks. I stayed in a hotel the night after this happened, abandoning my gear to pack in the sunlight. 3 to 4 inches of fresh dry snow had come down over the night, and when I walked into my camp, I noticed a trail of tracks. Although the terrain remained uneven, I noticed a set of tracks that appeared closely spaced together, resembling deer tracks. However, as they transitioned from the grass to the dirty snow of my camp, they seemed to spread out, almost mirroring my own footsteps as I walked over to them. If it were a skinwalker, it would make sense if it were the deer I spoke to, as they tend not to be violent in the day, but being a hunter, it saw and paid attention to where its next target would be going, but when it went on the prowl, it only found a quiet tent. Or it could have been a Wendigo, content with my goals of the forest, letting me leave, but coming by in the night as a warning of what was to come, seeing as what I drove into was headed for the mountains. Werewolf of Macomb, okay. I live on a 180-acre plot in Midwest Oklahoma. I am currently 14 years old and have lived on the farm for my entire life. On my property, we have a large pond in the middle of a wooded area. Large oak trees and thick undergrowth cover this wooded part, blocking most of the moonlight during the night. I go out to the pond at night sometimes to do some fishing, and I always carry a firearm, whether it's the Maverick 88 shotgun or my 22 calories revolver. One particular night it was foggy, and my high-power headlamp would only allow me to see about 10 meters or so through the fog. This particular night I was carrying the revolver when I headed down to the pond with my fishing pole and a bucket of frogs for bait. When I arrived at the normal spot where I fish, I noticed it was very quiet, almost silent. There were no frogs croaking and no crickets chirping. This was very unusual, but I ignored this sign like an idiot. After fishing for about an hour or so without any luck, I started to hear some noises off in the thick part of the woods. Normally this would not have bothered me, but it was the only sound within the entire area I was in. I turned around, and what I saw will forever be etched in my mind. When I turned, I saw a black wolf-like animal staring at me through the leaves. I froze but quickly went to instinct and drew the revolver, knowing it was my only chance, but then something happened that I still can't fathom. The damn thing stood upright on 2 legs and towered above me. It was only about 2 meters away from me and was probably about 2.5 meters tall. Its eyes glowed like fire, and I felt the weight of the pistol in my hands and did what I was trained by the Marines, my brother is a Marine, to do. I fired a single shot and put it right in the A-box of the creature. Now I know that was probably the stupidest thing I could have done, but I believe it saved my life because I couldn't outrun this thing and couldn't fight it, so I might as well shoot it, right? Though this thing seemed invisible, it, like all things, was mortal, and when the round hit it, it howled and went to all fours and ran with unimaginable speed out of my sight before I could pull off another round. I had to walk all the way back home in the dark, but I kept the pistol raised and kept my head on a swivel until I could see the lights of the house. Though this did scare me, it didn't keep me from doing the things I love to do, and so it's no wonder I've seen it more than once, even though the second time was a bit more in my favor. I was walking a trail in the most rural part of the woods with the Maverick 12-gauge shotgun with no plug in it, so I could fit 5 shells instead of 3. It was a very clear night, so I could see a substantial distance with my light. As I was walking, I could hear more steps than I was taking, but when I stopped, they stopped. Of course I've had my encounters with the black puma that roams our area, so I thought it was just that, and so I pumped the shotgun and shouldered it. After a while, I came to a small clearing at the back of my property, and I could still hear the footfalls behind me, so I whipped around and saw it again, with the same height and eyes. Those eyes seemed capable of seeing straight through you to your soul. I raised the shotgun, but this time it knew what I was doing, and it took off with the speed of a bullet train, and with slugs instead of 000 buck, I couldn't hit it. I haven't seen it since, and I hope that I never do again. The only bad thing about this werewolf is that people have gone missing in my area, never to be found, so this is some serious shit. And guys, if you ever go into the woods, especially at night, take in your surroundings and always keep an eye on your 6. If you have a firearm, use it because it can save you while in its holster. Don't ever think when you raise that gun, just act, and always try to bring someone with you. Be safe, and remember that they don't have to believe in you to kill you. The creature in Granny's woods. This is my first time sharing a story on the internet. This isn't for entertainment but simply an eyewitness account that I'd like to share with as many people as I can. Let me start by saying that I'm 23 years old, I live in the Midwest, Illinois to be exact, I'm an avid outdoorsman, and I don't scare easily. My encounter begins about 7 years ago on my grandmother's farm in late November. About 40 acres of thick, dense woods and 10 acres of cleared land, and it's extremely secluded. I was spending the weekend there to do some squirrel hunting. So I'm walking through the woods at about 4:30 p.m. It's about 35 degrees and slightly breezy. So I'm walking, and walking, and walking. There are no squirrels in sight. Nothing but silence. I'm carrying my 20-gauge Mossberg 500 model shotgun and 10-4 shot shotgun shells. I grab my can of chew out and sneak one last dip before heading back. After all, I was underage, and my parents would have been pissed at the time. I start making my way down a huge hill, slowly because it's muddy. A lot of good that did because I lost balance and slid down the hill on my back, holding my shotgun high in the air on my way down. I stood up laughing silently to myself when I saw 6 deer ahead of me at about 75 yards. I crouched by a fallen tree. I think they completely missed the incident where I slid down the hill on my backside. They had no idea I was there. I'm observing the deer, hoping to catch a glimpse of a buck. Nope. I turned my head to the side and spit out a mouthful of tobacco juice. I looked back at the deer, and they were alert all of a sudden. They're staring at the opposite end of the woods. All of a sudden they turn tail and start running in my direction. They started to get uncomfortably close, so I stood up and waved my arms to avoid getting trampled. They ran up the hill, and I lost sight of them. I decide to pack it up and head back to the house at this point. It's a 30-minute walk with 20 minutes of daylight left. Not good. I make my way up the hill slowly but surely. I'm walking for about 5 minutes, and I hear a twig snap behind me. I stopped and turned around, expecting a deer, but there was nothing there. I keep my head down to prevent the tree limbs from striking my face. I must have drifted in another direction at some point because I ended up in a clearing out by the road. I paused for a second to catch my breath when all of a sudden another twig snapped behind me. I turned around to see what looked like a person, a really big person. On the edge of the woods stood an 8 feet tall, 400-pound creature with hair covering its entire body. I froze. I was standing in 300 yards worth of field before the road. My heart sank when I realized that not only was I seeing this thing, but it was staring me dead in the eyes. The coldest stare I've ever seen. The hair on my arms and neck stood straight up. We just stared at each other for what seemed like a long time. But it was just a matter of seconds, I'm guessing. We broke eye contact when all of a sudden it took a step towards me, then another, then another. I panicked and raised my shotgun, aimed, and pulled the trigger. A loud bang cracked off, and the blast pushed me backwards. I stumbled over my feet and fell flat on my back. I looked up, and this thing was now running, straight towards me. I scrambled to get up and grabbed my shotgun, and I took off running towards the road. Running through thick sticker bushes and thorns. I turned mid-sprint and fired another shot. Nothing. No effect. This thing was 30 feet behind me, running full blast towards me. I hit the road, running faster and harder than I ever had. I swung the shotgun back and fired the last shot. All I hit was the road. The only thing I could hear was my heart pounding and the loud breathing of the creature behind me. I got to the driveway turnoff and ran as fast as I could up the mile-long gravel driveway. I reached the house and leapt mid-sprint onto the front porch like an Olympian. My jump onto the wooden porch shook the house, and my grandma's dog immediately started barking. My grandmother jumped to her feet out of her chair as I flew through the front door, nearly ripping it off the hinges. "What in the world?" my grandma said. I slammed the door shut and reached into my pocket for ammo. I started jamming shells into my gun as fast as I could. "There's something chasing me," I shouted out of panic. "What's happening?" My 70-year-old granny seemed confused with all the commotion. "Somebody chased me out of the woods," I said, not wanting to scare her completely. We went into the living room and watched out of the windows for the rest of the evening until my dad came to pick me up. I went home, keeping my mouth shut because my dad was very stern. He wouldn't have believed any part of what happened. The next day my grandma shows up at our house scared to death. Something had tried to get into her house around midnight. She woke up to the sound of something on her porch. Throwing chairs around, banging on the side of the house, and trying to open the door. Needless to say, she stayed the night with us for 3 nights. She went back home, and everything has been normal since then. I don't think I'll ever know what chased me that evening, but as an avid outdoorsman like me, if you're out in the woods, be safe. I never would have dreamed that something like that could be in the woods around here, but there is. I'm here to tell you that there's something out there. Believe it or not. Inspired by others sharing their stories, here is mine. I went camping with a friend in a super remote area of California. We were both in need of some time in nature away from the crowds, so we did a quick search and found an area with dispersed camping deep in the forests of Northern California. The plan was to camp for 2 to 3 nights. We grabbed our fishing rods and set out. We drove 3 hours past Redding, California, to a hidden little logging road turnoff. After 45 minutes on this logging road, we found a little area to park on the side. Despite not knowing where we were going, we set out and were excited to get away from the hustle and bustle of big city life. The remote lake we planned to hike to was about 8 miles away, and we decided we would camp next to the outflow creek below the lake, about 2 miles from the lake. We got to an area that looked suitable for what we were looking for, so we put our tents down, cooked some food, and went to bed. The next day we went to the lake, fished, and explored the area a bit. We made our way back to our camp, and it was getting late. Again, we cooked and went to bed. My friend is a very serious, analytical mind and outright dismisses anything outside of the realm of ordinary. I told him we were going to Sasquatch country, and he laughed me off. At about 2 a.m., we heard something unexplainable. We both grew up spending a lot of time outdoors, and we both hunt and fish, so we are familiar with the flora and fauna in the area we were in. We were both startled awake by a loud thump, like something huge just jumped and landed on the ground. After that, we heard clearly bipedal footsteps walking near us, shaking the ground and our chest cavities with every step. It was surreal. He looked at me with eyes wide and said, "Do you hear that? What the duck is that?" The footsteps faded away, and that was the only experience we had on this trip. After we got back, we looked closely at the area we had camped on a map and found a nearby off-trail lake with a lot of a hike to get there, and it looked like the perfect place to go on our next trip. The previous trip was in the fall, and we planned the next trip for the following June. We made it back to the same general area, and we hiked a good 8 hours through head-high Manzanita to get to the base of a scramble we had to climb the next day. This was all off-trail bushwhacking and hard hiking. We set our bags down in a clearing next to a tiny creek running out of the bottom of 3,000 feet of granite mountain. We weren't being quiet. We had 45-50 pound packs on, and we were laughing and joking the whole time. Within 5 minutes of setting our bags down, something started moving a few willows pretty hard. The branches looked like they were shaking. I yelled bear, thinking that is what it had to be. My friend said he wasn't sure if it was a bear and that it could have been a cow, based on the amount of brush it had moved and the amount of noise it had made when it ran off. However, we didn't see any cow pies the entire trip. Also, farmers in these areas who turn their cows out to roam often put bells on them so they can actually find them when it's time to drive them out of the mountains. Until I went to the zoo with my family and saw a black bear in person, I simply assumed it was a bear. There is no way an animal that size made that much of a commotion. We didn't get up to the lake the next day. We tried the wrong path, and it didn't work out. We ended up going back to the same area as the first trip. On the hike over to the new area, I thought I heard very clear knocks. None of this is conclusive, and I haven't seen anything. I didn't know enough about the phenomenon at all when these events happened, so I didn't check for footprints, hair, or any of the other signs that the big ones are there. I will say that my friend, who is 100% closed-minded about it, is now open-minded to it. I have no clue what walked past my tent at 2 a.m., but it was so heavy it sounded like it was walking on a drum. I have no idea what shook trees at me and then ran away like a freight train into the brush. I do know, however, that there are not any animals on the record to which these events are readily attributable. These incidents all happen within 30 miles as the crow flies of Bluff Creek and the Marble Mountains. Bigfoot encounter? Something else? Any thoughts or theories would be a help. This happened to a buddy of mine and me. We live in northeastern Pennsylvania and are both military vets. So before I start my story, I should explain how his house and property are laid out. So the upstairs is more like an attic, with only 2 windows on either end. The house itself sits at a T intersection on a paved road with a driveway that connects the main road to the side road of the T, making a bit of a U shape. Now across the main road is a steep drop-off, and across the side road is a swamp. On the backside of his property is a hill that is mainly shale from old mining operations, as well as a garage, 2 sheds, and an old chicken coop. Now that you have that in your mind, I can start. So it was about 4 a.m. on a Sunday morning, and my buddy and I had been up since the prior night having some drinks, playing video games, and just talking. In the middle of us talking, I heard what sounded like a door slamming shut. I didn't think much of it and figured it was someone downstairs. However, less than a second later, I heard the sound again, and this time my buddy also reacted to it. He looked out the window next to him and at the same time said to me that it sounded like 2 car doors slamming. I said to him, "So you heard it too?" We both jumped up, grabbed our handguns, and ran downstairs, thinking someone just tried to get into one of the cars. Now this is all in a matter of seconds. We get to his front door, unlock it, and go out onto his enclosed porch and the screen door. As we come around the right-hand corner of the house, guns at the ready, We come up to my wife's car first to check it because from where the noise sounded like it was coming from, it sounded like it came from her car. So we set ourselves up, he opens the door, and I clear it. Nothing. So we proceed to check the other 2 vehicles, nothing again. We check the garage and both sheds, after getting a flashlight. Still nothing. So at this point we are scratching our heads, still on high alert, trying to figure out what just happened. I then point out that we still haven't checked the chicken coop. So we proceed to head up to there. As we are walking up, something in the back of my mind is telling me something is not right. At that same moment my buddy turns to me and says, "Has it been this quiet since we came out here?" I stop and listen, and sure enough, it is dead quiet. No crickets chirping, no birds singing, not even the frogs in the swamp croaking. I looked at him, and I said, "That's not good, but I'm still determined to clear this coop." We come up on it, and he opens the door, I clear it. Once again, nothing. Now we are really confused and creeped out. So we head back towards the house. The whole time we were walking back, we kept commenting on how quiet it was. I told him that the only time I have ever heard it like this before is when there is a big predator around. We get back to the house, head upstairs, and start talking about what just happened. Now we are operating under the assumption that this was a person that came onto the property and was possibly trying to steal something. So we are exchanging theories about where the person could have gone. Down the road? Well, we saw no car lights and did not hear any footsteps running down the pavement, so that's out. Across the main road? Not likely, it's a hell of a drop. Is it possible to cross the side road? It's all swamp, we would have heard splashing. Up the hill? All loose shale and thick brush should have heard noise. But the one thing that bothered us the most was the complete lack of wildlife sound. What around here would have caused that? For a solid hour we were talking about this and not coming any closer to an answer. At that time my buddy held up a finger and pointed out the window. The sounds were finally back. I did my research afterwards trying to come up with an answer. I still don't have a solid answer yet. But the closest one I got is Bigfoot. But at the same time I'm wondering, why would Bigfoot screw with a car door not once but twice? I should emphasize that I'm not saying it's Bigfoot, but that is the closest explanation I've found. Personally, I'd rather believe it was a person going through the car. I caught what appeared to be a cryptid attempting to enter my home uninvited. The incident happened about 1 year ago during the summer. Something you should keep in mind is that the house I lived in had 1 acre of land surrounding it. Where I had lived was near farmland. I had woken up around 8 in the morning on my living room couch, having fallen asleep the previous night, as well as my mother and sister, who were sleeping beside me. I had planned to watch this movie I hadn't finished the previous night on my laptop, as well as eat breakfast in the dining room of my house. I had sat down at the end of the dining table, which was the closest chair to the kitchen. Keep in mind, if I leaned back in my chair, I could see onto the farther side of the kitchen, where the door that led to the deck was. The door had a huge window right next to it. So, I turn on my movie and start to eat my breakfast as my dog trots over to me and sits next to me. I believe I was about 45 minutes into the movie when my dog had switched her spot, now sitting right under the archway that led to the kitchen, staring at God knows what. I felt her move, but I didn't really think anything of it. If it was serious, she would have been barking like hell. After 10 or 20 minutes, I look over at my dog and see that she is still fixated on something. This time, I heard shuffling/scratching over in the kitchen. I called out her name, but she just wouldn't move, so when I had walked over, I followed her trail of vision and noticed that she was staring at the window in the kitchen that leads to the deck of the house. I nearly shit myself when I saw something, or somebody, behind the window outside, peeping through the blinds. I forgot to mention there was a chair on the deck, right under that specific window. So whatever the hell that was, he had to have been balancing on the chair to look inside. It looked bald, almost. And it was white with a pinkish tone. It had been holding onto the window frame, peering at my dog and me, while scratching the screen on the window with this horrible heavy breathing. I remember thinking at that moment that it was a person trying to break in, because whatever it was seemed so desperate to get inside. The thing was small? And it seemed as if it didn't want me to see the rest of its face, only its eyes. This whole time my dog had been watching whatever that thing was and not barking. I'm saying this because something as simple as dropping a cup will send my dog into a fit, barking like crazy. Even a voice coming from the TV would cause a great couple of minutes of barking from her. Now, as I said, I believe someone was trying to get in, so I ran over to the couch in the living room, shaking my mother awake, and bringing her to the kitchen. And of course, whatever the hell it was had simply disappeared. I would have thought I was losing my mind if my dog hadn't been seeing the same thing as me. I peered out another window to check the driveway, wondering if a person had driven a car here, but I found nothing of the sort. My mother went out onto the deck and looked around, but there was nothing there, except fingerprints on the window frame. We checked around the whole yard, and nothing was found except for the prints. I am still quite traumatized, knowing that whatever it was had been watching me for a long time without my knowledge. And if it were a person, it would take a while to leave the property. We would have caught them because of the large yard. I'm not living in the house where this incident happened anymore, thankfully. I've had other scary experiences in the house, but those are stories for another day. An unknown creature outside my bedroom window. This story takes place in my parents' house in southern Texas in mid-2021, so not many months ago. To understand the events that take place, I need to describe the layout of my bedroom and the window leading to the rear of the house. I have a small, square bedroom with a single, very large window facing north that sits atop my queen-size bed. The head of the bed butts up against the wall that has the window, and the window itself takes up about 2/3 the length of the wall. I have some fairly thick blackout blinds that cover the entire window, but they're the style of blind where there's a single cord on one side that you have to pull for the blinds to recede upwards, slowly exposing the window from the bottom up. Also, these blinds are made up of two parts. The visible portion is thin, horizontal slats of bamboo that stretch the entire length of the window, and the back is a thick piece of fabric that is sewn to this bamboo facade. The important reason is because the rigid bamboo facade makes it impossible to push the blinds aside in either lateral direction. If you want to look out the window, you have to pull the blinds up completely. Now, this enormous window, about 6 feet by 4 feet, leads to a small nook toward the rear of our house that is relatively forgotten and unused. The only thing that's back there aside from some grass and an old garden hose is one of the central air conditioning units that sits directly below this window. Previously, there were some large bushes lining the window, but they completely obscured my view when the window was uncovered, and the constant scraping of branches on my window at night scared me so much that I removed them one day. Therefore, just to paint a more concise and complete picture, if I look out of this large window directly above my bed, I can see a small portion of my front yard to the right. To the left, about 4 feet away, is a solid red brick wall, my parents' bathroom. Directly in front of me is about 8 feet of open grassy yard, immediately followed by a very tall and bushy hedge marking the border between our yard and our neighbors, and then directly below the window is that AC unit, which is mostly obscured from my view because it's so close to the wall. As a result, anything that is near the wall outside my window is also obscured because I can't physically get my head in a position to be able to see the ground under the window, and that was the problem that night. One evening, I was lying in bed, facing away from the window, engrossed in watching Netflix and playing a game on my phone, when my sister entered and inquired whether her dog could stay with me overnight. I never minded when he did, so I agreed, and she placed Theo on my bed as she left my room and closed the door behind her. It's about midnight at this point, and I have nothing to do the next day, so I already knew I would be staying up for a couple more hours because my sleep schedule was very messed up from months of living at home during COVID. Now, my sister goes to her bedroom, which is right next to mine, separated by a small adjoining restroom, and I hear her TV turn on, so I know she will probably be awake for a while too. To avoid having to turn up my volume to drown out the noise from her TV, I decided to put on my Bose headphones that do an incredible job at canceling noise and watch YouTube on my laptop instead. What you need to understand is that I have a bad habit of listening to audio too loudly when wearing headphones, so I am basically blaring videos directly into my ear canals while the headphones are actively canceling all sounds around me. Most nights under these conditions, you could play a tornado siren inside my house, and I wouldn't be the wiser. So, this particular night I am watching videos where someone narrates scary stories while some loosely associated pictures come up on screen to add an extra spooky factor. I was never all that freaked out, mostly because I feel very comfortable in my small room, but this particular night I kept listening to stories about people who suddenly felt like something was watching them, and, similar to how your head starts itching after someone mentions lice, I just had this weird feeling I was being watched. At first I put it out of my head because there is physically nowhere to hide in my room apart from the tiny closet or under the bed, but I got up and checked both with a flashlight just to be certain no demon had suddenly appeared while I was focused on YouTube, and none had. The night goes on, my sister's dog calmly curled up beside me this entire time, until he suddenly raises his head, and I watch his ears perk up as he looks toward my bedroom door. Now this was not startling at all because that door leads into a hallway to my sister's and parents' rooms, so any one of them walking by catches his attention every time he's in my room. As normal, a few seconds later he puts his head back down, and all is well. Then, not 10 seconds later, he suddenly pounces up like someone had just shocked him with a cattle prod and immediately turns to face the window above my head. That was very alarming. Not only has he never reacted to anything like that before, but he has never looked up at my window in all the nights he slept in my bed. Without even thinking, I looked down at the clock on the corner of my computer screen and saw that it was 2:12 in the morning as I simultaneously snatched the headphones off my head and sat bolt upright. I don't know what I was expecting to hear, but I was certainly expecting to hear something. Nothing. Just pure silence. Like, too much silence. I couldn't even hear my sister's TV anymore, but I could definitely see light from her room flooding through the crack under the door that connected our restroom, so I knew she was awake. This entire time Theo has not moved a muscle, he's just standing in a defensive posture with his eyes locked on the blinds covering the window. Naturally, my heart was racing, and the suspense was killing me because I did not hear a single thing with my headphones on, and I didn't feel any vibration as if something had hit the window or the wall of the house. I just had no idea what could have startled Theo that badly. As I'm sitting there straining my ears for any indication that there's something outside my window, my phone starts buzzing uncontrollably on my nightstand next to my bed, and I immediately know something is wrong because no one ever texts or calls me this late. I pick up my phone to see who it is, and I already have 6 texts from my sister. WTF was that? Did you hear that? I'm so scared. Can I come to your room? I'm coming. Dude, WTF. Before I could even process all of the messages, I saw my door open, and there stood my sister, shaking in fear, and I asked her to come inside and explain what was going on. By this point Theo can pick up on our obvious fear of the situation, so he's now uncomfortably pacing around the bed and lightly whining so one of us will comfort him. Like clockwork, before my sister could even open her mouth, I heard the most terrifying, ear-piercing, blood-curdling scream come from right outside my window, and I physically jumped out of bed. I didn't stand up rapidly, no. I jumped clear out from under my covers and stood there, paralyzed, staring at my window. Aside from trying to concentrate on not peeing my pants, my only thought was, I'm 99% sure that was not a human. It sounded human-like, but there was just something different. Then it happened again, another, slightly softer, scream. This time I knew for sure that it had to be a cat being mauled by something, but it almost scared me more because I've heard a scared cat give out a pretty animalistic scream, but this was pure, unadulterated horror coming out of this animal. My sister is sitting on my bed, clutching Theo for dear life, looking like she's on the verge of tears as she says, "Should we go outside and see what it is?" That question honestly brought me back to reality for a second because I had to stifle laughter from how utterly ridiculous it was. No. We are not going outside to check what made that noise because anything capable of causing such a sound in an animal would likely provoke the same reaction from me. Despite being a 24-year-old man and an Army veteran who considers himself tough and level-headed, whatever was happening outside my window that night made me feel otherwise. I was scared. A visceral feeling of terror coursed through my body. It was around this point that I realized the only possible way to know what was happening without going outside and clearing around the back of the house was to pull the blinds up over that window. I cannot explain how much I would rather not have done that in that moment, and after what I saw, I wish I hadn't. I wish I could live in blissful ignorance, always convincing myself that it was just 2 cats having a late-night brawl in my yard. I grabbed the flashlight that I keep on my nightstand just in case of a power outage or something, and I looked at my sister and said, "Okay, you're going to slowly start pulling the blinds up, and I'm going to look outside, but if I see a demon or something, I'm going to need you to close them again, okay?" She hesitantly agreed, and I positioned myself on the bed, facing the window, basically expecting to come face to face with Satan himself or some other paranormal entity. During this entire interaction there were no more screams or cries, but there were low, guttural grunts and another noise that resembled really sloppy masticating, like if a really messy eater was scarfing down a plate of spaghetti. I clicked the flashlight on, and it's one of those really powerful tactical style flashlights with a highly concentrated white beam of LED light, so I was confident I would illuminate everything outside. She lifted the blinds. I didn't see anything. I quickly scanned from right to left, the empty yard, the top of the AC unit, the neighbor's hedge with no glowing eyes looking at me menacingly, more grass, and the brick wall. There was nothing there. Then I looked down. Feet. Like, human-looking feet. They were just visible if I looked to the left toward the brick wall. The positioning of the feet suggested that this figure was kneeling toward a small corner of the house, which I couldn't see from my window, as I could only make out the heels and most of the bare soles. They looked dirty but not unnatural from the angle I had. They were not covered in hair, deformed, or possessing any features that would lead me to believe this figure was anything other than human. As I shined the light onto this thing's feet, my sister gasped, and completely contrary to the plan we had just established, she jumped out of the bed and ran out of the room screaming for my parents to wake up. Now I was left staring outside this window with no one there to close the blinds, which at the time was my greatest concern, as if these blinds were some magical shield between me and this creature. Before I could look away, but right after my sister screamed, I heard this thing grunt, and its feet receded away from my view as it repositioned itself just in a way where I caught a glimpse of a stark white hand and some long, black hair. This hand. It looked like it hadn't seen the sun once in its entire existence, and the fingers were long. I want to say they were too long, but I didn't stick around long enough to examine them. I flipped. I turned the flashlight off as I sprinted out of my room, window still completely uncovered, and I ran into my parents' room. They had already been awoken by my sister, but I could tell they were more annoyed than scared at her tearful ranting about some creature behind the house. As soon as I ran in, though, my dad was already out of bed grabbing his pistol when we locked eyes, and all I could muster was "There's someone outside my window." My dad stormed out of his room, muttering that he was going to shoot whoever was outside, and I realized I couldn't let him go out there alone. Against every instinct in my body, I ran back into my room, switched on the light to illuminate both the room and anything outside the window, and for a moment, I was convinced that this creature would be standing there peering in, but it wasn't. I grabbed a rifle that I keep by my bedside in case of an intruder, but never did I even entertain the idea that I may need it in case of a non-human, or, I suppose, maybe human, threat outside my house. I couldn't even make it to the front door before my dad was already outside yelling at whoever was back there to get off his property or he'd shoot them, so I ran up behind him, alerting him beforehand as to not get accidentally shot at point-blank range, and slowly followed his lead, hating myself every step of the way for being so damn scared of whatever we were walking toward. We finally rounded the side of the house into that little nook where all this commotion occurred, and no one was there. As relieved as I was for a second, I was also horrified for two reasons. 1. I know I saw something there less than a minute earlier, so it could not have gotten that far, and now it had the element of surprise. 2. If I walked back there and there was no sign of anything, I knew for sure I'd feel like I'd lost my mind, and the only person that would be able to corroborate my story was my hysterical sister. As we approached the corner under my window, I turned on my flashlight and quickly scanned the hedges just to make sure there were no glowing eyes or movement of some sort, and then I focused the beam on the corner of the house where my room light didn't fully illuminate. There was a spray of blood from about 3 inches off the ground that misted upwards against the brick wall up to about 2 feet off the ground. The splatter on the side of the house resembled an artistic display, as if someone had thrown a water balloon filled with red paint against the wall with great force. Under this point of origin, there was a fairly large pool of blood, with smaller droplets leading off behind the hedges toward my neighbor's house. Matted to the house and mixed into the pool of blood on the ground were several tufts of gray hair or fur. I naturally used the flashlight to follow the blood trail and quickly held the rifle to my shoulder, expecting to see something, anything, to indicate what did this. Nothing. My dad even went and looked behind the hedges in my neighbor's yard, and there was no sign of anything. I desperately looked all over the ground for any kind of footprint, but it was all thick grass, so there was nothing except for a couple of patches of matted grass in a mostly circular shape that looked to be about knee-width apart. That actually sent chills down my spine because it just confirmed that the thing I saw was most likely human. After my dad was satisfied that no one was hiding outside our house, and at my incessant requests for us to go back inside, we finally did and found my mom and sister cowering in the living room, waiting for us to report back to them. I told them what we saw, and then they asked me what I thought it could have been. I hesitated at first because I actually suffer from pretty serious depression, and my family is well aware of my mental health struggles, so I was genuinely scared that if I started rambling on about a humanoid creature outside my window that no one else saw except for me, and the short glimpse my sister saw, that they may accuse me of having mental health related hallucinations. I took a deep breath, prefaced the entire story with how I was fully awake, lucid, and sane, and proceeded to tell them about the feet and the hand and the black, human hair. To my surprise, they didn't immediately disregard it, but I could tell they didn't fully believe it. They hadn't been awoken by the screams outside, but out of every aspect of the story, that was by far the part I was most certain about. I definitely heard those screams. Theo definitely heard those screams. My sister definitely heard those screams. We went around the house locking all the doors and checking all the windows, then my sister and I both sat in the living room with every single light on and turned on the TV to basically full volume. She and I both knew we couldn't sleep. At one point my mom asked my dad if we should call the police to report this, but after the story I told them and with only some animal blood behind the house as proof, we decided it would most likely be a waste of time. Nothing else happened that night, but to my horror, my 2 dogs who live in my backyard, neither of whom was in sight of any of this commotion because the backyard is surrounded by a tall brick wall, both seemed to be cowering near the door to the backyard, obviously afraid of something. Also, these aren't small dogs. They are two 100-pound Weimaraners, which are tough, German hunting dogs with really deep, loud barks. They didn't seem to be scared of anything in particular, they just seemed to be very spooked, as if there was a serious threat nearby. I actually let them into the house at one point, which we never do, just because I didn't want them outside that night. The next day my neighbors were doing yard work, so I actually approached them and simply asked if they heard anything unusual the night before. The husband immediately said no, but the wife mentioned that when she woke up to use the bathroom around 3 o'clock in the morning, she thought she heard some strange grunting coming from her backyard. However, she dismissed it as just her dogs making noise and didn't think much of it. I played it off like it was nothing, but as I walked away from their house, I was trying to keep myself from shaking because if she heard those noises at 3, and I first heard that thing outside my window at 2:12, that means in the 15-ish minutes it took me and my dad to check the yard, that thing must have been close. Their backyard is not far from where we were standing. The distance was only about 20 feet, separated by just a brick wall. I felt nauseous all day long, and I did not sleep that night or for several nights after that. I would regularly take naps throughout the day in my living room and avoid my room at all costs. It's been a few months, and I can finally sleep in my bed again, but almost every night I'll jolt awake as I'm falling asleep, like my body is trying to keep me conscious because it senses danger. I'll sometimes get that same feeling like I'm being watched, but I never, ever open the blinds in my room. I haven't heard any more noises, but Theo refuses to sleep in my room anymore. If I bring him inside with me and close the door, he immediately jumps off the bed and whines as he paws at the door, which is extremely unusual behavior for him. No matter how much time passes or how comfortable I get in that room, I can never get the image of those feet and that stark white hand out of my mind. I just hope that's the first and the last time I ever encounter anything like that again. I want to start this off with saying, I do not want to believe any of this is real. Honestly, I've come here looking for a logical explanation to explain this all away. I'm spiritual, sure, but I'm also a skeptic, and I'm not going to believe every little thing is paranormal. Anyways, sorry, I'll get on to the story. I was around 12 when this all started. I'm now 18. I was lying in my bed when I saw something in the window. A face. It shifted from something female to male to something deformed and terrifying. I ran out of my room and slept in the living room that night. I want to add this all up to maybe it was the lights being weird, and I saw things that weren't there. Except that every night after that, I heard tapping on my window. It wasn't plants, or bugs, or pets. I checked again and again. Every night as it grew dark there would be tapping on my window like a knife was tapping against it. The tapping turned into scraping. Clawing noises happened almost every night for months. I even FaceTimed friends, and they heard it over the call. I had my parents check outside, but nobody was there. This happened for months. It was scary, but I got used to it because nothing else happened. On my 13th birthday my best friend came over to my house for my party, and we went to the backyard to talk. It had started getting dark outside, and I kept feeling weird. I kept staring at the trees just outside of the chain fence of my backyard. I told my best friend I felt creeped out, and she said she felt the same thing and had been staring at the same area. This next part is why I've been struggling to write the experience off as fake. We both at the same time saw this inhumanly long figure sprint on all fours across the yard. I mean, it was long. It was pale white and very skinny. I pushed my best friend inside the house and locked the door because I was not about to be killed by some horror movie monster. We both needed some time to calm down, and I made sure we both saw the same thing because I didn't want to believe what I saw. But she did. Her description of the thing we saw matched with mine. If you've ever searched pictures of the rake, it looked like that. The tapping and clawing at my window continued to get worse until my aunt broke her arm around a month later. I went to her house for a month to help her while she healed, and when I returned, everything had stopped. There was no longer any tapping, no sightings, nothing at all. Is there any way I could just write the event off as an animal sighting? This incident occurred during the summer of 1983 as I was about to begin my senior year in high school. My family lived in rural Pennsylvania, in northern Indiana County. Our farmhouse was built in the mid-1800s. In the early 1900s an addition was added to the back that more than doubled the size of the original house. The original house was a 4-square house, so called for the 4 square rooms, 2 on the first floor and 2 on the second floor, with a staircase in the back. The house as a whole was sturdy, albeit a bit cranky. Every night in summer I fell asleep listening to the pops, cracks, creaking, and groans as the house cooled off in the night air. The house was built on high ground, next to the mouth of an ancient ravine that ran for over a mile, deeper and darker and rockier as it went down to the north branch of the Little Mahoning Creek. The ravine was heavily wooded at the beginning, then the trees sparsened to a few old ones tenaciously rooted into the eroded rocks and glacial till. It was dark and cool and damp down in there, even on the hottest summer day, and I spent many summer days down in those woods. I knew the plants, the trees, the birds, and the deer. I heard much I couldn't see, like the rabbits running through the brush and the squirrels high up scolding me as I walked. I could sense the ones that hid and made no noise, the bobcats lurking and the nocturnal critters peeking at my back after I passed their burrows. Sometimes sudden waves of total silence would descend on the woods. The air would be still. The birds would silence themselves. I taught myself to stop at these moments and to observe. I knew it wasn't me that made the animals go silent, so I figured something, a bobcat perhaps, was close by. I never saw what it was that caused the silences, but I loved to imagine myself as a skilled tracker. Nothing of the sort, of course, but I will claim to know those woods. I also had a bosom friend and companion as we roamed the woods and ravines around my home, a big male German shepherd named Chap. Chap loved to run and roam and chase groundhogs. We prowled along through the woods for years. This particular night I awoke suddenly, very awake and alert. The wind was blowing against the open window. Our room had the crank-out windows that were popular in the 70s, when the house had been remodeled. The bottom of the window tilted out, and the rain ran off. There was a low rumble off in the distance, the thunder of a summer storm blowing in from the west. I was lying on my belly, my face on its left side on my pillow and my arms around and under my pillow. I listened to the rain. It was not unusual for me to wake up in the middle of the night. It's been a regular occurrence in my life since I was very young. By that point, at 17 years old, I was used to my 3 a.m. ritual, though still very irritated by it. Across the room, I could hear my brother breathing. I could hear our dog, lying at the foot of my brother's bed, sniffing at the rainy night air blowing in the window. Across the hall from our room, I could hear my dad's low, steady, rumbling snore. Then I heard something that made my eyes fly open in the pitch-black room. From down in the ravine, off in the distance, I heard an animal call unlike any I had ever heard. It was a roar, an angry roar. To the best of my knowledge, the apex predator in those woods was the bobcat. This was too deep, too throaty, for a bobcat. Then I heard it again. Surprisingly closer. A lot closer. I listened for my brother's breathing. Silence. He was awake. "What is that?" I loudly whispered. "I don't know," he whispered back. There was obvious concern in his voice. Then we heard it again. It had to be no more than 75 feet from the house, down at the corner of the yard where the trail led into the woods and down to the ravine. First of all, it was no damn bobcat. It was not a dog. Not a coyote. And it was most definitely not a man. Next to my bed was a softball bat. Still have it, as a matter of fact. That night, all I wanted in the world was to slide my hand out from under my pillowed head and reach down and grab that baseball bat. But I couldn't move. Everyone in the house seemed paralyzed. I kept expecting to hear my dad throw his bedroom door open, but he never made a sound. Then two things happened in rapid succession. There was a tremendous crash, like something or someone had run headlong into the house. Then there was another roaring, screaming howl, this time right next to the house. It was an angry, roaring shout so loud I felt like it was next to my face. I had never, in all my life, heard an animal make a noise that loud. It was like a V8 engine with straight pipes running wide open throttle. At the same time, there was a throbbing, a low-frequency growl that seemed to make the house vibrate. All I could do was close my eyes and try to scream, but nothing came out. I must have passed out. The next thing I knew, it was morning. The sun was shining. The house was still there. I slept in, which was very unusual in my family. I went downstairs. My dad and brother had already left for the day. My mom stood at the sink, washing dishes. I looked at my mom wide-eyed. Surely she heard what happened. She met my eyes and pointed to the back porch of our house, a small side room that housed the washing machine, dryer, and coat closet. I walked to the back porch to see that the door that led to the outside had been ripped from its hinges and lay flat on the floor of the porch. In the coat closet, with his nose pressed as far back as it could go, lying in a puddle of his own urine, was Chap. He lay there, whimpering, for 2 days before he finally came out. I was given the task of fixing the door. When it was up and repaired, I went to my mom and basically asked, "Are we going to pretend that nothing happened last night?" My mom sighed with obvious exasperation and said something along the lines of, "Well, what would you like to know? You know what that was. Your dad knows. I know, we all know. Not much to talk about, other than how scary it was, and frankly, I don't need to talk about that, thank you." And for my family, that was pretty much the end of it. I brought it up once not long ago. My dad shrugged. I know as much now as I did that night. Me? I drive by there on occasion when I'm in the area. I stop on the old country road and listen a while. I listen to the wind and the birds. I listen a while, and then I drive on. Hope you guys had a great time listening to these true and unknown creature encounters. If you've reached this far, thank you for listening. We really appreciate your support, and have a great spooky season.